Chapter 710. Hearing Wang Wan's last question, Feng Changgong didn't say anything. He knew who Tang and County would listen to. He didn't say anything, but Wang Wan didn't want to let it go. She said worriedly, "Oh, County Magistrate Feng, you are the county magistrate here. Don't tell me you don't want others to come here to build the workshop. Without the workshop, don't transport things from Baoxin County. If you don't transport things, you don't need to draw the river." If Feng Changgong hadn't heard Wang Wan mention this today, he might not have thought that building the workshop was to draw the river. These 2 days, he had been thinking about how to scheme against Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. At this time, after being reminded by Wang Wan, he started to think, should I stop it? As soon as the idea appeared, it was ruthlessly extinguished by himself. That was absolutely impossible. It was no different from courting death. If he really did it, not to mention others, even the backer behind him would not be reliable. If things went wrong, he would be the first to be punished. On purpose, Wang Wan did it on purpose. Feng Changgong thought. When he looked at Wang Wan again, Wei Wei smiled and said, "County Magistrate Wang, you have a good idea. Unfortunately, I didn't say anything about not drawing the river to Baoxin County. If you have the ability, you can do it. Then I'll let you see. I'm going to draw the river." Wang Wan looked like she was angry. Feng Changgong was not in the mood to eat fish by the river. He snorted and turned to leave. He parted with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan on bad terms. After Feng Changgong left with his people, the old man understood that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't get along well with County Magistrate Feng. It seemed that they were enemies. "Miss Wang, this County Magistrate Feng is not simple. There were people from the state government who wanted to deal with him, but they were dealt with by him. You must be careful." The old man reminded Wang Wan kindly. "I know. Thank you, Grandpa. Would Grandpa be willing to take a look at this place?" Wang Wan really didn't inquire about Feng Changgong in detail, because he was not famous. She had never heard of this name, so naturally, he was ranked in the list of people who did not pay attention to him. The old man did not hesitate this time. He nodded and said, "Okay, you can find me when the time comes. I live in the county, behind the Shengrong Rice Company. My surname is Liu. You can ask around and you will know who I am. I'm the fishing old man Liu." Hee hee. After speaking, the old man was ready to leave. However, he had caught too many fish today, so it was very strenuous for him. Wang Wan waved at the bushes not far away. Suddenly, 2 people appeared, startling the old man. He didn't know that there were people hiding in the bushes. "Take me home and let me know the place," Wang Wan ordered. The 2 people helped the old man lift the fish. The old man didn't forget to give Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan the fish that weighed more than 3 kilograms. He talked with the 2 guards all the way back. It was estimated that he would arrive home at around 5 in the afternoon. After the old man left, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not intend to continue to look at the terrain. They looked at each other and walked to a house nearby. They planned to borrow the kitchen to cook the fish and buy some other things. They would have a meal at noon. The guards would find something to eat by themselves, so they didn't need to worry about it. Maybe it was because the fish was really delicious, or maybe it was because they hadn't eaten such a simple braised fish for a long time. They missed it. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao both felt that it was delicious. They also invited the 4 people of the house to eat together. They also bought 2 dishes with the copper coins they robbed. The 6 people were very happy. The woman of the house who ate kept praising Zhang Xiaobao's cooking skills. She didn't forget to tell Wang Wan that she should cook more in the future. She couldn't let a man cook, so it was okay to eat occasionally. "Xiaobao, I don't think Feng Changgong can stop Li Sun." On the way back, Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Do you really think he is stupid? I guess he is thinking about how to take credit. It's useless. When we go back, I will go to the official post and enter the capital. Zhang Xiaobao didn't expect Feng Changgong to do anything. If he did, it would save a lot of trouble. Then we have to deal with his plan now. It is very useful. Nowadays, people need to use curses to cure diseases. Everyone believes it. It is not easy to change. Wang Wan thought that Feng Changgong's plan was difficult to break. When Feng Changgong found a Taoist priest to pretend, the people would be more convinced. Zhang Xiaobao said disapprovingly, "Don't forget what I do." There is a saying that the best way to deal with cavalry is to use cavalry. We can do the same. We can play better than him. For example, we can find a piece of oil paper in the fish's stomach with words on it. There are many ways. Go back and help me think about a few. You are so bad. Okay, let's do it. Come up with more tricks to scare people. Wang Wan had a plan in her heart. She felt that it was a very interesting thing. When they returned to the county, Zhang Xiaobao began to write a letter. He asked someone to take it back and stamped it. It was sent to the capital through official channels. This time, it was not a private letter. They had to go through official channels. Otherwise, they would not be able to achieve their goal. Before Li Sun knew anything, many people came to Xinkai County and started to work according to the storyteller's instructions. The commoners were ready. It was the same as Royal Prince An's investment. Those who planted soybeans were given sesame seeds. Those who had free time at home were given chicks and piglets. The craftsmen also gathered by the river and waited for orders to start work. Feng Changgong was also busy these days. He went to the riverside every day to check on the progress of the project. He also said a few words of encouragement. It was as if he was the reason why Prince Tang and was able to invest in the project. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not return to the county. They stayed by the riverside with Old Man Lu. They checked on the qi in the morning and at night. They also explained the mysteries of the project to Zhang Xiaobao and Old Man Lu. The two did not understand, probably because they were not talented enough. On the 9th day of work at Ru River, the most important person in Xinkai County, Li Sun, arrived. Li Sun did not take a boat. Instead, he rode a horse. He raised pigeons in Shuzhou. Last month, he asked someone to send them to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in Baoxin County. He said that they should contact each other if anything happened. He could not just leave. He was preparing to go back to the capital for a blind date. He did not know what kind of people he found. He would go and take a look. If they were not good enough, he would look for Zhang Xiaobao to discuss countermeasures. When the news spread that he was going to invest in Xinkai County, Zhang Xiaobao sent him a letter with a pigeon. He was eager and did not want to stay in Shuzhou any longer. He used this as an excuse to come here. He even brought 600 guards with him and appeared at the riverside of Ru River. It was noon when he arrived. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ate with the others at the construction site. As usual, those who worked were given good food and drinks. Yesterday, they ate 2 dishes and a soup. Today, there was only 1 soup. The main dish was put together with the dishes. There was meat, bread and mutton, and the soup was fish soup. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan put the lean meat into the bread. They could not help but tremble when they saw others put a large piece of mutton oil into the bread. When Li Sun arrived, the two had just eaten a few mouthfuls. They did not drink the soup. They tasted it. It was said that mutton and fish tasted better together, but the two did not feel it. They only felt that it was fishy. It was not good to put more chopped green onions and coriander. Meat bread. Good, give me one. Don't put coriander, put more chopped green onions. I haven't eaten it in a long time. Eat it yourselves. Don't wait for someone to serve you. Li Sun's arrival surprised the others, but it did not move Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The two were still eating when Li Sun came forward and gave orders to the cook who was in charge of serving people. He also shouted to the 600 people he brought with him. With the sudden addition of 600 people, the cook had no choice but to cook immediately. These were the county king's people. If it were the cooks of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family, they would not be so nervous. They used to see each other all the time. The cook here was found locally. When he saw Li Sun, he excitedly stuffed a large piece of mutton oil, chopped green onions, and coriander into his hands. Li Sun politely received it and turned around to give it to his bodyguard. You eat it. It's nutritious. Don't hover in front of me. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are here. After giving orders to the bodyguard, Li Sun had to do it himself. He lamented that the cook that Xian Kai County found at the last minute was not as good as the professional cooks of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. Eat some salted vegetables? Zhang Xiaobao pushed the only plate of salted vegetables in front of him and Wang Wan to Li Sun. They were all acquaintances, so there was no need to be so polite. Yes, let's eat. After taking a bite of the biscuit, Li Sun saw that there were no salted vegetables in front of others. He knew that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had brought them here themselves. They must be good. Perhaps they were made by Zhang Xiaobao himself. He had not tasted them for several months. The news of Li Sun's arrival spread quickly. The people asked around. When they found out that Tang and County King was also eating with the people at the construction site, they liked Li Sun even more. After finishing the rujiamo, Li Sun was not afraid of the fish. He drank more than half of the fish soup. When he was making another rujiamo, he said to Zhang Xiaobao, "You're using my name to do things. Aren't you afraid that you'll implicate me? There's no donkey rujiamo here. Why did the donkey rujiamo you treated me to last time taste better than the mutton today? I don't want to implicate you. I won't use your name for nothing. I'll give you a share. When the weather gets hotter, you'll have a business there. Help me advertise the braised pork with preserved vegetables. I only want 10% of the shares. The donkey rujiamo you ate last time was made by me. The mutton today was made by a local cook. I want to eat donkey meat, but I'm afraid that there are not enough donkeys in the county. The people who have donkeys will fight with me. If you can kill a few cows, I'll give the people at the construction site braised beef tomorrow." While Zhang Xiaobao was talking, Wang Wan took out 2 tin cans of pickles from her bag. She pointed to one of them and said to Li Sun, "These are beans made from beans with preserved vegetables. These are the beans made with preserved vegetables. There are diced beef inside. I didn't deliberately kill a strong cow, and I didn't want to do that. It's also not an old cow that has been plowing for a lifetime. Try it. The other one is a can. I asked someone to send it to you. This is the can of preserved vegetables and meat that you want to make." Li Sun didn't wait for Wang Wan to help him and started by himself. He first opened the can and sniffed it carefully before nodding. "It smells good. Last time, you gave me 300 cans, and I ate more than 10 of them myself. As for the rest, I gave most of them to the guards who trained well. You didn't give me more. That's 300 cans of pig knuckles. It's a large quantity and not fake. 2 pig knuckles can make 4 cans. Next time, you send me 1,000 pigs, and I'll return you 5,000 cans. Did you write the booklet I asked you to write?" Zhang Xiaobao did not lie. The cans he sent were really pig knuckles. Although they were not small, once they were made into cans, they were very useless meat. There was not much good meat. If water was squeezed tight, they would turn into small balls. This was a real, military product. I wrote it. 5,000 pigs, no problem. You can't imagine how many poultry and livestock there are in Shuzhou now. The people are really good at raising them. They even say that I'm a good county prince and give me gifts. I can't even eat them. I've made all the leftover pork into cured meat. The chickens are also dried. Next time, the people will send them again during festivals. I'll give you half. The cans are bigger, 5,000 is fine too. I don't care. The people also asked about your house and said that they wanted to bring something over to take a look. I persuaded them not to. The people of Wangjiang built a big house for you by the river. It's 4 stories, made of wood. It's big at the bottom and small at the top. It's called the Blood Grace Pavilion. I think if I go there and say a few bad things about Wang Wan, the people will rush over and beat me up. They are so jealous of me. What do you think the official looks like? I haven't even seen him before and I'm helping you. Tell me, how are you going to compensate me? Li Sun finally did not have to be his own county prince. He was very relaxed in front of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He talked endlessly with excitement. It was noon in Xinsai. It was also noon in the capital. The officials were also eating, but some people were not in a good mood today. They did not have an appetite for anything. 2 people were the most obvious. One was Zhang Jiuling, and the other was Zhang Shuo. Zhang Xiaobao's memorial had been delivered. It arrived today. The official relay station was slow, far slower than the pigeons. Zhang Jiuling had seen the memorial, and so had Zhang Shuo. Going through the proper channels, it was difficult for Zhang Shuo not to see it. This was the first time Zhang Xiaobao had submitted a memorial as an official. Everyone was very curious. Just what was it that caused Zhang Xiaobao to not send pigeons? In the end, when they read the memorial, it was Zhang Xiaobao explaining the alliance between Xinsai County and Baoxin County. An alliance was not a big deal. Any official who could come into contact with it found it very normal. If they wanted to connect, they could connect. The Zhang family and Wang family were very capable. They could build up a good place wherever they went. It was already good enough that they could bring Xinsai County. However, the main point of the memorial was not the alliance. It was to help promote Xinsai County from a middle county to a county. However, it did not write a letter to the province and insisted on going directly to the capital. It praised Feng Changgong and the other officials of Xinsai County, saying that they were rare in the world. It said that during the alliance, the officials of Xinsai County had helped a lot. Furthermore, they were all very capable. It meant that they should be promoted. Such people could not continue to stay in a county, unlike himself and Cuckoo. They were still young and needed more training. If County Magistrate Feng continued to train, he would be old. This was considered normal. Although the officials did not know how capable Feng Changgong was, they did not want Zhang Xiaobao to praise him. However, since Zhang Xiaobao said that it was okay, then it was okay to mention it. However, there was another sentence at the end. It said that the capital should investigate County Magistrate Feng more. This was because many people were good at being officials. Once they were in a different position, it was easy for them to change. In terms of literature, if they felt that he was good, they could also investigate him specifically. The officials also understood this matter. They were afraid of taking responsibility. What if he was not good enough? Investigations were necessary. However, the last sentence made everyone unable to guess Zhang Xiaobao's purpose. Since the memorial mentioned that the main officials in the county should be promoted and given more responsibilities, then there should be new officials. Originally, this matter had nothing to do with Zhang Xiaobao. The appointment of new officials was the Ministry of Personnel's matter. However, Zhang Xiaobao nominated 6 people and said that 3 of them could be chosen. For other officials, it was as if they did not know that Zhang Xiaobao had overstepped his authority. The Zhang family had done many things that exceeded their authority. If they really wanted to investigate, they would not be able to find out. However, for Zhang Xiaobao, it was different. This was because the 6 people that Zhang Xiaobao mentioned were all Yu Wenrong's people. To be honest, they were not bad. They were the kind of people who could really do things. The problem was that Yu Wenrong and Zhang Shua did not see eye to eye. Although Zhang Shua was the prime minister, he could not control Yu Wenrong. When Yu Wenrong went out to do things, he did not have to go through the imperial secretariat. Later on, Zhang Shua set up a special organization to control Yu Wenrong. However, Yu Wenrong was still not obedient. He belonged to the kind of people who were practical. He was the opposite of Zhang Shua's people who were knowledgeable. Zhang Jiuling worked under Zhang Shua and was more obedient. He was worried. His retired housekeeper was still in someone else's house. It was not good for him to help anyone. Moreover, the Zhang family had helped him a lot. He was in a dilemma. Therefore, when he ate, he felt that the food was tasteless. There was no need to mention Zhang Shua. Last time, he sent a name list and specifically mentioned Feng Chan. This time, he actually gave an official position in a good place to Yu Wenrong. Zhang Shua really wanted to personally go over and ask, which side is your family on? If you say you're on the scholarly side, that's right, you're the top scorer in the imperial examinations. Even the servants in your family are literate and literate. If you say you're on the practical side, you've accumulated a lot of political achievements, all of which are local. He should not be on either side, but he actually came to find trouble at this time. Could it be that they found out about his conversation with the emperor last time? Thinking of this, Zhang Shua lost his appetite. He was angry and anxious at the same time. He was angry that Zhang Xiaobao did not mention his people. He was anxious because if this memorial was passed, wouldn't that mean that he would lose a good spot? That place was the same as Luzhou. It was specially used for officials to be promoted. As long as the officials there were not stupid and followed the original plan, they would be promoted in less than 2 years. If he sent 3 of his people there, it would be faster to promote and more convenient to use in the future. What should I do? Suppress it? No, I can suppress the memorial, but I can't suppress the pigeons. Zishou, what do you think I should do? Zhang Shua muttered. He could not think of a good idea, so he turned to ask Zhang Jiuling. What he was afraid of had come true. Zhang Jiuling was worried that Zhang Shua would ask him. He could not side with anyone. Who paid for the road? Who was the one who bought the preserved vegetables? Who gave him many things in his house? Who helped him come up with some ideas? Everything pointed to the Zhang family. However, Zhang Shua was not unkind to him. Without Zhang Shua, he would not have his current position. How should he explain this? Zhang Jiuling chewed the vegetables vigorously. He wanted Zhang Shua to wait for a while. He wanted to use this time to think about it. The vegetables were not old, so he could not keep chewing. After chewing for a while, Zhang Jiuling swallowed the vegetables with difficulty. He met Zhang Shua's expectant gaze and said, "Let Lord Zhang make the decision. It would be better if the name list was changed. However, that place seems to be a little chaotic, and many parties will interfere. Especially Yu Wenrong, the current person is his. If Feng Changgong really rises up like this, it means that his people are very capable. Even if he wants to send someone else, he should send his people, unless..." Zhang Jiuling did not finish his sentence, but his meaning was very clear. Zhang Shua thought the same. He nodded and said, "Then let's do it this way. Let Feng Changgong and the other 2 enter the capital for the examination. As for the other 6 candidates, we'll discuss it again when Xin Kai County is promoted to an upper county." Just as Zhang Shua made the decision, someone outside brought in a letter from Li Sun. Zhang Shuo was very worried that Li Sun and Zhang Xiaobao would stand together to deal with him. He did not eat and hurried over to take a look. Zhang Jiuling followed behind. After Zhang Shuo opened the letter and read the contents, he suddenly laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, good, good, good. Zishou, come and take a look. Prince Tong An's new letter said that he heard that Feng Changgong had made many mistakes when doing things in the county. He was worried that the money he took out could not be used properly. He wanted the court to think of a solution. It would be best if they could change the official. Zhang Jiuling did not need to read the letter. He understood from Zhang Shuo that Li Sun could not promote officials by himself. If he had not been with Zhang Xiaobao and the Wang family, he could not even follow them to Yizhou, let alone do business together. If he felt that something was not right, he could impeach, but he could not appoint. He was here to ask for help. The situation seemed to be very favorable to him, but why did he feel that something was not right? Zhang Xiaobao and Li Sun were so close. Did they not inform each other before? One wanted to promote, the other wanted to suppress. It was a mess. It felt like when Xiaobao and Cuckoo were in Yizhou. Whether it was war or economic war, it gave people the feeling that it was a mess. Only when the dust finally settled did they know the layout of the two people. Zhang Shuo did not wait for Zhang Jiuling to say anything. He happily put away the letter and turned to walk out. Let's go and eat. I didn't eat enough just now and I'm hungry again. Zhang Jiuling thought to himself, you didn't eat enough, right? I only ate 2 mouthfuls. Now my stomach is still uncomfortable. I don't feel good. He followed him out. However, he could not erase the 2 things he learned today. Or rather, it was the same thing. Something seemed wrong. Chapter 7:11. In fact, Feng Changgong didn't want to come. He knew the relationship between Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and Li Sun. If he went there, he would definitely be treated coldly. If things went wrong, he might even be taught a lesson by Li Sun. However, Feng Changgong still came. If the person who came was not Li Sun, but Li Sun's other brothers of similar status, Feng Changgong could refuse to see him. He had neither money nor power, so he couldn't do anything to him. Li Sun was an exception. He had a lot of money and power. Other people only had the title of commandery prince, but they didn't need to go to the place. Every year, they would receive a portion of the tax there. Naturally, they were good officials in management. However, Li Sun of Shuzhou really did become a commandery prince. The local officials all had to listen to him. He had a lot of power in his hands, and he did have some ability. Even if he returned to Tang and county and managed it himself, he didn't make any mistakes. He trained soldiers for Shuzhou and organized them well. He even formed 3,000 Tumbling Waves army and trained them every day at Lake Tai. He was also diligent and serious in government affairs. He often proposed small policies that would benefit the people. He would find a group of officials to sit together and discuss. He would perfect the details and bring real benefits to the people. It was too easy for such a person to find trouble with a local official. If he didn't meet them, he would feel that someone was disrespectful to him. He would turn around and complain, and his future would be ruined. Feng Changgong, who didn't know that Li Sun had already made a move against him, brought people to the riverside. He felt very uncomfortable when he saw that the number of ferries on the river had increased instead of decreased. No matter how frightening the Yaman's announcement was, the number of ferries was still increasing, and the construction was not affected. For a better life, the people chose to temporarily forget about the Yaman's announcement. When he was about 50 steps away from Li Sun, Feng Changgong saw 3 people sitting together and laughing. There were no guards within 20 steps of them. It was obvious how much Li Sun trusted Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Taking 2 deep breaths, Feng Changgong signaled the others not to follow and walked over alone. Li Sun also happened to hear Zhang Xiaobao's words. He raised his head and looked in the direction that Zhang Xiaobao was pointing at. This official, Feng Changgong, greets your Royal Highness. Is your Royal Highness tired after rushing all the way here? This lowly official will prepare a place for your Highness to rest in the county. Feng Changgong had finally finished walking this long road and bowed to salute. County Magistrate Feng, you actually came to see me in person. Take a seat. It's tiring to travel, but I feel much better after eating 2 rujiamos. County Magistrate Feng, have you had lunch? If you want to eat but don't have time, why don't you sit down and eat? Li Sun was not as cold as Feng Changgong had imagined. Instead, he was very enthusiastic. This was what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had taught him. As an official, as long as he did not encounter a disaster or punish an official who made a mistake, he should not always keep a straight face. If he could not be sincere, he should become a professional. Li Ji had learned well, especially when he was facing the people. His smile came from the bottom of his heart. He liked the feeling of being thanked and respected by others. He was willing to help the people live a good life through his own efforts. This was also a reflection of one's ability. Yes, it was called realizing one's self-worth. Now, when facing Feng Changgong, his smile was a bit professional, but others could not see it. He warmly pulled Feng Changgong to sit next to him and asked someone to bring 2 rujiamos and a bowl of fish soup. He also pushed 2 delicious pickles and his leftover canned food in front of Feng Changgong and invited him to eat. Feng Changgong was stunned by Li Sun's enthusiasm. He was pressed to the stool in a daze until someone brought the food over. He looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, then looked at Li Sun and the rujiamos. He reluctantly picked one up and chewed it in his mouth, frowning slightly. It was not delicious at all. It was greasy and hard to swallow. He had never eaten this kind of thing before. Seeing that Li Sun was still looking at him, he had to eat it. He had no choice but to drink the soup. He wanted to use the soup to wash it down, but as soon as he drank it, a strong fishy taste filled his mouth. With a puff, Feng Changgong could not bear it and spat out the food right in front of Zhang Xiaobao. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao finally showed his true ability. When he stared at Feng Changgong and saw that Feng Changgong was about to spit out, he slapped the table in front of him and jumped up. When his feet were 4 feet off the ground, he did a horizontal split. Then he somersaulted in the air and landed back. After sitting down, he stared at Feng Changgong and asked, "County Magistrate Feng, do you think you can't eat this kind of thing?" After coughing a few times, Feng Changgong waved his hand and said, "No, I just choked. I was just thinking about how to make the people under my rule eat this kind of food on a daily basis." "Are you alright, Registrar Zhang?" Feng Changgong coughed because he was shocked by Xiaobao's actions. Xiaobao's reaction was too fast. In the blink of an eye, Xiaobao had done that set of actions and avoided the thing that he had spat out. Feng Changgong then looked at Wang Wan, who had also dodged and returned to her original position. Feng Changgong finally understood why Li Sun did not arrange for bodyguards nearby. It was impossible for a normal person to come over in large numbers. If someone like him came over and really wanted to harm Li Sun, he reckoned that before he could finish his assassination, he would first fall. This was because he saw Zhang Xiaobao slowly returning the throwing knife that he had taken out earlier to his waist. Wang Wan knew why Feng Changgong spit it out. She and Xiaobao just tried to swallow a little bit, not to mention Feng Changgong drank a big mouthful. But she was not going to let Feng Changgong go. She said, "County Magistrate Feng is also wholeheartedly serving the people. You must eat more and take care of your body so that you can do more things for the people." "That's right. County Magistrate Feng, please." Li Sun agreed. He really did not know that it was because of the smell. He ate quite well. Feng Changgong's expression was very interesting, as if he was going to the execution ground. He nodded and saw that there was a bowl of coriander and a bowl of chopped green onions on the table. He grabbed a lot of them and stuffed them into the cake and soup. He smacked his lips twice, and with a red face, he took a bite of the cake and drank a mouthful of soup. He did not let his nose breathe out and swallowed hard. He quickly picked up some salted vegetables. He endured this mouthful and did not dare to breathe for a long time. After a while, he let out a long breath and said, "Delicious, very delicious." He moved his tongue again and stared at the two small salted vegetables. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He recalled the taste and used his chopsticks to pick up the can. After eating, he looked at Li Sun and asked, "Your Royal Highness, did you bring these salted vegetables and the things in the iron box?" "It's delicious." Li Sun thought in his heart that this was nonsense. The salted vegetables were made by Xiao Bao for Cuckoo, and the canned food was specially prepared by Zhang family and Wang family because they were afraid that people who went out to do work would eat too much. How could it not be delicious? County Magistrate Feng, you are wrong. These things are all from Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's family. I am not capable of making them. Try more of the beans and canned food cooked with salted vegetables. When you want to eat them, you can go to Tang and Prefecture. I will give you a 20% discount. That is, I will charge you 80% of the price. As we agreed, you must go. As long as you are in Shuzhou, no matter where and what you eat, I will give you a 20% discount. Xiao Bao, lend me a charcoal pencil. Li Sun said and stretched out his hand to Zhang Xiaobao. Wang Wan took out a pen and paper from her bag. Swish. 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 He finished writing a receipt for the discount, signed it, and handed it to Feng Changgong with a sincere smile on his face. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan couldn't help but nod. It seemed that they needed to print some business cards for Li Sun in the future, the cheap ones. After all, a name card was too expensive and represented different meanings. It seemed that Li Sun had learned the essence of doing business and had developed. Feng Changgong took the sales promotion paper in a daze, thinking about how much he would have to spend if he went there. County Magistrate Feng, in addition to these two things, there will be more dishes, sightseeing, bathing, and fitness. If you can find other officials, family members, and friends, I can give you a group purchase price and take you to watch part of the military exercises of the tumultuous Wave Army in Lake Tai. The discount is 50%. It seemed that Li Sun was determined to make this deal happen. He was so persistent. He originally wanted to say that if there were many people, he could give them a commission. However, after thinking about it, he felt that it was not good to say so. At most, he could give Feng Changgong a special gift. He had to hurry, or Feng Changgong would be finished if he went down. Feng Changgong looked at Li Sun carefully. After confirming that he was the county magistrate, he said, "Don't worry, Your Highness. I will definitely go. It won't take long." "That's good. Hurry up and eat, or the soup will get cold." Li Sun, who felt that he had made a deal, was very happy. He pinched some chopped green onions and put them into Feng Changgong's soup bowl. He thought that Feng Changgong liked to drink it. Feng Changgong really hoped that Li Sun would be colder to him and not be so enthusiastic. He couldn't stand it. He endured the discomfort and ate one mouthful after another. Finally, he finished a jiama and a bowl of soup. It was so uncomfortable. If it weren't for the pickles and canned food, he wouldn't have eaten anything. He patted his belly and said, "It's delicious. I really want to eat more, but unfortunately, I am full. Next time, I will treat County Magistrate Feng next time. I promise." Li Sun's smile was sincere this time. He was treating a customer. Feng Changgong agreed repeatedly. When he was thinking of an excuse to leave and let others suffer, 2 fast horses galloped from the direction of Baoxin County. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan heard the sound and turned to look. They saw only 1 person and 2 horses. They looked at each other. Zhang Xiaobao winked at Li Sun. Li Sun immediately said to Feng Changgong, "County Magistrate Feng, don't waste time here. The county's business is more important." At this moment, Feng Changgong really didn't want to leave. He could see that something was going on, but since Li Sun said so, he could only obediently agree and leave. When the person saw the place, he slowed down slightly. When he got close, he grabbed the reins and lifted the front leg of the horse. Then, he slid forward for a short distance and flipped over from the horse's back and landed on the ground. He hurriedly took out a letter, took a deep breath, and reported to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "Luzhou has an urgent report. There is an internal strife in Xinyuan Island. Young master and young lady, please make a decision." "A fight? Good, I've been waiting for this day. Cuckoo, help me write the letter and proceed to the next step," Zhang Xiaobao said happily to Wang Wan, not as nervous as before when he heard the news. Chapter 712. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, Wang Wan wrote. From time to time, Wang Wan would stop to voice her thoughts. Li Sun listened as well. He was also involved in this matter. Back then, he was the one who contributed. He even used his name as a member of the imperial family to attack the other party. He was also involved in Lu Zhou's business. Moreover, he had to find a market for the 100,000 mountains produce. Provide medicinal herbs to the tribes that oppose the other people so that they can recuperate better. If the situation requires it, we can even send a small number of our doctors in Lu Zhou. Just 10 of them. They can go there to provide international aid, the selfless kind. However, they must be careful not to hurt themselves. Now that Zhang Xiaobao was talking about medicinal herbs, Li Sun nodded in agreement. He liked to hear Zhang Xiaobao say things like this the most. He felt that Zhang Xiaobao was very noble, but in truth, he was full of evil ideas. Wang Wan wrote down Zhang Xiaobao's words and made her own suggestion. "I think we should also send the injured locals who don't have good conditions to receive treatment to Lu Zhou. Firstly, we can promote mutual understanding. Secondly, we can build a good impression of both sides. We can let the other party understand that Tang is peace-loving and that our people are kind." "That's right. Write it down." Zhang Xiaobao agreed with Wang Wan. Li Sun looked back and forth at the side. He looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. When he saw the sincerity in their eyes when they spoke, he wondered if he had misunderstood them. They were really willing to help the people there. There's one more thing to add. Once the local people are sent to Lu Zhou, don't let them know too much, especially the prices. Alright, let's move on to the next point. Zhang Xiaobao added one more point and approved this point. Li Sun, on the other hand, smashed the doubts that had just arisen in his heart. The sun was still the same, and the Ru River was still the same. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not change either. Not bad. Zhang Xiaobao was about to continue when he coughed. He was thirsty. He had eaten salted vegetables and jianma just now, but he did not drink soup. He ran to the place where the workers boiled water to drink and brought back a pot of water. He poured 3 bowls of water, blew on it, and took a sip. You can provide weapons to the peace-loving Xinyuan Island tribes. You can buy them on credit first. You don't need to make any profit. It's just a capital. An iron sword costs 40 strings of arrows, and a 2-stone iron bow costs 80 strings of arrows. You can also provide cement and help them build good fortifications. Remember to pack them well. Don't copy the Japanese. Don't give them gunpowder. It's troublesome to operate, and they might accidentally blow themselves up. But, our people must be careful. They must carry firearms. Send gunships to follow them. If there's any danger, board the ships at the seaside. Alright, I'll add. Also, ask Lu Zhou's craftsmen to provide arrowheads. They'll cost 200 copper coins each. When we get there, let the local tribes make their own arrowheads. It's also a technical cooperation. Wang Wan wrote down what Zhang Xiaobao said and added. As Li Sun listened, he began to feel sorry for the people on the island. I told you to unite and resist, but now, no one can take advantage of the situation. What kind of iron saber is worth 40 strings of coins? How much capital? I reckon many people on the island will die, and the rest will all be pro-Tang. At the thought of the dead people, Li Sun also said, it's best if fewer people die. The heavens are virtuous and can educate them, teach them etiquette, honor, and disgrace, and help them live a good life. I'm willing to invest in the shares and set up a Xinyuan Island branch of the Ocean Relief Fund. I'll give them hope for a better life and buy the resources they get from their labor at a high price. I'll give them 10 caddies of copper ore and exchange it with 100 copper coins per caddy of cotton products. It's a small profit. When Li Sun said this, he mustered up a lot of courage and did not let himself blush. Sure, Your Highness, you're a good person who cares about the people. Why don't you directly smelt copper on the island in the future? You'll get a rough base and ship it back for fine processing. Zhang Xiaobao was very satisfied with Li Sun, who could say such things. It was good that they had a common language. The three of them gathered together and thought about it one by one. When the sun shone through the clouds and shone on the three of them, it seemed as if there was a golden light. The three of them kept drinking water because of the heat. Feng Changgong stood in the distance and watched, hoping to see something. For example, something happened to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's families, or they lost money in business and so on. After watching for a long time, he still did not get anything. He ordered the people who followed him, go back. Dream-chasing master will be here soon. Go and welcome him. In the Four Seas Academy, the matter that Zhang Xiaobao had just mentioned was happening at this time. Shanben was at the dock by the sea, directing a group of people to load the scattered cement onto the ship. At this time, small pieces of cement had already appeared, but it was not serious. It could be crushed by hand. This was thanks to the inner courtyard of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. They were afraid that the cement was too dry and dusty, which would affect the health of others, so they sprayed some water. It was not a lot, and the effect was not very good, but they had good intentions. How could Shanben know that others had helped him out of kindness? He did not know how to preserve the cement. He used his sleeve to cover half of his face and narrowed his eyes. He said to Shanben, who was also watching the cement being loaded onto the ship, this time, if we can figure out how to make the cement when we ship back, it will be a great contribution. Yes. Shanben also thought so. There are also radishes that can grow ginseng, seeds, and 10,000 thermometers that we bought at a high price. I hope we can succeed. When the time comes, our country will not lack ginseng, and we can sell it elsewhere. We don't have money. The money sent by our country has been spent. We still owe 10 ships of silver ore and 5 ships of sulfur. After the ship returns to our country and unloads the things, we can return them when we come back. Otherwise, we will be arrested. The people between the clouds and the water will also encourage the great Tang Emperor to forbid other people from entering the Tang Empire. Shanben said with a little worry. Without money, they could not get close to others. If they could not get close to others, they could not learn skills. It would take at least half a year for the ship to go and return. They had to catch up with the wind. During this time, they could not move around, which would waste a lot of time. Shanben was also distressed about the money. The Four Seas Academy did have people to teach and ask, but it was impossible to learn good skills. If it was in the past, with a few words of praise and some money, they could learn. But now, there was no one to teach, and all the good skills were controlled. The best skills were in the hands of the Zhang family in Sanshui County. They were even stricter. Many skills were asked for, and it was said that the Tang Empire's imperial court did not have them. This time, they were lucky to get the skills to grow ginseng, but they could not just leave them there. Thinking of the luck last time, Xiaofan was tempted again. He said to Xiaofan, "I think we should get in touch with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in Buxin County more. Maybe we can get the skills when they are not paying attention." Xiaofan nodded and then shook his head. "This matter can't be done now. Zhang Xiaobao is always thinking about money. Without money, he will definitely not talk to us. But there are many good places in Tang Empire. We can send people to secretly learn and see if it can be used in our country. Well, when the ship leaves, I will arrange for people to learn it. Yamamoto, why don't we use other methods to get some money first?" Xiaofan took over the matter and proposed a new idea. He meant to use economic means, either to earn money directly or to cheat, but the tendency to cheat was greater. "No, you can't. Didn't we suffer enough in Buxin County? Originally, we planned to let them gamble on the silver ore at a high price. Then, when we found that there was no firewood to use during the refining, we would sell them the wood we bought in the forest. In the end, only a small part of the silver ore flowed out. Most of it was kept by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. It was piled up there and not refined at all. In 2 confrontations, not only did we not earn a copper coin, but we also lost a lot. As long as Tang Empire has Zhang Xiaobao, we can't expect to cheat others, unless a more powerful person comes." This time, Xiaofan decisively rejected. He still had a lingering fear when he thought of the 2 confrontations. The rumors were true. Zhang Xiaobao was very proficient in money and liked others to find trouble. As long as Xiaofan made a move, he knew that Zhang Xiaobao would participate. Then, he would easily lose the last bit of living expenses. Yamamoto, just now, our people sent news that Buxin County is going to draw a branch of the Rushui River that flows through Xinsai County. Li Sun, the son of the Tang Dynasty's princely Chengyi, is also building a workshop in Xinsai County. He is the commandery prince of Tang and County in Shuzhou. A person hurried over from the dock and whispered to Yamamoto and Yamamoto. Yamamoto's eyebrows immediately formed the Chinese character, Sichuan, indicating that the person had understood. After the person left, he said to Yamamoto, "The forest in Buxin County is probably bought for nothing. Once they draw the river, as long as there is not enough firewood, they can quickly send the firewood from Xinsai County to the place by boat. Then, the straw bought at a high price of 2,000 strings of coins this year is also lost?" Yamamoto also said. "Lost. We shouldn't have made a move in Buxin County. It was Feng Changgong from Xinsai County who insisted on benefits. Otherwise, we wouldn't have encountered such a thing in Xinsai County." Yamamoto regretted it. He knew that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had gone to Buxin County, but he was not convinced and insisted on going there to try. Now, it was fine. He had lost the first time, but he had also lost the final arrangement. It was really too sullen. What they did this time was not a plan specifically targeted at him. They just conveniently brought him along. Indeed, the river was not directed at the people of the Four Seas Academy, but it was directed at the Academy's purchase of forest and future straw. The sun in Buxin County was warm today. No longer worried about Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and Old Man Pai, they began to play the role of lecturers and demonstrators again. They explained the history of Jiangxi province to others in the model area. Now, they were talking about astronomy and geography. Many people who had not been to Jiangxi province wanted to go and have a look immediately. Those who did not know the identity of the 2 old men asked about it and sighed again. Ministers and prime ministers were indeed different from ordinary people. With 2 people personally explaining, it was worth the ticket money, even if it was 10 times the price. They were people who could see the emperor every day. While Old Man Bai and the other 2 were talking and demonstrating happily, one after another, horse-drawn carriages rushed over in a long line that stretched as far as the eye could see. The ground was filled with black soil that had accidentally leaked out. Just as they passed by, 3 old men saw them. Old Man Pai personally approached them and asked, "What is this?" The people in the inner courtyard of the Zhang family immediately replied, "It's coal from Xiangcheng. It's cheap." The young master and the young lady said it would be of great use. Chapter 7:13. Cart after cart of coal face was sent to the designated place to be filled with water. Old Man Pai and the other 2 stopped performing and telling stories to the tourists. They all went over to see what Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were going to do. Are they going to use the coal pancakes? This is something I've only seen the Zhang family and Wang family tell others how to prevent carbon monoxide poisoning when they were burning Kong beds on the north side of the Yellow River. The people here don't burn Kong beds. Old Man Pai looked at the busy people and said to himself, "Let's see." Old Man Chong had only slept on a Kong bed when he came to the capital before the new year. It was hard and he wasn't used to it, but it was warm. He couldn't figure out what Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were going to do with the large amount of coal face, so he stood at a high place to watch. Once the coal face was sent to the place, the people in the inner courtyard of the Zhang family organized people to work. They didn't hide it, so anyone who wanted to watch could watch. In addition to the coal face, there was also yellow mud, straw, sorghum stalks, wheat stalks, and charcoal powder left over from burning charcoal at home. The iron molds that had been made long ago were moved outside and put down. Then they began to play with the clay. Someone was in charge of the clay, and someone was in charge of recording. According to different proportions, 100 clay balls mixed with various materials were made of each proportion. They were put into the molds and pressed into cylinders with many holes in the middle. After more than half an hour, more than 30 cylinders of different proportions were made. They were placed outside to dry, and there were people to watch over them. Old Man Yao pulled a maid of the Zhang family over. "Xiaotao, what are you doing?" In reply to Old Man Yao, the young master and young lady are making honeycomb briquettes to see which proportion is good and which is cost-effective. In the future, we will specially make them for boiling water and cooking. There will be special furnaces with 1 hole, 4 holes, and even 9 holes. We will arrange according to the number of people. The coal face is not valuable, and the other things are not valuable either. The honeycomb briquettes can save firewood and feed. The most important thing is that they are convenient to use and won't easily cause a big fire. The maid didn't hide anything and answered all the questions. What's the use of saving firewood? Old Man Yao still couldn't understand. It can be used to make charcoal. Charcoal has more uses, and its price is much higher than honeycomb coal. Most importantly, the more difficult the Yellow River is, the less likely it is to use coal. It is used in the north. Coal is a waste of face, and the rice straw can be used to distill wine. Even if people don't drink it, it can be used in other aspects. This time, the servant girl, Xiaotao, didn't speak loudly. Instead, she moved closer to Old Man Yao's ear and whispered to him. Old Man Yao Weiwei was stunned. Straw can also be distilled. Even so, you guys still have to surround this place. Now that you've all seen it, it's easy for others to learn it. Don't tell me they're talking about it from the stove. If the young master says it can be done, then it can be done. The young master said that after distilling the straw, it can be made into paper. It would be a pity to burn the good straw and other stalks to feed the cows. You don't have to keep this a secret. The stove is easy to make. You just need to take a look at it. When you get the best ratio, you can post a notice to let others know how to use coal to make honeycomb briquettes. We can use the saved stocks to set up purchase and processing points in various places. Our family has never kept anything that concerns the livelihood of the people a secret. The servant girl knew quite a lot. She answered another question from Old Man Yao. The three old men chose to believe her last sentence. If it was said that it wasn't kept a secret, then it really wasn't kept a secret. She had already taken out the methods of raising poultry, interplanting, and rearing. She had also handed over the methods of building greenhouses in the north. However, those were only handed over when the Zhang family and Wang family didn't need to rely on such methods to earn money or when they needed to exchange benefits. Now, was this honeycomb briquettes prepared to be exchanged for benefits, or was it because they didn't need to rely on it to earn money? It was hard to figure out. Perhaps because she also felt that what she said was a little untenable, the servant girl, Xiao Tao, explained, actually, doing this in Wuxia County has another purpose, and that is to attack the Four Seas Academy's cross-industry economic strategy. A few days ago, when they came to sell the silver ore, they had a series of plans. However, they encountered the little young master and didn't wait for their plans to be connected before they were cut off. However, there was still a little trouble after that. The forest they bought and the straw they had to buy at a high price will cause the county to have a shortage of firewood for a certain period of time. Transporting firewood from other places will increase the cost. The little young master's intention is to let others know that as long as he is still around, don't think of using methods to attack the people of the Great Tang to obtain personal benefits. Don't think that you'll get lucky and won't give you any chances. Even if it's just a short-term scheme on firewood and straw, it's better to give up on this idea as soon as possible. When she said these words, Xiao Tao raised her head proudly, as if saying that the world was so big, who else but her could do it? The three old men understood. It turned out that Xiao Bao was angry because the people from the Four Seas Academy still dared to come and find trouble with him after finding out that he was an official in Wuxia County. Furthermore, they didn't admit defeat and retreat. He wanted to specifically target the other party once, using the effect of knocking the mountain to scare the tiger and killing the chicken to warn the monkey. It was to tell those who didn't have such thoughts that they shouldn't play tricks in front of him. If they played tricks, as long as he went over, they would have to retreat. There was no room for negotiation. Old Man Chang laughed. Huh, good. You're domineering enough. You can match up to Cuckoo. It seems that the two of them have indeed inherited the true skills. The most important thing is not simply to defeat others. If it's just to defeat, my good granddaughter Xin Heir can also do it. The main thing is that Xiao Bao didn't forget to take the people's livelihood into consideration when he was dealing with his opponent. It's hard to find a hidden plan, but it's hard to find one after another. Yes, the Zhang family is the same as the expert who taught him. At the very least, he should kill two birds with one stone. Otherwise, he won't be calculating and will have to rely on the two of them in the future. Old Man Pai, who understood the way the Zhang family and the Wang family did things, was now relieved. He felt that even if the expert behind the Zhang family and the Wang family died, they didn't have to worry about not having an heir. When the time came, when Xiao Bao and Cuckoo grew up and taught their skills to others, generations of the Tang Empire wouldn't have to worry about sudden crises in the future. Unless the emperor was muddle-headed, such a thing probably wouldn't happen. If the current emperor was muddle-headed, perhaps the experts from the Zhang family and the Wang family could. Li Sun. He couldn't think about this anymore. Thinking of something, Old Man Pai couldn't help but tremble. At the same time, he had a trace of fear for the Zhang family and the Wang family. Old Man Pai wasn't like Old Man Pai, who had followed the Zhang family and the Wang family since Sanshui County. He didn't know the two families as well as the Old Man Pai. He didn't know that the Zhang family had always been scheming. When a scheme was used, it was never just for one purpose. Moreover, when the scheme was used, it was hard for people to figure it out. When people saw it, they couldn't stop it even if they wanted to. For example, the promotion of Sanshui County from Zhongxian County to Shangxian County. All of these were laid out little by little when people didn't expect it. After he fell ill and almost died, he was brought to Shuzhou and gradually integrated into the lives of the Zhang family and the Wang family. Compared to Old Man Pai, he was much worse, but he still knew some of the situation. For example, the construction of Shuzhou, the arrangement of the dam being breached, and various methods in Izhou. When he first learned about Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, they were in two different wars. When the two joined forces, not only did they win the two wars, but they also schemed against the Tubo Empire. They exchanged a lot of livestock for Jiannan Dao at a low price. At that time, no one would have thought that they would immediately counterattack after defeating the Tubo Empire's economic war. According to this, Xiaobao probably still had a backup plan. Thinking of this, Old Man Yao asked the servant girl, Xiao Tao, apart from this, what else? What else? What else? Xiao Tao asked in return. She lowered her head and thought for a while before saying, maybe there's more. I heard the young master and the young lady mention that in the future, they should make more paper and continue to study printing. This way, more people won't have to worry about paper. Bad paper can be used to make things to hold eggs. It's convenient to transport them and can be used to build houses. I don't know about the rest, but there should be more. The young lady and the young master discussed this matter for 3 days. Similarly, it shouldn't take that long. That means there's more, the three old men thought at the same time. After so many things were settled, the three old men were in a good mood. Seeing that the honeycomb coal wouldn't dry up in a short time, they ran to the model to have fun. They were very happy. Some people were happy, while others were sad. Zhang Shua was now worried about who he should send to Xin Kai County. Firstly, it had to be his own people. Secondly, it had to be someone who could take care of things independently and know when to advance and when to retreat. In the future, Xin Kai County wouldn't be as simple as it was now. Zisho, help me think about who should be sent to Xin Kai County. It has to be someone who is really capable and can do practical things. He has to be able to deal with the business of the Zhang family and the Wang family. He has to be able to not restrict the business of the Zhang family and the Wang family. What if we send a hothead who doesn't find the fault with the original county magistrate and acts against the business of the Zhang family and the Wang family first? Then, we'll be in big trouble. Zhang Shua didn't have an idea at the moment, so he turned to ask Zhang Jiuling, who he had called to discuss this matter with. Zhang Jiuling was also worried. He really didn't want to get involved. He didn't want to offend either side. Could the Zhang family and the Wang family stop them? Even the emperor could only use conditions in exchange, let alone others. When he heard Zhang Shua's question, he had no choice but to say, just send an obedient person with 2 nimble assistants to investigate the accounts of Xin Kai County. However, it can't involve Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, let alone Prince Tang. After dealing with Feng Changgong and the others, just put away your thoughts and do your job properly. If you run into any trouble, ask Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan for advice. Don't act on your own accord. Just like the officials in Luzhou, as long as you follow the rules, you won't run into any trouble. Zhang Shua had also thought of this point. However, he was worried that Yu Wenrong would object and make things difficult for him behind his back. Therefore, he retreated in order to advance. He gave up his position and didn't let the person he arranged go over. Instead, he sent the person on his side who was not capable to Xin Kai and waited to watch the show. On his side, there weren't many people who could really do things. There were people who could do things and had passed the imperial examinations. For example, those who passed the imperial examinations in Jianjia Academy would be easy to use. However, they weren't his people. They were from the Zhang family and the Wang family. No, definitely not. After pondering for a long time, Zhang Shua sighed to Wei Wei and said, officials of grade 6 and above can't go. We can only send people from grade 6 to grade 9. Just the 6 of them. Write down 3 names first. As for the other 3, we'll bring them up when others object. All right. When Zhang Jiuling saw that Zhang Shua had already made up his mind, he knew it was useless to object. Chapter 7:14. Zhang Shua made up his mind. The next morning, it was morning court. He didn't know why the weather was so hot today. It was a little stuffy early in the morning. The moment the sun came out, he could feel sweat seeping out. Today was also a crowded day. All the 5th rank and above people in the capital were here. They stood in 2 rows outside. Fortunately, there were people holding umbrellas for them. Zhang Shua wondered if he should wait until after work to talk to the emperor about the candidates. At the same time, he could also get some tea from the emperor. There wasn't much tea at home. Ever since he had a bad relationship with Cuckoo, Zhang Shua and Wang family didn't bring him any tea when they sent him tea a few days ago. Children were really vengeful. He thought so, but someone wouldn't let him do so. At the start of the morning court, without waiting for Li Longji, who was sitting under 2 umbrellas, to ask about the situation during the spring plowing, Yuan Xianyao suddenly floated out. At least in Zhang Shua's eyes, he was like a ghost. Your Majesty, I heard yesterday that Baoxin County's Registrar Zhang Xiaobao and County Deputy Wang Wan submitted a letter to the Secretariat. They want to fill the positions of the officials promoted from Xin Kai County. There are 6 candidates, and I think it's feasible. Yuan Xianyao was afraid that Zhang Shua would secretly say it. If he didn't mention it now, he wouldn't have the chance to participate in it later. He couldn't just blindly follow Zhang Shua. Zhang Shua wasn't the only person in the Secretariat. If he couldn't find out about this, he wouldn't be able to be the Prime Minister. Li Longji didn't know about this and didn't directly say anything. Instead, he glanced at Gao Lishur. Gao Lishur was also puzzled. How did Xiaobao and Cuckoo go through the proper channels? It might be so for other officials, but it wasn't right for them. Zhang Zhong didn't seem to have gone through the proper channels many times. Xiaobao and Cuckoo always directly wrote to him about what they wanted to do and let the emperor know through him. Then, they would achieve their goals. Gao Lishur, who couldn't figure it out and didn't understand, gave Li Longji a blank look. Seeing that Gao Lishur didn't know, Li Longji became interested and asked Yuan Xianyao, how can Xin Kai County be promoted to a county? Tell me. This simple sentence made all the officials envious and jealous. It wasn't because the emperor asked about the promotion of Zhong County, but because the emperor didn't mention when the registrar and deputy county magistrate of Baoxin County would be in charge of Xin Kai County. It was as if what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said was very normal. That was how it should be, to catch up with the censorate. The officials of the censorate and the Ministry of Rights resisted the urge to stand up and tell the emperor that this matter was against the rules. They just stood there and selectively lost their hearing. Yuan Xianyao wasn't thinking about this either. He replied to Li Longji, Your Majesty, Commandery Prince Tang and wishes to build a few businesses in Xin Kai County to improve the living standards of the local people. Baoxin County's Registrar Zhang Xiaobao and Deputy County Magistrate Wang Wan should be helping to preside over matters in Xin Kai County. Oh, no, they should be in Xin Kai County to see how they can manage Baoxin County together. This plan is divided into 4 steps. Once these 4 steps are done, the corresponding education and medical treatment will follow. At that time, the population of the county will definitely exceed 5,000 people. Therefore, there are 6 candidates for the replacement of positions, Chen Shi, Zhang Han. Yuan Xianyao didn't forget about the 6 candidates when he told Li Longji the details of the matter. They were all Yu Wenrong's men. Although they weren't really his men, he could still give Zhang Han a blow. When the officials heard this, their eyes swept back and forth between Yu Wenrong and Zhang Han, wanting to see their reactions. Under normal circumstances, even the county magistrate of Shangxian County was only a secondary class, grade 6 local official. No one in the capital cared about the officials. If they were really appointed, they would be demoted. However, once the Zhang family and Wang family were involved, things would not be so simple. In the beginning, it was Sanshui County. Now, no one could send an official there. If they wanted to send an official there, they would have to first be a scribe and slowly rise up the ranks. Who would want to directly send a county magistrate there? Dream on. Not even the registrar or deputy magistrate could be sent there, let alone a county magistrate. It was about the same for Huayuan County. There was also Luzhou, Yi Prefecture, and Shu Prefecture where Commandery Prince Tang was located. These were the places where the Zhang family and Wang family had been before. Once there was a position, they would do anything to squeeze into it. They would rather not take the position in the capital first. After 2 years, they would definitely be able to come back. Those with idle positions would have real power. Those from the Ministry of Rights would be able to go to the Ministry of War or the Ministry of Revenue. This was a shortcut. As long as they were not stupid and went against people when they went there, they would have a golden signboard that was extremely dazzling. Currently, no one knew who would be able to take over the position of Baoxin County. The neighboring Xian Kai County was also targeted by the Zhang family and Wang family. They had already started building a complete set of facilities. Would there be any shortage in the future? Li Longji knew what all the officials knew. If Xiao Bao and Wang Wan really got involved, Xian Kai County would become very prosperous in the future. They would be able to pay a lot of taxes every year. Unfortunately, Zhang Zhong could no longer be sent to be the provincial governor. The people from the Zhang family and Wang family could not be sent to be local officials for the time being. Otherwise, they would really want to disperse. At that time, they would have more money. They could do whatever they wanted and fight wherever they wanted. The 6 people who were promoted were all minor officials. Li Longji did not know who they belonged to. His eyes followed the direction of the officials' gazes. When he saw them, he understood. They were actually Zhang Shua and Yu Wenrong's men. If Zhang Shua knew what Li Longji was thinking, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. None of those 6 people were his men. His men had all gone through the imperial examinations. Look at those 6 people. Some of them were shady, and some of them slowly worked their way up. None of them were even in this life. At this time, Li Longji spoke, "What do you think?" After he asked, he did not forget to look at Gao Lishir. He meant to say that Gao Lishir should also think about it. Don't send the wrong person. If you really send a stupid person there, he would find trouble with the Zhang family and Wang family for no reason and delay the tax collection. Gao Lishir replied to Li Longji with a look of understanding. He stood there and began to think. He knew that the best candidate was not someone who had accumulated experience in the local areas, nor was he someone who had gone through the imperial examinations. He had to be someone who had been sponsored or taught by the Zhang family and Wang family. The best candidate was, of course, someone who had graduated from the Jianjia Academy. Those who had passed the imperial examinations could be arranged as they wished. If they were asked to write history, they would do it. If they were asked to do something, they would do it. They would never make any mistakes. This was because these people wanted to take the imperial examinations. They would have to report to the academy a year in advance. The academy would specially set questions for them. They had to pass within a year before they were allowed to take the imperial examinations. Otherwise, even if they were capable and could get a place as a high scholar elsewhere, they would not be able to pass the imperial examinations. Those who graduated from the Jianjia Academy were all very capable. He had also heard that the examination questions were different every year. Some would send you out to be a registrar. The deputy county magistrate and county magistrate were in cahoots. Your good ideas would all be suppressed, and you would be asked what to do. Some would send you to places that were prone to floods. When you were the county magistrate, the officials below would not cooperate with you. The provincial central government and the imperial court would not allocate money to you. How could you minimize the disasters caused by floods? All the examination questions would not be asked in person. Instead, they would give you a map and arrange for people to complete the personnel involved in the examination questions. When you were the county magistrate, you would be like a real county magistrate in the year of the examination. There would be others who would cooperate with you or not. They would play supporting roles. The difficulty of the examination was definitely higher than real life. There would even be unruly people who would cause trouble. The local gentry would be powerful. How could those who could accept such an examination and survive it be easy to deal with? It was really comfortable to use such people. When a place was in trouble, they would be sent to be officials. That would save them a lot of trouble. However, all the places that the Zhang family and Wang family had been to, except for Sanshui County, could not be arranged anywhere else. Otherwise, it would be terrible. If they really worked together, it would be like the wind following the tiger and the clouds following the dragon. No matter what, they had to be suppressed. While Gao Lishir was thinking about this, the imperial court had already started to quarrel. Some people said that any of the 6 people could be chosen and that 3 people would be enough. Some people specifically picked 3 people. There were also people who rejected the 6 people one by one, saying that none of them could be chosen. At this time, Zhang Shua had not said anything. It was not time for him to stand up personally. Naturally, he would have his own people to help him. Time passed quietly like this. Li Longji was not in a hurry. He asked someone to bring tea and sat there to drink. When the officials of the Ministry of Rites saw the emperor drinking tea, they also chose to be blind. As the sun rose, it was getting hotter and hotter. What if the emperor's body could not bear it and fainted? Just drink a little. Li Longji watched the commotion and planned to eat something later to prolong the morning court. When he heard the excuses of the people below, he felt that it was very interesting. He signaled Gao Lishir to come closer and said, "Lishir, what do you think about sending 3 people who passed the examination of Jianjia Academy?" "Oh, there's no need for 3. 1 is enough. Jianjia Academy's examination is stricter than the imperial examination." Gao Lishir wanted to nod and agree. If he sent 3 people from the academy, then Xiao Bao and Cuckoo would have less to worry about. However, he could not and could only reply, "Your Majesty, I think that's not right. The people from Jianjia Academy should be sent to places where they are needed more. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are overseeing Xian Kai County, so we don't have to worry about them at all. Moreover, even if the officials sent are not good, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo will have ways to deal with them. Hiwei, whom I asked them to deal with, is not only not on a business trip, but also learned a lot. He is not greedy and is wholeheartedly devoted to the people. This is all thanks to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's teachings." It was precisely because of this that Li Longji was not in a hurry. He really did not believe that the 3 local officials sent could avoid Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's methods when they were disobedient. If there really was such a person, they should be given a better position. After hearing Gao Lishir's words, he was also very satisfied with him. He did not help his adopted son gain any benefits. How loyal! He nodded slightly and said, "Why don't we order Zhang Zhong to set up an academy in Luoyang? We can find people from the Jixin courtyard to teach there. I don't think Luoyang is good. Why don't we build an academy in Wanyan County? When Zhang Zhong comes to the capital, there will be someone there to manage it, Gao Lishir suggested. The two of them talked about other things while the people below were quarreling. When the monarch and subject were almost done talking, Zhang Shua finally spoke. Chapter 7:15. As soon as Zhang Shua finished speaking, the court was suddenly silent. All the officials looked at Zhang Shua differently. Cui Riji was now a secondary grade 3 official. Zhang Shua was going to promote him to a secondary grade 6 official. This was a huge drop in rank. If one were to calculate, secondary grade 3, primary grade 4, secondary grade 4, secondary grade 4, secondary grade 4, to secondary grade 6, how much would his rank drop? Furthermore, he would be demoted from a capital official to a local official. His salary would also change. But thinking about it carefully, the position of palace supervisor was indeed too idle. It did not have any real power. It was better to go to a different place before being promoted to a better position. If Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan heard this, they would know that this was called a high rank. In order to promote people, they could first promote a person to a department level and give him a very idle position. For example, this person could be promoted in 3 to 5 years. At that time, the department level official would be demoted to a small county in a second-grade city to be a county magistrate or secretary. This position was originally a department level official. At most, it would be a department level official. But if it was a small position, there would not even be a deputy department level official. It seemed very reasonable. The department level official would be promoted to a department head position, a high rank. If he continued to work, he would be promoted to the provincial level and not to the local city. This time, he would have some power and authority. After that, he would be demoted to the level of a divisional leader with real power. In less than 15 years, he would be promoted to the position of a real leader. If he was not a mayor, he would be a deputy mayor or a deputy secretary. After 2 more years of training, in a normal city, the secretary would also be the mayor or deputy mayor. In a better city, he would only be in charge of politics and be the secretary. After that, he would be promoted to the position of a high official. Switching back and forth, those who did not know would think that they were promoted and demoted. In fact, they were promoted step by step. This was what Zhang Shua had in mind. He wanted to drop down first. After all, it wasn't easy to change his position in the Hall of Supervisors, so he might as well take a detour and get promoted. At the same time, he could earn more money. Who didn't want to be an official in a place where the Zhang and Wang families had been before? If one did a good job and didn't cause trouble, when the place developed, they would immediately receive a large sum of money the moment they left their post. Especially in Sanshui County. Although he couldn't get any benefits when he was a county magistrate, the county would take care of all his family's needs. He couldn't even spend his salary. Of course, he didn't need to save it. After a few years, he wouldn't make any mistakes. When he was promoted, he could get a sum of money from the county magistrate. It was a sum that he couldn't even get when he was a county magistrate. It was enough for 3 generations to spend without waste. Until now, no one had dared to do as they wished, insisting on being greedy and accepting bribes. I don't think it's appropriate. Cui Riji is an official of the capital. What if he can't figure it out when he goes to the local area? How can he handle political affairs? An official stood up and objected. That's not right. Back then, His Majesty had specially promoted the local officials to the capital and sent them down to allow the government to pass. Why can't he do it now? Zhang Shua's people immediately responded. As a result, the two sides quarreled again. In the end, they let the emperor make the decision. Li Longji didn't care who was sent. In any case, it was the same no matter who went. Besides, he still had to give Zhang Shuo some face, so he agreed to Zhang Shuo's suggestion. After Cui Riji's appointment was announced, Yu Wenrong's side couldn't accept it. After thinking about it, he also said, "Your Majesty, I think the position of registrar should be taken by the current imperial secretary, Li Linfu." All the officials were stunned. Just now, a third-rank official was sent down. This time, it was a fourth-rank official. It seemed that compared to the Zhang Shuo and Wang families, the officials in the capital were worthless. A sixth-rank official was sent down, and all the officials below were high-ranking officials. Similarly, after arguing for a while, Li Longji also agreed to let Li Linfu go. Li Linfu didn't know that his destiny had been changed by someone else. As for the third position, it was arranged by Li Longji himself. He sent a county magistrate from another county, the kind that was also very stupid, similar to He Wei. He was going to send it over to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to deal with. A blue flame rose faintly, and a kettle sat on top of it. Many people were watching. Maid Xiaotao held a honeycomb briquette in her hand and explained to the people watching, "This is honeycomb briquette, and that is a stove made from honeycomb briquette. It's simple to make and easy to use. It takes longer to burn than normal firewood. If you make it yourself, 20 honeycomb briquettes will only cost you 1 copper coin. When the river was connected, the coal would be shipped in by boat." Some people would say, "I don't need to spend money to burn firewood. I burn firewood every year. I don't need to fork out a single copper coin. I have to make both coal and a furnace." Actually, that's not the case. We won't let everyone spend this money for nothing. If you have firewood, you can take it out and sell it to us. We will buy it at a high price. We are willing to buy a cart of inferior firewood for 5 copper coins, but a cart of good firewood can be sold for 8 or 10 copper coins. Some people will say that a cart of firewood can burn for a month, but if you make honeycomb briquettes, 10 pieces can only burn for a day. In that case, even if you make 10 carts of firewood less than a year, you won't be able to make any money. But if you make firewood and sell it, you can have a cart full of firewood in 2 to 3 days. Isn't that a profit? Also, we have another plan. That is, as long as you sell your firewood to us, we will provide you with coal and other things for free. Think about it, a big bundle of straw can only make a meal. Sometimes, it may not be enough, such as stewing, which is very fire-consuming. Honeycomb briquette is different. At most, 2 pieces of honeycomb briquette can make a stew very mushy. Moreover, it's very easy to use. You can use it even in winter. Put a wire net on it, and you can even roast food. Maid Xiaotao summed up the speech by herself and tried her best to explain it to the people. However, the people didn't listen at all. Even if she performed better than Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, she couldn't move the people's hearts. At this time, He Wei came out and shouted at the top of his voice, "Our county's official Zhang and county deputy Wang, who are Xiaobao and Cuckoo, need firewood and straw. Therefore, they asked you to make honeycomb briquettes. Don't waste them." As soon as he shouted, the people suddenly swarmed over and carefully looked at the honeycomb briquettes in Xiaodao's hand. Some people went to see how to make the stove, and some began to ask in detail how to use the honeycomb briquettes more economically. No one was watching from the side, and no one in the county hesitated. If Xiao Chong in Izhou saw this, he would have a deeper understanding of what Zhang Xiaobao meant when he said that the people could also support you. He Wei's honest words were more effective than Xiaodao's lively speech. The people didn't understand the principles, but they knew how to choose. When they heard that it was Xiaobao and Cuckoo who needed it, all their hesitation was cast away. Old Man Pai looked up at the sky and sighed. He said to Old Man Yao, "This is the human heart." It was like this in Luzhou. Zhang Zhong called for help, and thousands of people responded. No one doubted him at all. Even now, when I think about that scene, it still makes me feel emotional. Old man Yao was a little jealous. As the Prime Minister, he couldn't do this. He didn't expect that the reputation of the two little guys could be so effective. It seemed that it was right to not let Zhang Zhong be a local official again. Otherwise, if he called for a rebellion, the local people would probably follow suit. Xiao Tao didn't expect things to be so simple. She only needed to mention the young master and the young lady, and the people could accept it. She was surrounded by the people and began to explain the formula. She also told them where the coal face was shipped from. The place next to Xiang City was more than 200 miles away from here. It was along the Ru River. When the time came, they could sell the things there. The travel cost was not much, and a ship could carry a lot of coal face. The people listened carefully. They thought it was troublesome just now. If there was firewood, why would they need to make a honeycomb coal? However, it was different now. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo needed it, so they naturally had to support them. As long as they didn't lose money, it didn't matter whether they earned or not. The people who stayed here also came closer to listen. When they saw the expressions of the people around them, they shook their heads helplessly. He knew that the plan of the higher-ups had failed again, and it was a complete failure. Although the Zhang family and the Wang family said that they were buying firewood and straw, they definitely wouldn't leave any loopholes for others to exploit. When the time came, they would definitely have other ways to control it. When the honeycomb coal could be sold, Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and Li Sun were still at the construction site in Xinsai County, watching the construction scene. The workshop couldn't be built in a day. Even if the people were working hard, for the sake of quality, they had to wait for a lot of time. They had to wait for the previous place to dry up before they could move on to the next step. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't expect to be able to build one floor in 3 days. If that was the case, 6 days would be enough. This was because there wasn't a need for buildings that were too tall. 2 floors were enough. 1 floor for work, and the other floor for raw materials. If there was a special place for processing, they could put the raw materials below and live on the top floor. Your Royal Highness, are you going to stay here tonight? Why are you looking for us to chat? This official is still sleepy. I really can't afford to accompany you. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the sky and saw that Li Sun didn't seem to want to leave, so he asked him. Isn't it just that we haven't seen each other for a long time? I just want to talk to you. When we talk, you eat grilled fish. Otherwise, you have to eat supper too. It's the same. At most, I'll go to bed early tonight. Can you bear to chase me away? Li Sun had an aggrieved expression. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't believe him. Who asked him to show such good acting skills when he was talking to Feng Changgong? Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and said, Don't say such things. You should set a time to rest first. Otherwise, Cuckoo and I will go back to the county and not come out. Time? How about it at midnight? I know that you're moved by love. It's a pity that I haven't found my other half yet. Li Sun gave him a time and then continued to complain. I'm jealous. I can't do it at midnight. At the very least, I can't get up tomorrow. Zhang Xiaobao wanted to explain that he couldn't do anything now, but he suddenly realized that it was useless to explain. He could only set a time. Chapter 7:16. When the moon rose before the sun set, it was time for the workers to rest. Those who lived nearby could go home, and those who lived far away could live in tents. 3 meals were provided a day. These days, dinner was always the best, and there was also a bowl of wine. It was the same as what the Zhang family and Wang family used to do. Today, because Li Sun wanted to eat barbecue, the entire construction site started barbecuing. There were no vegetables, so they could only drink soup. The people here were not used to eating barbecued vegetables. Li Sun ate different from the others. The others barbecued a small portion of mutton, mostly chicken and pork. Each person had a fish, as they did not like to eat barbecued fish. During the preparation, Li Sun began to wander around with a few guards. He looked here and there, and occasionally stopped to talk to others. The people working now knew who this person was. He was a member of the imperial family, Li Sun, Prince Tang. If it was just this name, the commoners would only talk about it occasionally in their free time for the sake of novelty. However, Li Sun was definitely not so easily forgotten. Who was good and who was bad, the commoners were not stupid. Of course, they knew. How the commoners of Shuzhou were doing now could be found out from the mouths of the merchants who came and went. What they didn't expect was that this legendary member of the royal family was actually so amiable. He smiled at everyone he saw and didn't have a condescending tone when he spoke. He didn't wear the silk clothes of ordinary rich people, but light blue cloth clothes, which were said to be made of white fold. This kind of clothes did not look rich at all. One could only tell the difference if they looked closely at the stitches, the workmanship, and the dark patterns embroidered on it. When you barbecue this kind of fish, remember to put oil on it. Look, yours is burnt. Also, turn it over immediately after you sprinkle the salt. Don't let the salt stay on the fish. It's not salted fish. We didn't catch enough prawns today. Otherwise, we would have barbecued them for you. Li Sun walked to a barbecue table under the respectful gaze of the crowd and explained how to barbecue to the people sitting there. In fact, other people knew how to barbecue, but they didn't do it that way. The barbecuers consciously dissolved the salt in the water, made a small plate, and gently brushed it on the fish. They flipped it diligently and didn't put any oil at all. At this time, after hearing Li Sun's words, the person in charge of the roasting nodded and replied, "Your Highness, it's too wasteful to put oil on the roasted food. It's also not easy to use salt. It's better to save as much as possible. Don't be thrifty. I'm letting you eat so that you can eat well. If you're thrifty, I wouldn't have prepared these for you. Just eat what you should eat. Don't worry, this little bit of food comes from your work. As long as you work hard, you'll be worthy of the food." Li Sun finally understood. It turned out that he wasn't the only one who was smart. They weren't stupid either. They just couldn't bear to part with the food. He hurriedly persuaded them and gave the task of persuading them. He had the guards look everywhere. After looking around, he returned. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already prepared everything. In addition to the food for others, there were also the shrimp that they caught, and the cow that Li Sun had people look for during the day that accidentally fell to its death. He didn't know why the cow was so stupid. It threw a tantrum while plowing the field for a long time. In the end, someone secretly found someone to sell it. Didn't it fall to its death? After picking up a piece of meat and putting it on the barbecue, Li Sun suddenly asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, who do you think the imperial court will send to take over Feng Changgong's current position? I don't like him. He came here during the day again. He didn't know anything and just talked nonsense. He even brought a Taoist priest with him to look around. I don't think he has any good intentions." Zhang Xiaobao put 2 shrimp on the barbecue. He slowly flipped through it and said, "It doesn't matter who they send, as long as there is a result. If Feng Changgong didn't find a Taoist priest, he might be able to stay in an idle position for a while. Now that the Taoist priest has found him, he's finished. Don't you want him to go to your place to spend money? You have to hurry up, or you won't have a chance. I have to teach him a lesson. In public, he doesn't have any ability." In order to promote Zhongxian to Shangxian, he actually sent people to other places to find refugees. I heard that he has a room in his house where the statue of Yama is enshrined. Every day, he has to worship it and burn an incense stick. It's not a big deal. The problem is that he wants the surrounding places to suffer disasters so he can attract refugees to replenish the population. In private, this is the most important thing. He has offended me and Cuckoo. He knew we wanted to divert the river, but he insisted on stopping us. Even if he's a saint, I won't let him have an easy time. Otherwise, if word of this spreads in the future, won't anyone be able to offend us? Li Sun could understand Zhang Xiaobao. Although Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were usually easygoing, they would not have an easy time if someone targeted them. Even if they did not die, they would lose a layer of skin. Back then, when they were in Luzhou, how badly were those officials tortured by them? If they were dreaming now, it would be a nightmare. However, he could not think of how Zhang Xiaobao would deal with Feng Changgong. Hence, he asked, Xiaobao, you can't just let him do it there, right? The people will believe you. Of course, I can't let them do that. It won't be effective. I have to help them do it. I have to let the people know that there's a Taoist priest called Dream Chaser who's very powerful. He can reach the heavens and the earth. Let alone the rise and fall of Xian Kai County, he can even see the major events in the world. I've decided. I'll meet him tomorrow and see what he's capable of. If he's really powerful, I'll commend him for it. I can't let a capable person overlook it. Zhang Xiaobao said to Li Sun. At this time, the prawns had turned red. He took the ones that were hot and skinned them bit by bit. When the first prawn was placed on the plate that Wang Wan brought over, he said to Wang Wan, peel the next one yourself. Don't always bully me. The ones I peel aren't as fragrant as the ones you peel. Xiaobao, where's the Taoist priest we hired? Didn't you say you wanted to fight poison with poison? Wang Wan bit off a third of the prawn and smiled at Zhang Xiaobao. He's here. Our master is His Royal Highness, Prince Tang. Zhang Xiaobao raised his chin and pointed at Li Sun. How can it be me? I don't know how to do it. Li Sun quickly shook his head and refused. How can it not be you? You ate the meat I made, so you have to do some work. If you don't know how to do it, you can learn. In fact, you don't need to know too much. Tomorrow, I'll put on a disguise for you. You just need to do as I say. You'll definitely be able to make Feng Changgong apologize. Otherwise, not only him, but his family will be finished. Zhang Xiaobao said to Li Sun as he roasted a prawn for Wang Wan. Li Sun stared at Zhang Xiaobao's movements. Then I'll try. But don't blame me if I mess up. Slow down, let me see clearly. Li Sun also wanted to learn Zhang Xiaobao's cooking skills. When the time came, she could either cook for herself or for her future wife. Even if she could cook for the servants, it would be good to get a few compliments. Ever since he met Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he never thought that there was anything wrong with men cooking. Which of the real good cooks were not men? Zhang Xiaobao really couldn't understand Li Sun's thoughts. He tried to slow down and said while roasting the prawns, the best prawns are actually turned by hand. I don't want to burn my hands. If the prawns become blisters and become calluses, it will affect the sensitivity of my hands. I can also write and draw. Many scholars don't want to do rough work because of this. The advantage of roasting prawns by hand is that you can pinch them during the roasting process. If you use chopsticks for a long time, your wrist will be sore. Besides, it's not as good as your hands. When Cuckoo and I eat salted prawns, the shells are still intact. In fact, the same goes for roasted prawns. If you pinch them accurately, Weiwei will lift the head and pinch the tail, and the whole shell will come off. Oh, so that's the case. Then don't you know how to wear gloves? Li Sun was really thinking about how to cook. You can wear gloves, but you need to practice for a long time. Otherwise, it won't feel good. If you want your hands to be soft, remember to soak more milk. Zhang Xiaobao finished roasting the prawns and blew on them a few times before peeling them. The peeled meat naturally went into Wang Wan's open mouth. Just as Li Sun nodded, he suddenly reacted, "What do you mean by not being able to write and draw well? You want to use a flying knife, but you're afraid that you won't be able to do it properly, right?" Same. Don't always talk about such violent things. We're civilized people. Don't eat that burnt meat. Take the fins from the side. After roasting the beef once, you can eat slowly. I'll take the fins away and show you how to roast the whole fish. That thing's tail can easily be roasted off if you're not careful. Zhang Xiaobao put his prawn into his mouth and chewed it together with the shell. Night finally came. Some of the people who worked during the day went home, while others went into the tent to sleep. They didn't chat, so as not to delay tomorrow's work. Numerous torches were lit. Another group of people came here and began to continue their work during the day. There were people working 24 hours non-stop, hoping to finish the work as soon as possible. Zhang Xiaobao finally persuaded Li Sun to go to sleep. He and Wang Wan lay in the tent, but they couldn't fall asleep. The two of them opened the skylight above the tent and covered the blanket tightly, only revealing a pair of eyes to look at the stars. It seems that there won't be rain tomorrow. The sky is clear. Wang Wan looked at the stars and said, "That's not necessarily true. Maybe there will be a rain shower. If it were in Shanghai, who dares to say whether there will be rain or not?" Zhang Xiaobao's mind was not on the weather, but his ears were listening to the sound of mosquitoes flying around and said, "What's the situation in Shanghai like now? I hate mosquitoes. If they want to sting, hurry up and do it. They're buzzing and annoying." Wang Wan tidied up the blanket to avoid being bitten by mosquitoes. "I haven't seen it yet. It should still be connected to here. It said that it was later separated because of the movement of the Earth's crust. It's useless to go there now. It's impossible to develop foreign trade there. The only advantage is to build a port so that other warships won't dare to go there easily." Chapter 7:17. In the night, some people really couldn't sleep. It had nothing to do with mosquitoes or the sound of people working at the construction site. They just couldn't sleep because they were too excited. The invited Taoist chaser Dream had finally arrived. He had even gone over to take a look during the day, but he couldn't sleep at night no matter what. Feng Changgong had no choice but to find the registrar and the county magistrate. They sat in the yard and looked at the moon in the sky and drank. "Fill it up and taste the cooked prawns. The Taoist chaser Dream just told me that tomorrow the people will go home and hide. They won't dare to come out again." Feng Changgong was in a good mood. He poured wine for the registrar and the county magistrate and said to them while looking at the moon, "I wish you a great success. Cheers." The registrar was good at talking. He raised the cup and drank the wine. The county magistrate also drank a cup and said, "Sir, this time no one will dare to look down on you. But I'm worried that if you offend Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, will their parents come? If you hurt the younger one, the older one won't be able to stand it." He said that he was worried, but the meaning in his words couldn't be more clear. He didn't take Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan seriously. Feng Changgong liked to hear this kind of words. He laughed and said, "If the older one comes, I won't be afraid. He can't control me, right? It's good to let people know that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan are not so powerful. Besides, the people behind us are not bad." "That's right. Sir, how can you be bad?" The registrar still flattered, but there was no joy in his eyes. Instead, there was infinite worry. The other two people didn't notice him. They clinked their cups back and forth and talked loudly under the stars and moon. After drinking until midnight, the three of them parted ways and went back to their respective homes. After walking for a while, the registrar stopped when he saw that there was no one around. He turned around and walked in another direction. After crossing 2 streets, he came to a courtyard and knocked on the door of the courtyard, making 3 long knocks and 2 short knocks. After a while, the door was pulled open from the inside. He hurriedly dashed in. The person who opened the door stuck his head out and looked at both sides before he felt relieved and closed the door again. The registrar entered the courtyard but did not go into the house. Instead, he stood there and said to the person who closed the door, "Tell the higher-ups that our eyes have been set out. We will see the results in a month." Understood. The person who had just opened the door replied and didn't say anything else. The registrar went around a room and disappeared into the woodshed behind it. The person who spoke just now went into the room and said to another person, "Leave immediately and tell the higher-ups that the county magistrate of Xian Kai County, Feng Changgong, is going to attack the Zhang family and the Wang family. Tell them to pay attention to the news in the capital and don't miss any important information. The Zhang family and the Wang family have the ability to make money, and they don't lack the ability to scheme against others in business. They also have people who can fight. This time, we will see how the other party is in the officialdom so that we can make a plan. As long as they are here, we can't do what we want." The person in the room was wrapped in black cloth from head to toe, leaving only a pair of eyes exposed. When he heard the words of the person who came in, he immediately jumped out of the open window and hid in the half-moon night. After about 15 minutes, the registrar appeared in another room. He covered the hole that was exposed when he came out with a wooden board and sprinkled a layer of soil on it. Then he walked out of the door in front of him. No one else showed up in the room. When he walked out of the room, there was a 2-story building in front of him. From time to time, he could hear the laughter of a woman and the drunken words of a man. After passing through the 2-story building, the registrar appeared on the side of a street. He looked back at the signboard with the words, "Ro Chun Pavilion," written on it and left with a strange smile. But as he walked, he felt that something was wrong. He looked back at the empty street and the worry in his eyes intensified. He muttered, "Should I really not do this? Will I be exposed? My superiors have told me not to do anything in the place where the Zhang family and the Wang family live. Why don't I feel anything? Yes, I don't feel anything." After saying this, the registrar continued to walk forward, but he felt very uncomfortable in his chest. After turning a corner, 2 figures suddenly appeared in front of him, which scared him. "Let me touch it." "Oh, what's so soft?" "Let me touch it again." "You are so bad. We are still outside. Why don't you have a good relationship with me? Is it really not good? Then why are you walking with your legs between your legs? You still say that. It's all your fault." Until the sound of a man and a woman flirting was heard, the registrar who was hiding in the shadow of a house was relieved. He cursed the adulterous couple in his heart. After the 2 people passed by, he flashed out of the shadow and continued to walk back. He staggered twice and began to talk. "I'm not drunk. You don't need to help me. Why are you wearing so little clothes? Come, let me see. I told you not to help me, but you still want to help me." As they spoke, they walked, completely oblivious to the fact that the adulterous pair had changed their appearance. The woman headed for the soft spring pavilion, while the man took out a set of gray clothes from his bosom. He took off his light blue clothes and changed into them. Then, he took out an item and threw it on the roof. He then kicked the wall twice and leaped up. He jumped from house to house, occasionally stopping to hide in the shadow on the other side of the roof. He followed the registrar who had just left while talking drunkenly. After he went up the roof, 2 people appeared where he had just been standing. One of them had a dog. Their clothes were gray and black. Even the dog's body had the same pattern. The person without the dog changed into a set of light yellow clothes and tied a xiaoyao scarf around his head before walking in the direction of the soft spring pavilion. The other person let go of the dog and walked around to another street. The dog stuck to the corner of the house by itself and walked along the road in front of him without making a sound. The next morning, Zhang Xiaobao opened his eyes and looked at Wang Wan, who was hugging him like a fish. He sighed and muttered, "No wonder I dreamed last night that the police caught me. They were worried that I would run away, so they handcuffed me so tightly. I knew it. Who could catch me? Who caught you? I'll help you untie them." Wang Wan was not awake yet. Perhaps she heard Zhang Xiaobao's voice and said something in her sleep. "Go to sleep. No one can catch me, let alone a broken handcuff. What's the use of twisting my arm to the back? The joint will come out. Why haven't the people of the first team come back yet? They are not as good as Huzi and the others." Zhang Xiaobao adjusted the blanket for Wang Wan. Seeing that it was just dawn, he went back to sleep. When Li Sun came to find the two of them, Wang Wan was complaining to Zhang Xiaobao that he did not make a sound after waking up. It would have been better if he had made some noise. She would have been able to wake up immediately. Zhang Xiaobao had a helpless expression on his face. He told Wang Wan that they should indeed live separately. Otherwise, their vigilance would disappear. Li Sun had just woken up and had not washed his face. He heard half of the conversation and thought that they were talking about him. He explained, "Although I was in the tent next to yours last night, I didn't hear anything. There was no movement at all." "Thank you." Zhang Xiaobao patted Li Sun's shoulder and walked out. "Hurry up and wash up. What can you hear? No one is a good person," Wang Wan said, and also went out. Li Sun stood there and muttered, "I'm telling the truth. I really didn't hear anything. Why do we have to live separately? Young face, young face, young face." When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were about to eat, a guard came over and said to the two, "Young master, young lady, there is something wrong with the registrar. Number 105 and number 106 did not come back. I think they went with someone. There is something wrong with another place. Continue." Zhang Xiaobao wanted to train others this time. Otherwise, it would have been better if he went out alone. He did not comment and just left these two words and went to eat. Li Sun just finished eating with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Feng Changgong arrived. This time, there were not so many officials. There were only 12 Yamen runners, including him, the registrar, the county magistrate, and a Taoist priest. Zhang Xiaobao looked at them and found that Feng Changgong had dark circles under his eyes. The registrar also had dark circles under his eyes. The Taoist priest, who he saw with a telescope yesterday, had a red face. Feng Changgong had dark circles under his eyes, but he seemed to be in good spirits. As soon as he arrived, he bowed to Li Sun and greeted Zhang Xiaobao, "Registrar Zhang, how is your cultivation? Come, let me introduce you. This is the dream-chasing Taoist priest from Dragon Tiger Mountain. Taoist priest, this is the registrar of Buxin County, Zhang Xiaobao. Although he is young, he is very capable." Dragon Tiger Mountain? There is a place like this now? Dream-chasing Taoist priest is indeed immortal. Zhang Xiaobao asked in puzzlement and praised the Taoist priest. "Little friend, you are wrong. What is immortal and what is bone?" Dream-chasing Taoist priest swung his horsetail whisk and pulled it over. Wang Wan looked at them from the side and did not say anything. She turned her head to the side and thought, "You still want to play this game with Xiaobao? Xiaobao is going to trick you to death." Zhang Xiaobao really wanted to play with the other party, but considering that he had to deal with an important place in the construction site today, he did not have time to do it. He could only smile and pull Wang Wan to another place. When he left, he didn't forget to give Li Sun a meaningful glance. Li Sun didn't make any response. Instead, she ignored the Taoist priest and turned to leave. No one knew where she went. Feng Changgong, who felt that he was treated coldly, had an ugly expression. After a while, he smiled at dream-chasing Taoist priest and said, "Taoist priest, please follow me. Of the 3 people just now, one is Prince Tang, and the other 2 are the registrar and deputy magistrate of Buxin County. Although they are young, they are very capable. I heard that no one has ever been able to gain an advantage over them." Dream-chasing Taoist priest had actually heard about them from Feng Changgong yesterday. When he heard it again today, he still had the same smile. Wei Wei nodded and began to walk around the riverside openly. When he reached the construction site, he flipped his hand and suddenly a compass appeared. He looked around with the compass and shook his head from time to time. If it was in the past, the people would have gathered around to watch. However, no one in the construction site paid attention to him. They were all busy building houses in anticipation of a better life in the future. Seeing the reaction of the people, Feng Changgong felt even more uncomfortable. The registrar next to him still had a flattering smile on his face. The deputy magistrate also frowned. Dream-chasing Taoist priest was still indifferent. He continued to walk along the riverside. After about 100 steps, he suddenly stopped and looked at the compass and said, "This is not right. This is not right. This is not right. Men are in charge of young while women are in charge of concealment. Why is this place so feminine when the sun shines directly? Disaster, this is a disaster. Disaster? What disaster? Taoist priest, can you say it clearly?" Before Feng Changgong could say anything, the registrar asked loudly. He seemed very nervous and looked around from time to time. Unfortunately, no one was listening to them at this time, because the sound of building houses was louder than their voices. There were 2 houses that needed beams. A group of people were shouting and carrying the wood. Their voices were both loud and soft, like a mix of harmonies, covering their voices. Dream-chasing Taoist looked at Feng Changgong helplessly and said with a sigh, "This may not be a place to preach Taoism. It's better to travel on the cloud." His meaning was very clear. "I'm busy here for nothing. You can't do this either. No one is looking at you at all. You'd better give me the money I deserve and I'll continue to wander around elsewhere." Feng Changgong was also very uncomfortable. He was more puzzled. When he came yesterday, there were people greeting him. Why was there no sound today? What was the difference? How could he know? When he came here yesterday and went back and forth, he greeted people. However, when he had dinner in the evening, he found that those who greeted him worked slower than others. Just a little slower. The person in charge here didn't need Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to tell him personally. He was already unhappy. When he went to sleep at night, he went to each tent and told them that they should work hard when it was time to work. Otherwise, they shouldn't be paid and shouldn't eat the food provided by others. This morning, he told the same thing to the people who went home last night. Therefore, no one cared about other things today. They were busy with their own work so that they could be worthy of the wages and good food. Seeing that no one responded, Feng Changgong looked at the registrar and the county magistrate anxiously, meaning that they should think of a way. The registrar, who was usually very smart, responded to the county magistrate's look with a blank face at this time. He meant, "Why are you looking at me? I am not the person in charge of the site." Just when Feng Changgong had an impulse to strangle the registrar, the county magistrate took action. He went straight to the workplace in front of them and said to those who still didn't look at him, "The county magistrate has brought a powerful Taoist master here. Do you want to see him? Hurry up. The Taoist master chasing dream is very powerful." After shouting, he waited for people to come over and ask, but this time, he was destined to fail. The people working had clearly heard him, but no one moved a muscle. It was not that they didn't want to be seen by the Taoist master, but they were afraid that they would delay the work and be driven away by others. Then they wouldn't be paid. It's over, they're all finished. They don't even know how big of a disaster they've provoked. If there were other fellow Taoists here, we might have been able to help them. What a pity that so many lives have been lost. The Taoist master chasing dream felt that he was treated coldly, so his words were not polite and were very vicious. Anyway, those who heard it felt uncomfortable. You're right. I'll ask the bailiffs to bring them here and let them know where they're going to end up. Someone, go and call everyone here. Since the first plan failed, Feng Changgong came up with another one. This time, it was tougher. Just as the Yamen runners were about to brace themselves and call for her, a voice suddenly sounded. Fellow cultivator, may I know where you are from? Are you from Dragon Tiger Mountain? I heard that there are many fake Taoist priests there. Oh, my Taoist name is Rumeng. Feng Changgong and the others looked in the direction of the voice and saw a Taoist priest standing there. This Taoist priest looked more like a Taoist priest than the Taoist master chasing dream. His white hair was tied up in a bun with a wooden hairpin. He was wearing linen clothes and a pair of shoes with 1,000-layer soles. In his hand was a horsetail whisk with the same silvery white hair. 3 strands of whiskers hung down for more than 2 feet. His face was full of wrinkles, but his complexion was rosy. 2 long white eyebrows went down his cheeks and stopped at the line at the tip of his nose. He looked at them with slightly opened eyes, as if he had seen through everything in the world of mortals. His eyes were filled with pity, helplessness, and wisdom. This Taoist priest is used to traveling. So you are fellow Taoist Rumeng. This Taoist priest's Taoist name is Dream Chasing Dream. We are fated. May I know where you are from? Dream Chasing Dream wanted to say that he was from Mount Longhu, but when he heard that the people from Mount Longhu were all liars, he could only change his words and ask about the other party's identity. The new Taoist priest narrowed his eyes and said with a sigh, this Taoist priest is from Mount Longhu. Unfortunately, recently, many people have been using the name of the mountain to cheat everywhere. This Taoist priest is ashamed to speak. Speaking of which, this Taoist priest knows all the 108 Taoist priests of Mount Longhu. However, this Taoist priest has never seen many of them who claim to be from Mount Longhu. Do you think they are shameless? Rumeng seemed to be very sad. After saying that, he sighed again. With a flip of his hand, a compass appeared. In the other hand, Weiwei moved. The horsetail whisk suddenly disappeared and turned into a pen. Then, a cloud of green smoke rose. With a boom, many talismans appeared on Rumeng's body. This time, all the workers stopped and looked at the new Taoist in a daze. It was really too amazing. Even Feng Changgong and the others opened their eyes wide and had a look of disbelief. Dream Chasing Dream moved his hand, but he couldn't figure out how the other party changed. It was too fake for such a big horsetail whisk to disappear just like that. He didn't think that the other party was a real immortal. He always felt that the other party had a special method. If there weren't so many people watching, he really wanted to go over and ask for advice. If he learned it, wouldn't he have a way to make money again? Just as everyone was in a daze, Dream Chasing Dream held the compass in his hand and walked in a small circle twice. Then, he said, "That's not right. This is not an ordinary place." When Dream Chasing Dream heard his words, he was happy and quickly said, "That's right. This Taoist priest also found that this place is not right, but no one listened to me. This Taoist priest thinks that this place belongs to the southwest. It is the time to offend the celestial wolf." After saying that, he looked at the other party. He thought that the other party was like him and wanted to cheat some money. In this way, the other party would naturally cooperate with him. Feng Changgong also had a look of hope on his face. He hoped that the other party could also scare others. This was a powerful move. Everyone else had stopped, but as long as he said a word, he might be able to make them leave. The registrar at the side couldn't figure it out. He looked around in confusion and was about to move forward to see what was going on. Dream-chasing Dream suddenly shook his head and said, "That's not right. Fellow Daoist, it seems that your skills are not good enough, but you can't mislead the world." This place did not offend the celestial wolf, but a fish spirit who wanted to cause trouble here. "Do you think so?" As Dream-chasing Dream spoke, he had already walked to the riverside. His eyes looked at the flowing water with a very serious expression. The hearts of the surrounding people also rose. They felt that this new Taoist priest was much more powerful than the previous one. At the very least, the changes back and forth were not something that the previous Taoist priest could compare to. "Xiao Bao, I think that Li Sun is really burying his talent by being a duke. I told him once yesterday and asked him to contact him. I didn't expect him to perform so well today. He should be shooting movies. He's clearly a natural actor." Wang Wan, who was hiding elsewhere, whispered to Zhang Xiaobao. After saying that, she covered her mouth and laughed. Zhang Xiaobao also had a look of admiration on his face. He also didn't expect Li Sun to be able to play his role so well. That day, when Li Sun had just arrived, he had thought that he was suitable to be a businessman. Today, it seemed that his real profession was definitely not a businessman. Of course, he was not an actor either. He was a swindler. When he thought of this, he said, "I think I have a successor. No, I have to nurture him well and nurture him into a powerful person." "You really think that being a swindler is an honor? You even want to trick Li Sun? Look, Li Sun is about to perform. He's going to scare them to death." Wang Wan leaned her head on Zhang Xiaobao's shoulder and said with a smile. This time, Daoist Dreamer really had a new move. With a move of his hand, the front of the pen that looked like a judge's pen opened up like a lotus flower. He muttered something and suddenly stomped his feet together. After landing, he shook his head and sighed. "This fish has already become a spirit. I wonder if fellow Daoist Dream Chaser can subdue it? Subdue my ass. Where did this fish spirit come from? There's no such thing. He just refuted me, and now he wants me to cooperate. Dream on." Daoist Dream Chaser thought and shook his head. "Fellow Daoist, you must have seen wrongly. Where did this fish spirit come from? He clearly offended the celestial wolf." Feng Changgong also echoed, "That's right. He offended the celestial wolf. Daoist, you'd better hurry up and do other things." Feng Changgong wanted to chase him away. However, Daoist Dream Chaser let out a long sigh and didn't explain. He spun the judge's pen in his hand twice and pointed at the river. "Hey, demon, hurry up and die." As soon as his voice fell, a burst of smoke came out of the judge pen in his hand. Without waiting for the smoke to dissipate, a pillar of water suddenly rose up from the river with a bang. With a splash, a 5-foot-long fish fell to the ground. Chapter 7:18. Seeing the big fish fall to the ground, Daoist Rumeng let out a long sigh and looked to the side. Seeing that there was no second fish, he said to Daoist Rumeng and Daoist Feng Changgong, "This fish is a spirit from the Wei River. It has done evil many times. I tracked it for many days and finally caught it." "Good, good, good. Amitba." When the group of people who were originally shocked heard Daoist Rumeng's words, they were surprised at the same time. Without waiting for them to ask, Rumeng said, "Oh, I once caught this fish spirit with a fellow monk. I didn't expect that the fellow monk would pass away in meditation. I carry his thoughts." After saying that, Rumeng's eyes looked into the distance. He looked like he was really reminiscing. "Looks like I still need to train. It's easy to make mistakes at critical moments, said Zhang Xiaobao, who was hiding behind a temporary house. I think it's not bad. At least you reacted quickly and pulled out a monk friend. Where's the other fish? Aren't there two? Wang Wan looked interested, but she realized that one fish was missing. Who knows? The explosion missed. I don't know where it flew to. Your fixed-point explosion doesn't work. Do you think it's an underwater missile? It's good enough that it can be blown out. It's better than you. Don't always blame others. This flying prawn is for you. Use the stove to stick it to me tonight. Wang Wan did not think that it was her fault at all. She picked up a prawn that was implicated and stuffed it into Zhang Xiaobao's hand. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the unlucky prawn whose tail was blown off. One isn't enough for you. Then catch a few more. What have you been thinking about all day? Do you still need to ask me about such a small matter? Wang Wan turned her head away. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and shook his head. He nudged Wang Wan. Look at me. Let me ask you, have you been feeling a little nervous recently? Are there many things that don't go your way? Why? Wang Wan asked. Nothing, I'm just asking. Tonight, we won't eat the food from the construction site. Since little root vegetable is out, I'll pack a box for you to eat. It's just a bite, no soup. Drink some mung bean water. As for the dishes, we'll just eat some garlic and cucumber. We won't bring Li Sun, just the two of us. Zhang Xiaobao stared at Wang Wan's eyes for a while. He didn't find anything, so he suggested what to eat for dinner. Wang Wan was stunned for a moment before she said, Xiaobao, thank you. I really haven't been feeling well recently. I think I've been too nourished. I'm going to do that soon. I used to be 12 years old. Don't look at me. What's there to look at? You're not allowed to have any ideas on me. Oh, I'll hit someone else. Zhang Xiaobao finally understood what was going on. No wonder. You dare? Don't put vinegar in cucumbers. I know. Add a blanket tonight and ask someone to send some things over. The things I made for others can finally be used on you. Zhang Xiaobao said understandingly. Wang Wan twisted her body twice. Don't say that. It's not certain yet. Look at Li Sun. It's good to be with you here. It saves a lot of trouble. Me too. At this time, Ru Meng was still baring his fangs and brandishing his claws at the poor fish that had been killed by the explosion. No one could hear what he was muttering. They only saw him walking around the fish and talking. Such a big fish. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are really good friends. I'll eat you tonight. I don't know if the taste will be bad after being fried. With Xiao Bao here, I'm not afraid. That was what Ru Meng muttered. When he thought about how to eat for dinner, he stopped, looked at the sky, and said, Poor common people. Well, I'll take this fish spirit and use kerosene to comfort all living beings. Someone immediately came over and took the fish away. It didn't matter how to eat it. It could be cooked in kerosene or boiled in water. At this time, Ru Meng was already frightened. He didn't expect that a fish would really fly out and come out of the water with a boom. Just now, he thought that Ru Meng was like him, lying. He didn't expect him to be so capable. Could it be that the Taoist of Mount Longhu was so powerful? Where was Mount Longhu? Feng Changgong's face was pale. He was very worried that Taoist Ru Meng would expose his lie. At that time, not only would the common people object, but if Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan found out, they would impeach him. Worried in his heart, he gathered his courage and approached Ru Meng. He reached out and pulled Ru Meng's sleeve and said, Master Ru Meng, is it safe here? Do you want to let Master Ru Meng take a look? As he spoke, Feng Changgong flipped his hand and gave Ru Meng a hard thing. If it were an ordinary person, they might not know what it was, but Ru Meng knew. He estimated the size and weight of it and the feeling when he touched it. He immediately understood that it was a piece of gold that weighed 4 taels. He didn't know where Feng Changgong got it from. If he really calculated, it was worth about 30 strings of coins. At the thought of this, Ru Meng's expression changed. His impression of Feng Changgong became worse. In less than a breath, Ru Meng said indifferently, "I only care about catching the fish spirit. Since the fish spirit is gone, I don't need to stay here any longer. I'm going to swim." After saying that, Ru Meng took a deep breath and calmed down. He rushed toward Ru River and jumped into it with a splash. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. It seemed that he didn't want the fish spirit that was going to be boiled in kerosene. When the common people saw that Master Ru Meng was no longer on the water, they exclaimed. They were also shocked. It was too magical. Just when everyone thought that Ru Meng had left, a long and distant voice came from an unknown place. "I'm Ru Meng. The fish spirit has been eliminated. You can ask fellow Taoist Ru Meng about other things. Fellow Taoist Ru Meng has great merits. He has the ability to determine the sun and the moon. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are all in his heart. Feng Changgong, who invited him here, has done a great service." His voice drifted for a long time before dispersing. Everyone looked at dream-chasing Taoist priest in a different light. On the other side, Li Sun found Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wet. He complained, "Didn't you say there were 2 fish? Why is there only 1? I don't care. Anyway, I have to braise it at night. Get me some ginger water. I'm so cold. The river in early summer is not warm." Zhang Xiaobao replied unhappily, "You haven't finished what I asked you to say. Why are you in such a hurry? You made me use the bamboo tube to replenish it. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for the plan to succeed. What did he give you? Gold. Come here. He can bring such a big piece of gold at any time. I couldn't get it at home. I have to teach him a lesson. Make it into something to calm him down." Li Sun wiped his hair with a towel and handed the gold to Zhang Xiaobao. At the same time, he was very emotional. Before he met Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he would never give such a big piece of gold to others casually. He was so poor. Now that he was with the 2 of them, no one took this gold seriously. Although it was worth more than 30 strings of coins, it was not a matter of 30 strings of coins. Ordinary people could not exchange it for such a big piece of gold even if they had 50 strings of coins, unless they bought jewelry and melted it at home. However, they could not take it out casually as money. If you want to calm down, drink some cinnabar and have a special medicinal diet. Do you think gold is so delicious? If you eat until you die, do you want to make a small box of vegetables at night? If you want, I'll get someone to send it to you. Cuckoo is not feeling well. She won't eat with you. Zhang Xiaobao weighed the gold twice and did not return it to Li Sun. Li Sun nodded. Eat? What about lunch? I decided not to eat. I'll wait for you to make a box at night. What other dishes do you have? Tell me first. I'll think about it. It's a beautiful day. No, just a cucumber. That's fine. As long as it's made by you, it won't be bad. You guys stay here. I'm going to change my clothes. It's so fashionable. Li Sun was very happy. He did not care about what he ate. He only cared about who made it. The food made by Xiao Bao would definitely not be bad. It seemed that he had made the right choice to come to Xinsai County. After Li Sun left, Wang Wan took the gold and looked at Zhang Xiaobao with sparkling eyes. I couldn't tell. You really don't show off. Learn how to bark like a rabbit. I finally know. No wonder people couldn't catch you when you were in the city. Just put on a disguise and change your voice. Who would be able to guess who you are? Zhang Xiaobao was very cooperative. He mimicked a rabbit and squeaked twice, saying, "It's a life-saving skill. In order to learn this, I gave you 4 caddies of real bean cakes and dry tobacco. It's not easy to bring them into prison. That old man is fond of them. If he doesn't give me cigarettes, I can't even call him grandpa. What do you want this gold for? So the most powerful place is prison. You can learn all kinds of good things. I want to use this gold to make something good that women like, a chain." Wang Wan was happy to discover another ability of Zhang Xiaobao. Xiaobao was powerful, so she was powerful. She held the gold and said happily. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan in surprise. "Is it the kind of chain that women use? You can't make it right now. Xiaobao, I'm so disappointed in you. You can't learn anything good in prison. Separate. You must live separately." Wang Wan immediately understood what Zhang Xiaobao was referring to. While speaking, she pulled Zhang Xiaobao and wanted to stuff the gold into his mouth. Not too far away, Feng Changgong was still proud of his method of giving the gold. He felt that he had really seen an immortal. He just didn't know why an immortal needed so much money. Looking at the Taoist priest Zhui Meng next to him, he was more confident in his heart. With an immortal's word, wouldn't it be what it said? Zhui Meng was very regretful at this moment. He regretted that he didn't get closer to Ru Meng just now and lost an opportunity to become an immortal. No matter how much money he cheated, it couldn't be compared to immortality. He sighed with emotion. Money was a worldly possession, but he didn't know that the immortal in his heart had earned so much money. Taoist priest Zhui Meng, why don't you show me what's good and bad here? Feng Changgong said to Zhui Meng when he saw that one had left and there was still one that he invited. He remembered that he had to do what he had to do. Zhui Meng, who felt that he had lost the opportunity to become an immortal, replied, "Okay, let this poor priest take a look." After speaking, he began to take the compass and spin it again. The people who had not dispersed were not in a hurry to go back to work. They just stared at him. After spinning for a while, Zhui Meng, who had taken the money, stopped and sighed, "Ah. There is still a great omen here. It's not easy to move the earth, especially the water." Chapter 719. As soon as Taoist Dream Chasing finished his sentence, Feng Changgong revealed a victorious smile. He, who had been blinded by greed, did not know the trouble he was about to face. The county magistrate was slightly worried. He was afraid that when the people stopped working, Prince Tang would be angry. When that happened, even an immortal would not be able to protect them. The registrar stood there and thought about many things. He felt that things were not as simple as they appeared to be. Dream Chasing, who could not become an immortal, began to work. He continued, "All the craftsmen here must stop. Otherwise, they will incur the wrath of the heavens and burn themselves." They had wanted to watch and listen more, but when the curious commoners heard his words, they were unhappy. Even the very capable Taoist Ru Meng, who had come in a hurry and suddenly disappeared, said that he was powerful. This workshop was not a simple construction problem. It was related to their future lives. Feng Changgong finally felt that something was wrong. He walked in front of Dream Chasing and said, "Just talk about the diversion of water. Don't mention the workshop." Dream Chasing nodded to show that he understood. He said, "If you want to move the soil, I have a method that can solve all disasters. However, it can only solve the soil and not the water. It's better not to touch the water." When the people who were working heard that, they would not touch the water in the future. Building the workshop was not a big deal. They all turned back to continue their work. This was because the person in charge had come over to reprimand them. He did not say anything else but asked the people who were working, "Are you worthy of the wages you receive?" Are you worthy of the food you eat? The people who still knew filial piety, loyalty, and propriety went back to work. This made Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan feel very emotional. This is the true foundation of a nation. When the moon is full, it will waver. When prosperity is prosperous, it will be lonely. A moment of glory is not important to the entire nation. What is important is who can preserve the nation's heritage. America was so powerful, but didn't it gradually withdraw from the stage 100 years ago? Science and technology could be created by humans, and many results could be obtained in a short period of time. However, civilization was definitely not that simple. A country without a cultural foundation would always have to pay a corresponding price in the process of accumulation. Whether it was disasters or wars, what should exist would still exist. This is because they have their own souls. So what if they rule the world for 100 years? When the sun rises, the sun sets. When the material standards are similar, it is a competition of the depth of history. Wang Wan sighed as she watched the simple people go back to work. Zhang Xiaobao did not make any comments about this. He held Wang Wan's hand and said, "Let's go back. We still don't know what kind of person Zhang Shua will send. I hope they don't send an idiot. Otherwise, we will have to waste a lot of effort." It was night and the moon was high in the sky. The people who took turns to work lit their torches and continued to work. Feng Changgong also made an exception and stayed behind. He was not willing to eat with the workers, and Li Sun was reluctant to share the food made by Zhang Xiaobao with others. He could only ask people to look for a small shop nearby and order them to make a more sumptuous dish. Sitting by the river, they felt the gentle night breeze, which was cool and had a trace of chill. Not far from him, Li Sun sat alone by the torches. While eating, he complained vaguely that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had gone to live a life of two people. Until he could not eat anymore, his eyes were still looking at the remaining 2 boxes on the plate. He reluctantly stuffed a piece of cucumber into his stomach and looked in the direction of Feng Changgong. He said regretfully to himself, "What a pity. I invited him for nothing. I guess he won't have a chance to travel to Shuzhou again. It is so easy to find a Taoist priest to join the heaven and earth. You are lucky that you are not beheaded." Thinking of this, Li Sun could feel how ruthless Zhang Xiaobao's methods were. Originally, Feng Changgong only wanted to find a Taoist priest to help, but in the end, he disguised himself as a Taoist priest. If he stayed behind after leaving, he would have changed the meaning, saying that Feng Changgong could be the emperor if he wanted. How could this be good? Feng Changgong was too much. Just let him lead the river. Why did he have to stop it? Now, he had lost his life. Feng Changgong really did not think about this matter. He was thinking about how to get more benefits in the process of turning Xinsai County from Zhong County to Shangxian County. The first credit was given to Commandery Prince Tang. The people in the county gate could only distribute the rest of the credit. Which one should he assign to himself? Thinking about this matter, Feng Changgong glanced at the county magistrate who was staring blankly at the flowing river and asked, "County Magistrate Ma, which one of the 4 places do you think is good? Planting sesame seeds and fragrant oil workshop, or raising poultry or livestock? The fertilizer is probably not valuable. You can choose one." The county magistrate was still thinking about what happened during the day. Ru Meng came and left in a hurry. How come he had never heard of such a great ability? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came to lead the river, but why did they not do anything? Only Commandery Prince Tang came to build a few workshops. Did he really intend to wait until the local people wanted to lead the river? Hearing the county magistrate's voice, the county magistrate looked at the changing moonlight in the water and replied, "Sir, I think it's better to let Baoxin County lead the river away. Since there are workshops in our county, there will be many people willing to come. The number of people will be enough to be promoted to Shangxian County." We don't have to worry about people running to Baoxin County. I asked you which place to choose, not whether to lead the river or not. What if it can be promoted to Shangxian County? The two of them dared to teach me a lesson in front of my face. How can I take this lying down? I don't believe that they dare to kill me directly, and I don't believe that they can bribe the people in the court to deal with me, a 7th-rank official. If they really do that, how will the people see the Zhang family and Wang family? Don't tell me that it's necessary to kill people because of political disagreements. Feng Changgong said eloquently. The county magistrate really thought so. He didn't think that the other party would take action because of political differences. It was because there were many things in Xian Kai County that the other party couldn't stand. For example, the other party clearly proposed a good idea to improve the lives of the people, but the county magistrate just agreed. For example, that day at the riverside, the Yamen runner tried to buy the fish by force with very little money. The way the Zhang family and Wang family acted always gave people the impression that they loved the people like their own children. What they couldn't stand the most was other officials who didn't sincerely work for the people. They could say that they were meddling in other people's business to gain a good reputation, or that they were removing obstacles in the development of Baoxin County. In the end, they wouldn't be kind easily. The county magistrate wanted to retreat. The more Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't react fiercely, the more uncertain he was. It wasn't good to be too calm. So he kindly advised, "Sir, why don't you discuss with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and ask them what they should do with the original idea? After all, it can make the lives of the people in the county better, and it can also give you some political achievements." There's no need to mention this anymore. Political achievements? Don't tell me you don't have enough political achievements now. No matter how much you have, you won't be able to become a provincial governor. According to my estimation, after the two of us turn Xian Kai into a county, we can go to the provincial government to work after paying a tax. Tomorrow, I'll write a letter to the capital and ask around. Do you still have enough money? Feng Changgong didn't want to continue discussing the matter that troubled him, so he wanted to ask his backer. The county magistrate had a pained expression on his face. Yes, I've prepared 1,000 strings of coins and a gift worth 500 strings of coins. The account has just been settled, but it hasn't been completely corrected yet. I'm worried that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan will write a petition to impeach and the imperial court will send people to check the account. They're all dead people. Can the imperial court's people come down the next day? Quickly correct it. If it really can't be done, let people immediately open up a new piece of land and use the new land to clear the old account. Find your own people to occupy the land and cooperate with Prince Tang and to plant soybeans and sesame seeds. Let them send the money up first. Don't feel bad about the small amount of money. If you give them 1,000 strings of coins, you'll get 10,000 strings of coins in return. If you weren't willing to spend the money back then, would you and I have run to Xian Kai County to become officials? When you and I came here, there were more than 3,000 people in Xian Kai County. Now, only a few years have passed, and you can be promoted again. If you don't give money, do you think you can be promoted so quickly? Feng Changgong began to educate the county magistrate. County Magistrate Ma knew that he couldn't quit even if he wanted to. When he first started his career, he wanted to let his family have a better life. With a little bit of money, he could buy more land and didn't have to worry about food, clothing, and housing. Who knew that he would have to take out the money he earned again and again? All the money was used to send gifts. He was promoted, but he didn't keep the money. There were too many things on his plate and he couldn't get rid of them. He could only hope that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who he offended this time, wouldn't find out. Seeing that the county magistrate didn't say anything and just lowered his head, Feng Changgong said again, "Before you leave, make another sum of money. This time, you don't have to give it away. See how Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan do business. Learn from them when you go elsewhere. In the future, it won't be easy to make money when you work for others. In fact, County Magistrate Ma had been secretly complaining for a long time. If he didn't give the money to others at the beginning and let his family do business, he would have a lot of money now. In the place where he was an official, he couldn't lose money under his care. Hearing that he didn't have to take money from the account in the future, he was relieved. He only hoped to leave as soon as possible. It was uncomfortable to be too close to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The construction of the construction site was in full swing. Children who couldn't sleep also came out to see the scene. Children liked places where it was still bright at night. By the way, they could drink some hot soup specially prepared for the workers instead of boiling water. If anyone was thirsty, they could come and drink a bowl of it. Even if the egg flowers in the soup had been broken into pieces and the vegetables were mostly wild vegetables, children still liked to drink it because they couldn't not add oil and salt when boiling the soup. There was also spicy ginger. Children ate the soup like snacks. To children, they could drink the soup, see the busy adults, and see the fire swaying in the wind. For children, this was happiness, simple and unforgettable. The rumbling sound of the horses' hooves covered the children's laughter. More than a dozen children stopped and looked in the direction of the sound of the horses' hooves. Their eyes were full of curiosity, but they were not afraid at all. As the sound of the horses' hooves was getting closer and closer, the first to react was Li Sun's guards. 100 people surrounded Li Sun, who was enjoying the night scenery. More people mounted their horses and picked up their weapons. They divided into 3 groups and opened up the distance. The first group of 100 people rode their horses slowly to meet the horses. The second group of 200 people separated into 2 groups and slowly rode their horses in circles, ready to charge. The third group stood still and waited for orders. Chapter 720. As the sound rang out, the other party's horses stopped one after another. They put on a defenseless appearance, allowing Li Sun's 100 cavalrymen at the front to approach. A very handsome person rushed out from the group. He was wearing a light yellow brocade robe and was riding a large red horse. He looked at Li Sun's 100 cavalrymen enviously and asked, "Where's my 5th brother?" "So it's the 6th Marquis. Young master has just finished dinner and is enjoying the fire by the river. 6th Marquis, please come this way." The leader of Li Sun's 100 cavalrymen looked at the person who came down and cupped his hands in salute. He pulled on the reins and led the way. "Follow behind. Don't disturb the people." The person on the horse ordered and urged his horse to follow behind the cavalryman. Li Sun was planning to stay a little longer and eat the other 2 boxes when his stomach was a little empty. There was a pile of charcoal beside him to heat up. Hearing the noise, he stood up and looked over. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also came out with 100 crossbowmen gathered around them. They were originally going to help Li Sun's cavalrymen hold the line and shoot at the enemy's middle and rear, or wait for the cavalrymen to turn around and help suppress the enemy. It seemed that they were not going to be needed. "You 2 finished eating too?" "My 6th brother. I don't know how he found us, and I don't know what he's doing." When Li Sun saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he made a puzzled expression. In fact, he wasn't afraid even if he didn't know who was coming. He had 600 cavalrymen, and Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had more than 200 people around them. With more than 100 people lying in ambush, with Wang Wan's leadership skills, even if the enemy had 10,000 people, they wouldn't be able to hurt him. Some of the 600 cavalrymen had once fought with Wang Wan in Tubo. "You know, Li Ji? He came here in the middle of the night," Zhang Xiaobao said as he looked at the people who were no longer working on the construction site. Instead, they were picking up various tools and preparing to provide support. "He probably misses me. I don't think he's short of money. Last time, during his birthday celebration, I gave him 10,000 strings of cash. He said that he used it to do business. Now he's also a county magistrate. Oh, he's also a consul in the army of Cizhou, unless he loses money. Li Sun really didn't know why his younger brother, who was no longer his biological younger brother, was here. At this time, Li Yu had already arrived nearby on his horse. When he saw his brother, he jumped off his horse and almost fell. He happily went up to Li Sun and said, "Fifth brother, I haven't eaten yet. Is there anything to eat?" "Just 2 boxes. I'll make do with it." After saying that, he didn't stand on ceremony. He reached out and picked up a box that was only a little warm. He opened his mouth and ate it. He chewed hard a few times and stuffed the whole box into his mouth. He stretched his neck and swallowed it. Then, he poured the remaining half of the soup into his stomach. He picked up a cucumber and asked, "Fifth brother, where did you find this cook? It's delicious. What's in the box?" "It has a faint spicy smell of scallions, but it's different from scallions. It's slightly better, a little earthy. It's fresh. Why don't you lend it to me for a while? It's cold. Wait first. I'll bring it to you later. Here, it's made by this one. Zhang Xiaobao. The one next to him is Wang Wan. If you can bring it back, let them make it for you every day." Li Sun also liked this younger brother very much. Unfortunately, he was only a younger brother in private. If he was in the capital or in public, he could only be a younger cousin. Who asked him to be adopted? Even though he was clearly related, he couldn't casually say that. Li Yu was still immersed in the delicious taste of the box. When he heard his brother's words, he didn't even think about it and said, "Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, right? You two come with me. How much do you want?" "As long as you can take out 10% of this official's family's wealth." "Marquis Li, eat slowly. This official still has more in my tent." "Marquis Li, do you want to dip it in sauce? With sweet sauce, it'll taste even better." When Zhang Xiaobao heard someone say that the food he made was delicious, he was also happy. He played along with Li Yu. "Quickly bring it over. Good cooking. How much is 10% of your family's wealth?" Li Yu picked up the other box. This time, he couldn't bear to eat it all directly. He took small bites and asked as he ate. "Roughly 10% of my family's income is from the business between the clouds and the water. The turnover for the first half of this year hasn't been reported yet. We'll know in June. Marquis Li still has to wait for a while." Zhang Xiaobao really did drag Wang Wan to get the box for Li Yu. Li Sun's younger brother had arrived and hadn't eaten yet. They couldn't let him starve. "Okay, let's go get it first. Fifth brother, I'll tell you a piece of good news. There's a big business in my county. People from the Chamber of Commerce have taken a fancy to a piece of land in my county. They say they want to occupy it and then develop it. But... Fifth brother, who were those two just now? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan? Between the clouds and the water? Those two are Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Fifth brother, why didn't you tell me earlier? Aya, this is bad. Xiaobao, cuckoo, wait for me. I don't need you two to be my cooks. I really don't need you two." As Li Yu was talking, he suddenly realized something. He complained to his brother and wanted to catch up with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Li Sun pulled Li Yu back and said helplessly, "They went to get something for you to eat. Why are you in such a hurry to come here? They didn't even eat their fill." "Fifth brother, the two of them personally cooked? I just said I wanted to buy them into the family, but they won't lower themselves to your level. Tonight's dinner was cooked by Xiaobao. Go on, how big is your business over there?" Li Sun stopped Li Yu, who was about to follow him, and asked. "Actually, it's not that big. Compared to you, fifth brother, it's not big enough. Last time, fifth brother gave me 10,000 strings of cash, and I used it all to do business. This time, I'm going to invest in it again. They said. Fifth brother, let's wait for Zhang Xiaobao to come back. I wanted to talk to you directly, but since he's here, why don't we listen together? Li Yu was about to talk about the business when he suddenly stopped. He was going to wait for Zhang Xiaobao to come over. Li Sun immediately knew what this younger brother meant. He said with some dissatisfaction, yes, if there's no one else, you come to me. If there's someone else, you come to me. You know how powerful Xiaobao is, right? No, I didn't mean that. Then I'll talk to you first, fifth brother. Li Yu quickly denied. Li Yu started talking, but he didn't talk about the business. He talked about something else. Fifth brother, I really admire you. This time, I brought 300 cavalry with me, but when faced with your 100 cavalry, I lost my momentum. The second echelon behind you that is preparing to charge hasn't come up yet. If they come up, even if I have 3,000 men, I won't be able to win. Fifth brother, tell me, how do you train your soldiers? They give off the feeling of being on the battlefield. The archers here are not bad either. Just now, I heard the faint sound of strings being pulled. My guard captain told me that just by hearing the sound, you can tell how powerful the archers are. They pull the strings continuously, but not hurriedly. They pull the strings in an orderly manner. He said that during war, the scariest thing to hear is this kind of sound, because in the next moment, you'll be covered by a neat rain of arrows. This kind of rain of arrows can form a formation. When he heard the praise, Li Sun was also happy. Wei Wei nodded. The ones rushing out in front are all soldiers who have fought against Tubo outside the pass. The archers are Wang Wan's guards. Even if you have 30,000 soldiers for fun and hunting, not to mention 3,000, even if I pass the command to Wang Wan, you can't do anything. Of course. Who doesn't know about Cuckoo? The Tubo people call her Demon Fiend, but we call her Ghost Fox in private. She moves like the wind and comes and goes without a trace. Fifth brother, what are you doing here? Li Yu flattered again. His eyes were fixed on the direction Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had left, and he asked about the situation at the construction site again. At this time, the people at the construction site had already gone back to work. Many people actually hoped that the enemy would come from another country. Of course, this kind of thinking was stupid. If the enemy could come here, how many places would have been penetrated by the enemy? They wanted to see how Wang Wan would lead the troops to kill the enemy until they threw away their armor. Seeing that the alarm was lifted, and it was said that the enemy was another member of the royal family. Knowing that the fight would not happen, they went back to their positions and did what they were supposed to do. I have a stake in the business of 4 workshops here, so I came to take a look. I haven't seen Xiaobao and Cuckoo for a long time. It's strange. What's the big business you mentioned just now? Li Sun didn't think that his younger brother would know the details, so he casually answered and asked again. Li Yu's eyes were still fixed on the direction Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had left. Hearing his brother's question, he responded and then asked again, Fifth brother, is the workshop here proposed by Zhang Xiaobao? I don't know if my Changning County can learn from it. Then you have to give me the map. Tell me what you have there. Can't all patterns be copied to other places? Is there a big business? Tell me specifically. Map? Yes, I have a few copies. I also know about the things there. Fifth brother, can you let me have a stake in the business here? I won't make trouble and just wait to collect the money. What do you think? Think about it in your own county. Once the business of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family is launched, they don't need other people to have a stake in it, unless they ask others before doing it. It's very risky. Anyone who hesitates will lose the opportunity. Next time, when they have a business, I'll tell you and you can take out the money. Li Sun finally understood. His younger brother didn't want to talk about the big business with him alone and kept interrupting. Then there was no need to ask. After all, his business skills were not as good as Zhang Xiaobao's. Even his own younger brother didn't trust him. Li Yu nodded happily. Fifth brother, don't worry. When the time comes, I won't ask if it can make money or how. I'll just take the money. When the time comes, I'll take whatever they give me. They're back, they're back. Why did they take so long? At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan appeared outside the tent. Zhang Xiaobao was holding a plate with something steaming on it. He came closer and put down the plate. There were a few boxes, a bowl of soup, 2 small pickles, and a little sweet sauce. He said to Li Yu, "It's just done. It's crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Sixth Marquis, try it. We'll talk about the matter of entering the manor later." Chapter 721. What kind of business? Zhang Xiaobao was puzzled. How big was the business that Li Yu needed to come to his brother? Was he short of money? Did he need more than 100,000 strings of cash or hundreds of thousands of strings of cash? "Brother Wu, do you have any tea?" "You can have some tea first. I'll tell you as I eat. And the 300 people I brought haven't eaten yet." Li Yu was indeed hungry. He hadn't eaten at noon and had rushed all the way here. After eating 2 boxes, he found that he was even hungrier and wanted to eat first. Zhang Xiaobao nodded to the people from the inner courtyard beside him, and the people from the inner courtyard went to prepare the food. In the middle of the night, the workers still had supper, so the people who had been invited were in charge of cooking. The 3 of them didn't drink tea. Zhang Xiaobao held a glass of juice, Li Sun held a glass of wine, and Wang Wan sat and listened with a cup of hot milk in her hand. Seeing that his subordinates were arranged, Li Yu ate a box and felt much better. Hot food was better than cold food. He said to the 3 of them, "When I was the county magistrate of Changning County, a chamber of commerce called Qianshi Chamber of Commerce suddenly came. They were willing to pay 50,000 strings of cash to do business in the county. However, they didn't have land and didn't want to buy it. They said that they didn't have much money now. They told me that they planned to build a large-scale pottery distribution center in the county. At the same time, they could use the local iron ore to study new pottery processing techniques. As long as they did it, they could increase the tax of Changning County by 50% a year later and solve the problem of jobs for the 300 people who couldn't find jobs. 2 years later, they could double the tax of Changning County through their vigorous publicity and market operation. 3 years later, through the form of a joint venture. Through the form of a joint venture, you can widely distribute sales outlets and carry out some kind of brand effect. You can double the tax revenue of Changning County again and form a long-term, effective and reasonable utilization model. Every local family can go upstairs and benefit from it, right?" Before Li Yu finished, Wang Wan added. She then said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Classic, it's really classic. I suddenly have a feeling of transcending time and space." Zhang Xiaobao didn't say anything and waited for Li Yu to continue. Li Meng's mouth was half open as he looked at Wang Wan in shock. With an expression of disbelief, he asked, "How did you know?" "I know a lot, so this is nothing. The other party's level can be said to be at the beginner's level. It's not easy." "Sixth Marquis, please continue." Wang Wan and Wei Wei smiled. She raised the cup to her mouth and sipped. Li Yu also took a sip of the soup. "Something like that. That's what they meant. They said that their people were very good at organizing and could sell the worthless things at a high price. They told me not to worry because the things in Changning were valuable and could only be better, not worse. I thought it was good, so I prepared to let them do the business and was willing to invest 10,000 strings of cash. I had already earned 12,000 strings of cash from the money fifth brother gave me. Since it was a business in the capital, I didn't have to worry about it anymore. But they also said that it wasn't enough because they needed a very large site for research, production, mining, and storage for materials. They said that if they wanted to make money quickly, they needed to invest 100,000 strings of cash in the early stage. They asked me to find a way to pull some people in. As long as they had 100,000 strings of cash, they could start the business. Moreover, they said that the people who invested money could make a profit in 1 year and get their capital back in 2 years. Their place couldn't be moved, so I didn't have to worry about them cheating people. But there was one thing. They didn't have enough money to buy the land, so they hoped to find someone who could cooperate with them or directly invest the land in the government office. Nowadays, people talk about shares. The land shares account for 20% of the shares, which is 25,000 strings of cash. According to the price, they must have such a large land. I'm short of money. No matter what, I can't gather 50,000 strings of cash. So, I'm looking for you to discuss and see if you can invest some money. Just 30,000 strings of cash will do. I'll just gather the rest. At the same time, I want to ask fifth brother if this deal is possible. After saying this, Li Yu looked at Zhang Xiaobao. He didn't look at his fifth brother because he felt that Zhang Xiaobao's words were more credible. Although 50,000 strings of cash was a lot for him, it was too easy for his fifth brother and Zhang Xiaobao. They could even take out so much money to build a canal. Zhang Xiaobao was too lazy to talk about this kind of thing. He glanced at Wang Wan, indicating for Wang Wan to continue. Wang Wan put down the cup and said to Li Yu, "Eat your food. I'll tell you slowly. Listen carefully. First, I want to ask you if there is iron in Changning County. Can it be used to make pottery?" "Yes, there is a lot of iron and clay." "Yes, there is a kiln there." Li Yu, who took a bite of the box, said with food in his mouth. "How much land can you buy with 25,000 strings of cash?" Wang Wan asked again. "The land there is expensive now. It's close to the capital. You can buy 5,000 mu for upper fields, 8,000 mu for middle fields, and even more for lower fields. It depends on the place. You can buy 20,000 mu in a bad place, but Changning County can't afford such a large land. It's not easy." Li Yu answered again. He felt that something was wrong. Otherwise, why would Wang Wan say this? Wang Wan nodded. "It's okay if you can't afford it. You can take as much as you can. Also, you can allow them to mine the local mineral resources and other things. Then, the amount they mine will be included in the county's investment. However, the county can't use this money as dividends unless it's the profit from selling auxiliary products. Only then will the county have a part of it. When the county has enough money with resources, it can participate in the dividends of direct products again. Then, you won't be in a difficult position." "How do you know?" "That's what they told me. They also said that in this way, the people in the county can benefit from the labor in the early stage. However, they said that the county has to share part of the wages. Also, if they want to expand in the future, they will adjust the shares, which is the increase of shares after financing." "I don't quite understand." Li Yu felt that he made the right choice to come this time. If he didn't know that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan really came to Changning to do business, he would have thought that the Millennium Chamber of Commerce was sent by the two of them. It was amazing that they guessed it before he finished speaking. And the person who guessed it wasn't Zhang Xiaobao, who was the best, but Zhang Xiaobao's little wife, Wang Wan. According to the popular saying, this was called a non-professional's understanding of the professional field. If she could guess it, what would Zhang Xiaobao do? Thinking of this, Li Yu stopped eating and looked at Zhang Xiaobao, hoping that he could say something. Zhang Xiaobao said helplessly, "You can ask Cuckoo about this kind of simple thing." The so-called increase of shares after financing is that you put in a copper coin and I put in a copper coin. Not counting the management shares, which are paid separately, I suddenly put in 3 copper coins. Then, you will get 20% of the dividends from the original half. If I get 8 copper coins, you will get 10%. There are a lot of things in this, but what they mentioned is the simplest one. Normally, even if you really get 50,000 strings of cash, you can't get 60% of the shares. At that time, they will mention 2 points, one is the technology investment, and the other is the management investment. In the absence of a fair evaluation organization, the importance of technology needs to be observed through the reaction of the market. That is, the sales ratio between the products produced by the original technology and those produced by the new technology. But this is divided into short-term income and expenditure and long-term income and expenditure. There is a problem of market trends and saturation, so it is very difficult to judge. It is the same for management, especially in the area of sales and promotion. Normal sales channels and new sales channels can be compared. At this time, there is a problem, the problem of supervision. Without the management of various auxiliary departments, any surface profits can be changed by abnormal operation patterns. Therefore, the plan itself is full of loopholes. If they are kinder, Chongning County can exist as a free raw material supply base in the future, but it can also provide new jobs for the people. You can't just send troops to kill them. Of course, you have to have the right to send troops and a reasonable excuse. After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he sat there and drank his juice. Wang Wan looked calm, as if she already knew this. Li Yu and Li Sun were dumbfounded. They didn't understand. What a mess. They just wanted to make money. Why did so many things happen when shares were mentioned? It was too troublesome. Li Sun thought he had learned enough from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Today, he found that he still had to learn. When he cooperated with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to do business, he didn't need to do so much. He just needed to invest some money, or he didn't even need to take any money. He just needed to help with the connections and government orders. Then he could wait to receive a lot of money. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't have anyone to help him improve technology, management, and sales. Now that he was in a different place and with different people, it was different. Thinking of this, Li Sun put down the wine glass in his hand and looked at Zhang Xiaobao. He said, "Xiaobao, your business with me, let's not talk about this. You don't check the accounts, and we don't plan to cheat you. Why are the rules so strict? It's just that the sixth marquee business is not easy. Who knows what the other party is thinking?" Zhang Xiaobao didn't let Li Sun continue. If he really counted, Li Sun had helped Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan a lot during their most difficult times. That kind of wealth was immeasurable. Therefore, it was not money, but friendship. Although Li Sun always wanted to take advantage of him, he and Wang Wan always tricked him. Li Yu also understood that the business in his county was a scam. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo knew the whole story. It seemed that they had known about this kind of scam for a long time, but they didn't want to use it. The more Li Yu thought about it, the angrier he became. It was not easy to get a business deal, but he was still tricked. Li Yu slammed the table. "Do you really think that my identity as a member of the imperial clan is fake? Brother, lend me some cavalry. I'll kill my way back." As he spoke, Li Yu stood up with a belly full of anger. He wanted to rush back through the night. "Stop right there. Do you want to use your identity to manage economic matters? You're not an administrative person. That only shows that you are incompetent. Economic attacks must be solved with economic means. Unless you admit defeat, then you can use administrative means to intimidate and pressure with your identity." Xiao Bao. Seeing his brother act so impulsively, Li Sun was also angry. He scolded his brother and turned to Zhang Xiaobao. "Cooperation, 50,000 strings of cash. The sixth marquis will pay 10,000 strings of cash, Cuckoo and I will pay 20,000, and the other 20,000. Zhang Xiaobao agreed and looked back at Li Sun. Chapter 722. Knowing that Zhang Xiaobao was willing to help, Li Yu finally felt relieved. He didn't believe that anyone could beat Zhang Xiaobao in this aspect. Smiling at Zhang Xiaobao in a friendly manner, Li Yu said, "After we make money, all the business in Changning County will belong to you, Xiaobao. You can do whatever you want. I won't stop you. You should keep it for yourself. Don't always give it to me. I just want a little." The ceramic industry in Ciizhou must be integrated. There must be at least 3 factories. They must share the technology with each other, but they must compete with each other. We can't have small kills everywhere. Those with money have no technology, and those with technology have no money. Let's not care about the iron. The imperial court is very strict. They are afraid that it will be used to make weapons. You'd better find someone to guard the iron. Don't let it leak out. We can slowly refine it when the time comes. Zhang Xiaobao just wanted to help. He didn't care too much about Li Yu. If he treated Li Yu as well as before, more people in the royal family would come to him. When the time came, he didn't want to be involved in the political whirlpool of the throne. That's good. Wei Wei felt a little regretful. He really wanted to pull Zhang Xiaobao over and make a large-scale investment there. He thought that with Zhang Xiaobao's ability and way of doing things, he could make the place prosperous quickly. Since he couldn't pull him, he could only give up. He lowered his head and began to eat. The box, which he thought tasted good, now tasted even better. Looking at the night sky, the people working on the shore, and the children laughing and playing, Li Yu's mouth curved up. The night lingered. Early the next morning, Li Yu couldn't sleep. He got up and walked around. He looked at the situation of the construction site and asked about the details. Considering the popularity of the set breeding in his hometown, he decided to go back and continue to work on it. He also wanted to find food crops that were beneficial to the development of his hometown. Zhang Xiaobao also opened his eyes. After wiping his face with cold water, he woke up and began to make breakfast for Wang Wan. Ever since he found that Wang Wan was not in a good mood, Zhang Xiaobao felt that he had to cook by himself recently. For breakfast today, he decided to make 8 treasures congee, which was mainly made of millet, with a lot of red dates. The main dish would be red pond bean dumplings, with a lot of sesame seeds. He would also fry 3 medium-rare poached eggs, and 2 kinds of salty pickles that were mixed with sesame oil. As for Li Yu and Li Sun, he just asked someone to send them some salted vegetables. There were still fried fruits and soy milk outside, so he just had to make do with it. Wang Wan slept for a while, then got up. She stretched herself, yawned, and came down to freshen up. She asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Are we going to write a petition to impeach Feng Changgong today?" "No, we'll wait until Zhang Shuang's people come. At that time, we'll just sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Let them argue with each other. Instead of taking the initiative to help them and making them doubt us, it's better to wait for them to come to us and take the initiative to discuss with us. I believe they all understand that whoever can win us over will have more weight in the balance." Zhang Xiaobao placed the food on the table one by one and sat there to reply. After freshening up, Wang Wan sat opposite Zhang Xiaobao. She looked at the food and smiled at Zhang Xiaobao. "I didn't want to eat at first, but when I saw that you made such a good breakfast, I have an appetite again. Look at you, why did you have to make the steamed bean dumplings look like a panda? Next time, remember to make them look like a koala bear. Should we go back? If we don't see Baoxin County with our own eyes, I'll be worried. After all, that's our first administrative place." "Yes, we'll go back tomorrow after we finish writing the proposal for Li Yu. We don't need to stay in Baoxin County anymore. Let's go back and see if the honeycomb coal is good to burn. Zhang Xiaobao pushed a bowl of porridge with many dates to Wang Wan. After thinking for a while, he asked, "Do you want to make a waist protection with mink fur?" "No, I'm not that delicate." "Isn't there a lot of coal in Changning County? We can directly smelt iron there. Let Li Yu have a try. He can first turn the coal into coke, then smelt it. Think of a way to blow the coal into the furnace." "Who said that steel has to be refined 100 times? Wang Wan ate a jujube with a face full of happiness. She picked up a fried egg with salt and said. While Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were enjoying breakfast, Li Yu, who was eating with others outside, felt very uncomfortable. After eating a big fruit, he felt that it was too hard and complained to Li Sun. "Fifth brother, why didn't you eat breakfast with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan? Don't they make the best food?" Li Sun glanced at him and said, "Since yesterday, Wang Wan has been a little uncomfortable, so Xiaobao didn't have time to talk to us. Eat, the big fruit and soy milk are also good. Why don't you eat vegetable buns and tofu pudding? People should know how to be content. The county magistrate here, Feng Changgong, is not content. He doesn't eat what the people can eat." As a result, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan are angry and want to teach him a lesson. It won't take long before he is finished. I haven't seen anyone who can escape from the two of them. Really? Isn't it too fake? Just because the county magistrate doesn't eat ordinary food, the two of them want to teach him a lesson. The world is so big. Can they teach him a lesson? Li Yu had a strange feeling. Why did other people have to listen to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan? The world is big. Don't be afraid. What you are afraid of is that you will meet them someday. Don't let them meet you. Once they meet you, you are finished. You can't reason in front of them. What they say is the truth." Li Sun continued to scare his brother, hoping that he would eat more. Li Yu didn't know that the conflict was not so simple. He thought that it was true and hurried to eat. He was afraid that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would remember him. If that happened, it would be difficult to do business in Changning County. After drinking 3 bowls of soy milk in a row and eating only one big fruit, Li Yu was full. He didn't know who fried the big fruit, but when he ate it, it was astringent. He guessed that it was because there was too much alum. The taste was not comparable to the box he ate last night. Li Sun was not picky. After all, he had participated in the wilderness survival training. Although it was a simplified version, he had suffered a lot. It was good enough to have something to eat. There was no need to be picky. After eating 3 big fruits, drinking a bowl of soy milk without sugar, and half a piece of stinky tofu, he rubbed his stomach and burped comfortably. Then, he said to his brother, "Looks like I'll have to teach you what it means to survive in the wild. You haven't seen Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. When the two of them arrived at Luzhou, they only had a saber with them. They didn't have any other supplies. Life was tough. They couldn't even sleep well at night. You should cherish them. Many people can't even eat big fruits." Li Yu had never suffered much. Even when he had no money, he was 100 times better than many people in terms of food and clothing. When he heard his brother mention wilderness survival, he asked curiously, "Isn't it a vacation?" "Fifth brother, aren't we traveling? You've already booked the 100,000 mountains. How can you still suffer? Besides, you should compete with others who are better than you. Why should you compete with others who are worse than you? I'm not asking you to compete. I'm asking you to experience it. How about this? I'll make a training plan for you later. You follow the plan. When the time comes, I'll find time to visit you. If you can't do it well, I'll ask Xiao Bao to take away all your money. Do you dare to punish him with your identity as a member of the royal family?" Li Sun had his own thoughts, and he wanted his brother to know that it was not a matter of money. He had a lot of money, but he did not spend much on his daily life. At least, he did not enjoy much. Most of the money he spent was used to train the army. Li Yu listened to his brother's words and nodded helplessly. Then I can't. It'll be very hard at the beginning. I have to get used to it bit by bit. If it really doesn't work out, I'll use all my money to buy land. I'm not afraid of other people's tricks. When he said this, Li Yu was not confident. He knew that if Zhang Xiaobao really did do something to him, it was useless to rely on his identity. Tell Imperial Uncle? That's good. Uncle will question me first. Then you can try. See if you can avoid Zhang Xiaobao's scheme by buying land. Eat a fruit. What's the use of drinking so much soy milk? You'll be hungry again after a while. Zhang Xiaobao will probably tell you what to do when you go back today. Remember, I think Zhang Xiaobao's plan has 3 options. The first is the best plan, which is to directly deal with the opponent. The second is the middle plan, which is to play along with the opponent and make them lose more. The third is the worst plan, which is to not take the initiative to attack and leave the opponent a way out, giving the opponent a chance to choose. This is especially true when the opponent is from Great Tang. When you're given the choice, you have to choose the worst strategy and give the other party a few more chances to start over. Don't kill them all in one go. If you do that, it's easy to change your mind in the future. Take Xin Kai County's County Magistrate Feng Changgong for example. In fact, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had given him more than one chance. If he thinks it through, go find Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and have a good talk. Both of them will stop. What people fear most is stubbornness. When Li Sun told his brother to eat more, he suddenly thought of something important and hurriedly told his brother. Li Yu unhappily picked up a large fruit and put it next to his mouth, not wanting to open it. After hearing his brother's words, he put the fruit down. Seeing his brother glare at him, he could only raise it and ask, "Why don't you kill them with one blow and leave them behind? If it were me, I wouldn't give them any chance. If that's the case, they'll have a wishful thinking and still dare to oppose them in the future. At most, we'll just compromise and stop fighting. We should be merciless." What do you know? That depends on who you're dealing with. Have you been merciful to the Tubo people? It's not easy to think of such a plan. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan want to keep the talent. Don't think that it's the worst plan, they'll always give them a chance. However, if the other party can't think it through, they'll be like Feng Changgong, and it'll be difficult to keep their lives. The more chances they give, the more vicious the plan will be. Listen to me and use the worst plan. If they still refuse to accept it, what awaits them is a bottomless abyss. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family have always been like this. If you don't believe me, take a look. Especially Xiaobao, he kills without spilling blood. Do you understand? Understood. I'll eat it now. Li Yu was frightened. He suddenly felt that the taste of the fruit was not bad. After eating, Zhang Xiaobao began to write a plan. Just like Li Sun, it was divided into 3 plans. He gave Li Yu the freedom to choose. In the worst plan, there were many chances for the other party to break free. It all depended on what the other party thought. Wang Wan began to prepare things that she might need. She also paid attention to keeping warm and tried to calm her emotions. She reminded herself not to bring her bad mood to work. When it was almost noon, Zhang Xiaobao prepared a meal. He left a portion for himself and Wang Wan, and asked someone to give the rest to Li Yu and Wang Wan. The plan was not finished yet. It was very troublesome. It was estimated that it would be finished at night. The people working were still as diligent as before. For the sake of their future lives and to allow their families to obtain more resources, they worked hard without complaint. Everyone was very calm. If there was someone who could not calm down, it would be Feng Changgong. Last night, he had also seen a group of cavalrymen coming over. After asking around, he found out that it was Prince Li Xian's sixth son, Li Yu, who had come to visit his older brother, Li Sun. He could only see Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan and Li Sun together from a distance, but he did not know what they were talking about. In the past few days, he had always felt a threat by his side, but he could not figure out the reason. After seeing Li Yu last night, this feeling became stronger. As a result, he could not sleep the whole night. Even if he drank some wine and lay on the bed dizzily, he still could not fall asleep. As long as he closed his eyes, he would have nightmares. He could only open his eyes and ask someone to light the wormwood to drive away the mosquitoes. He opened the window and looked at the starry sky outside. When it was time for breakfast, he also got up. He did not have any appetite. After drinking a bowl of porridge, he could not eat any more. It was the same at noon. He did not feel hungry. It seemed that he would be full even if he did not eat anything. The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. He had no choice but to send a letter to the capital, hoping that there would be news soon. At this time, people had already set off from the capital. Cui Riji and Li Linfu took a boat to the south. Normally, when going to a place to work, they would need to bring along their family, but neither of them did. On this point, the two of them had the same idea. They would not stay long when they arrived at Xinsai County. One of them came specifically to investigate the old debts of Xinsai County, while the other came to find a way to stop it. It was a very simple matter. When the time came, it would depend on who was more powerful. The boat that the two of them took was from the Jingshui Boat Company. It would save them a lot of trouble if they were together. However, for the two of them, going to work together was the real trouble. In fact, Cui Riji looked down on Li Linfu from the bottom of his heart. He thought that his ability was too weak. However, he felt that Li Linfu was different from the person he had seen before. He did not dare to offend him easily. After all, he was now the county magistrate, while Li Linfu was the registrar. Although his position was high, the registrar also had the responsibility of supervision. If he found that the county magistrate did something wrong, the registrar could submit a report to the higher-ups, either to impeach him or to clarify the matter. Cui Riji definitely did not believe that Li Linfu would forgive him after he made a mistake. Moreover, when he submitted the report, he would not send it to the prefecture, but directly to the capital. At that time, it would be difficult for him to do anything. Of course, he could also supervise the registrar and directly submit the report to the capital. Thinking about what he had to do in the future and what he had to do well, Cui Riji could not stay still. He went to the bow of the boat and asked someone to bring him a chair to sit there. While feeling the river breeze on his head, he thought about the matter in his heart. He was also a third-ranked official, and he had people who specialized in strategizing at home. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for him to not bring someone with him when he went out. In order to better deal with the situation in Xian Kai County, he brought along the advisor he felt was the best in the manner. When he sat at the bow of the boat, the advisor also moved a stool and sat beside him. They looked at the water together. It was unknown what the two of them saw in the water, but they didn't move at all. After a long time, Cui Riji sighed and said, "The water in this river always flows to the east. It has not changed since ancient times. However, the water that flows into this river does not necessarily flow from west to east. Most of it flows from east to west and then flows into the Yellow River. Do you think it flows to the east or to the west?" Cui Riji did not know why he said such a thing. After saying it, he realized that even he did not know which was better. After hearing Cui Riji's words, the advisor fell into deep thought. After a short while, he said, "That depends on what it flows to. If it has to enter the sea, then it flows from west to east. If it can't even see the sea, then it doesn't matter how it flows. After all, it needs to join a river. If it doesn't want to join, then it's not big enough. In the end, it will end up like a river in the desert. Today it flows like this and tomorrow it will flow like this. In the end, it won't even leave a name. It is a pity. Since it has chosen a river, then no matter how it flows, it will be fine as long as it flows to the other side. As for where it will flow in the future, just follow the river. Yes, it's fine as long as there is a river. However, it is not easy to follow a big river when there is a lot of water. If we encounter some obstacles, the water from a small river like us will rush to the front. It is very easy for us to collide and not leave behind a corpse. Cui Riji was just complaining that the people above him should not have arranged for him to be here. It was too difficult. Xin Kai County was not only a battlefield for both sides to fight for. More importantly, there was also a dangerous place that could not be touched. That was Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Regardless of whether he was willing or not, he had to think clearly about how to win over Zhang Xiaobao and Zhang Xiaobao when they arrived at Xin Kai County instead of going against them. That would definitely not benefit him in any way. The advisor next to him said, "So what if we collide? We can't always collide with the same river water. As long as we get through it, we can enter the sea together with the big river. Then, we won't have to worry about colliding with anything." Cui Riji nodded. At this time, he had also thought it through. Just as he was about to say something, a voice came from behind him. "Lord Cui, you are in a good mood. Sitting at the bow, do you feel that the cabin is too hot? I can't stand it. I don't know how their ship is made. I heard that their ship is actually very good. No matter how hot it is very cool to stay in the cabin. This time, they did not send such a ship. What a pity, what a pity." Cui Riji did not need to turn around to know who the person was. Just by hearing the familiar voice, he knew that it was Li Linfu. He stood up politely, turned around, and said to Li Linfu, "So it is Lord Li. I didn't feel that the cabin was stuffy. I just wanted to come out and get some wind. After all, in the cabin, the wind is too weak. Even if I open the window, it is not big enough. It is not as good as the bow. When the wind blows, it is as if I can fly. Others are afraid of the wind, but I am not worried at all. Yes, the wind at the bow is good. Unfortunately, I can't get too much wind. I cry when I am blown too much by the wind. In fact, I want to not be with the wind. But many times, I can't help it. If I can stand behind Lord Cui can help me block the wind and rain, that would be even better." Li Linfu followed Cui Riji's words. No matter who looked at him, his face was sincere, making people feel that his words were credible. To be honest, Cui Riji did not know much about Li Linfu. Looking at Li Linfu, Weiwei was stunned. Then, she said, "I just said that some water can flow directly into the sea from west to east. Some water has no choice. As long as it can meet a big river, it doesn't matter how it flows. I don't know what Lord Li thinks." Water? Yes, Lord Cui is wise. I didn't think of this. Indeed, as Lord Cui said, many times, you can't enter the sea just because you want to. Sigh, I don't know why, but when I heard Lord Cui's words, I felt uncomfortable. Perhaps I am like the small river that can't enter the sea. No matter how hard I try, I can't do it. Forget it, I will flow as I should. If Lord Cui has a better river, please tell me. Maybe you and I can flow together. At that time, I will rely on Lord Cui's help. A trace of helplessness flashed in Li Linfu's eyes. After saying this to Cui Riji, he turned around and was about to leave. After walking a few steps, he suddenly stopped, turned around and said to Cui Riji, "I heard that the county magistrate of Xin Kai County, Feng Changgong, has offended His Royal Highness, Commander Prince Tang. When we get there, I'll cooperate with Lord Shui to teach him a lesson. Commandery Prince Tang is not an ordinary person, and he rarely makes mistakes. I think Feng Changgong did it on purpose for his own benefit. After saying this, Li Linfu walked step by step toward the cabin. Cui Riji, who had no connection with fools, was stunned for a while. Then, he suddenly smiled and said to the advisor who had been silent, "It seems that Yu Wenrong's side is not very close. Otherwise, why would Li Linfu be willing to surrender? Do you think we should let him do something when we get to Xian Kai County and see how he does it?" The advisor raised his eyebrows and his ears twitched. He said, "You can't judge a book by its cover. Also, we can't make a decision easily. Fortunately, the journey is long. We can see more in case we choose the wrong person and leave a disaster behind." Chapter 723. 2 days later, Li Yu was preparing to go back. During these 2 days, whenever Zhang Xiaobao showed up, he would follow Zhang Xiaobao and ask him about the details of the 3 plans Zhang Xiaobao gave him. Zhang Xiaobao did not refuse. As long as Li Yu asked, he would answer in detail and give examples so that Li Yu could understand better. Although 2 days were not long, to Li Yu, it was like seeing a new world. In the past, he had heard of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's reputation. One could be said to be a scholar and the other a martial artist. Each had their own strengths. Many people said that the scariest thing was not meeting one of them. This was because if you only met one of them, then if the whole country worked together and did not think about taking advantage of them, there might be a way to resist. However, if you really met the 2 of them together, there would be no more chances. This was because the 2 of them grew up together. Their cooperation was called tacit understanding. Some people felt that it was very good to be able to understand each other with just a glance. However, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not even need to look at each other. Even if the 2 of them were separated, they could understand what the other was going to do and cooperate with each other. The most direct feeling was that in the 2 days that they stayed, Wang Wan ran to the riverside at noon on the first day. She did not even say a word before she was with Zhang Xiaobao. When it was time for lunch, Zhang Xiaobao went to prepare something. It was a basin and some salt, but there was nothing else. At this time, Wang Wan ran back and happily told Zhang Xiaobao that she had caught a lot of prawns and wanted to eat salted prawns. Then, she directly put them in the basin and cooked them for everyone to eat. At night, Wang Wan ran to the river again without greeting anyone. She still asked Zhang Xiaobao about the details together. When it was almost time to eat, Zhang Xiaobao went to get some garlic sprouts and eggs. When Wang Wan came back, she said that she still went to catch prawns and wanted to eat dumplings at night. Then, Zhang Xiaobao began to use the things he took out to make dumplings. The next day, Wang Wan ran out at noon. When she came back, she was carrying a big fish in her hand. Zhang Xiaobao was not around to prepare lunch. After Wang Wan heard that, she put the fish down and found a few children to make mud. When Zhang Xiaobao came out with charcoal, the mud was already ready. Zhang Xiaobao directly poured seasoned wine into the fish's stomach and wrapped it in mud to burn. With such cooperation, there was no need to look at each other. The 2 people did not need to see each other at all. They did not need to communicate with each other to know what the other was going to do. One was a scholar and the other was a martial artist. This was the real combination of 2 swords. More importantly, if it was really a scholar and a martial artist, it would be fine. The problem was that Zhang Xiaobao was not bad at martial arts. When they were really close, he always stood from the angle that he could protect Wang Wan the most. At the same time, when talking about military affairs, he was better than himself. Needless to say, Wang Wan was even better. When Zhang Xiaobao was talking about the plan, she would add on from the side and explain the things that she did not know. Who was the one who said that Zhang Xiaobao's martial arts were not good enough and Wang Wan's literary skills were not good enough? Only by really interacting with the two people could one understand their abilities. Even when talking about academic matters with them, Wang Wan was not worse than Zhang Xiaobao. These two people could not be offended. He felt sorry for Feng Changgong. He could have provoked anyone, but he had to provoke Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Moreover, when there was a way out, he still insisted. When he was about to leave, he actually came to curry favor with him and gave him a gift worth 300 strings of coins. He wanted to bribe him with 300 strings of coins. Why didn't he bribe Zhang Zhong with that much money? There were too many, so many that it was a little scary. Young master, it's already noon. Should we find a place to eat? Just as Li Yu was thinking about Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and felt scared, the guard captain next to him came up and asked. Li Yu broke away from his thoughts just now. He looked at the sky and said, "It's noon so soon. Aren't we going the way we came? Did you see any hotels around when you came?" In reply to young master, "There is no decent restaurant, only a small restaurant." "Are we going there? I mean, why don't we change direction, walk a few more steps, and find a good restaurant to eat? The food in a small restaurant will definitely not taste good." The guard captain suggested with concern, hoping to walk along the fork in the road ahead and look elsewhere. Li Yu thought for a moment and shook his head. "No need. Go to the restaurant and ask if they can make food for 300 people. Simple food is fine as long as it can fill my stomach. So what if it's a restaurant? Can the food made by the chef there be better than Zhang Xiaobao's? Don't be so picky." Many of Fifth Brother's guards had followed Wang Wan to Tubo to fight. When they were there, they fought with their lives on the line every day. How could they have the time to think about what to eat? Even if it's tree bark, they still have to eat it. Are my soldiers really that bad? I don't dare. I'll send someone to ask. The guard captain really did want to eat something good for himself and his brothers, but after hearing Li Yu's words, he didn't dare to mention it again. He hurriedly ordered someone to ask in advance while he followed behind Li Yu. He secretly decided that when he returned, he would train his subordinates well. Normally, when he met the prefectural army, he would think that they were not bad. After returning to Xinkai County and seeing Tang and Royal Prince, Zhang Xiaobao, and Wang Wan's bodyguards, he finally realized how big the gap was. It took him about 3 days to reach Tang and Royal Prince's bodyguards. In the last 2 days, he had a few matches with Tang and Royal Prince's bodyguards. One of them could beat 2, 2 of them could beat 5, and 5 of them could beat 15 of his bodyguards. The more people there were, the better their cooperation. The real competition was between Royal Prince Tang and's guards who didn't follow Wang Wan. Those who passed the test couldn't be bothered to fight with people like him. Those who were unconvinced went to find trouble with him. In the end, it was 5 against 1. 3 of them were knocked unconscious and 2 of their joints were dislocated. The other party still had that kind of disdainful look in his eyes, but no one dared to challenge him anymore. His attacks were too ruthless, and it was completely different from their usual training. Every move he made was a killing move, and he fought with his life on the line. When had they ever seen such a thing during training? When 5 people beat him up, he was clearly hit in the face. If it was a normal practice, he would have dodged. However, he took it head-on and paid the price of 2 teeth. He defeated 2 people in 1 move and acted as if he didn't care. Ruthless, really ruthless. He was ruthless to others and ruthless to himself. This was a fucking person who came back alive from the battlefield. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's guards didn't make a move either. Someone suggested a competition, and the other party made his people sign the life and death agreement. They said that they had never competed with others outside. There would be blood if they fought. The reason was that they weren't skilled enough and couldn't control their weapons freely. These two types of people made his people lose so badly that the young master was unhappy. At that time, his face was as dark as water. If he still wanted to eat something good today, he would probably be taught a lesson when he returned. Li Yu also prepared for this. Embarrassing, it was too embarrassing. If they couldn't beat Fifth Brother's people one-on-one, it was even worse when they worked together. What was the point of having such guards? Did they have to specifically find people who weren't as good as them to fight? What if they had to go outside one day? Did they have to run for their lives? If Fifth Brother's cavalry was led by Wang Wan, they should be the ones running for their lives. He didn't have to say that he was that good, but at least he didn't embarrass himself too much. It turned out that those who were good at hunting might not be good at killing. As he thought about it, Li Yu felt that he should train his guards on the way back. When the time was right, he would show Fifth Brother that he wasn't bad and was also very hard-working. Li Sun didn't know what his younger brother was thinking. When he sent his younger brother off, he gave him a lot of canned food so that he could eat it when he didn't feel like eating. It wasn't easy to see each other. They were family, but he couldn't show it. This time, they were in Xin Kai. If they met in the capital, they would be treated differently. He was the loneliest in a big group of brothers. Fortunately, he met Xiao Bao and Cuckoo at that time. Otherwise, he didn't know what would have happened. After sending his younger brother off, Li Sun turned around and found Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. At this time, the two of them were also planning to leave. Li Sun was reluctant to leave. After thinking for a while, he said, "You guys are going back. Wait for me for a few days. I'll take a look at the situation here and come to your side." That day, someone came to report that honeycomb coal was good. "Why don't you send some to my county? I'll use it too." "Yes, I have to go. There are still things to deal with in the county. Cuckoo is also homesick, so I'll probably have to ask for leave to take her to Luoyang. Honeycomb coal is actually nothing. You can look for coal mines in your county. If you don't have any, you can look around and make your own. It's very simple." Zhang Xiaobao also knew that there was no such thing as a banquet that lasted forever. He solemnly said some words to Li Sun, telling him to speed up the preparations so that they could leave as soon as possible. Wang Wan was getting more and more sleepy recently and always wanted to sleep. They had to go back and let her see her family. At that time, she would be comforted. She would be fine after this period of her menstrual cycle. That night, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan set off to leave, leaving Li Sun alone to continue watching. He wanted to find a pattern that did not follow. "Xiaobao, we won't be sending people gradually. This time, Li Linfu will also come. I really want to see what he looks like. It's said that no matter what he faces, he is always so calm, giving people the feeling that he is very sincere and reliable. Then, as long as he has the opportunity, he will take action against people who have a grudge with him. He's very insidious." On the way back, Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao, "So what if he's insidious? The main thing is that he is very capable. Otherwise, it's useless to rely on insidiousness. What's the point of looking at him? He's just a small official, secondary class, rank 4. I really don't put him in my eyes. If you give him a chance, he can go up. If you don't give him a chance, he can forget about moving up. If you don't hate him, then suppress him. Even if he is really different from what is written in the book and is a good person, you can still suppress him. Who can this world not revolve without who?" Zhang Xiaobao tried to say something to make Wang Wan happy, so that he could adjust her mood. "That's right. As long as I'm not satisfied with him, no matter who he is, I'll deal with him. But it's best to see when the time comes. If he's really capable, even if I can't let him run to a higher position, I still have to use him. Not all people are good people." Wang Wan was happy as expected. She agreed and proposed to observe Li Linfu carefully. No one was perfect. If the other party was capable, then he could be arranged to a place where he could show his ability. Okay, I'll listen to you. Are you still sleepy? Why don't you come to my horse? We can walk slowly. Zhang Xiaobao was indifferent. It's okay. I will be fine in a few days. When the time comes, you can't bully me. Wang Wan was recalling her previous physical condition at this time. She was tired, sleepy, and could eat a lot. I want to, but I am not as fast as you. No, I have decided to eat more mutton and dog meat when I go back. If there is a need, turtle and ginseng can also be eaten. Zhang Xiaobao urged the horse and said jokingly. Then you can wait to eat ice cream every day. Don't run so fast. I still want to see the surrounding scenery. Wang Wan also urged the horse to catch up with him. In Buxin County, many people had started to learn how to make honeycomb briquettes. Carriages of briquettes were sent here, and the people made them at home according to the method given by the yamen. Old Man Pai and the other two also made a few by themselves. They were going to use them for barbecue when the time came. They wanted to see if there was any difference between the honeycomb briquettes and charcoal. If it was more delicious, then there would be more reasons to advertise. I will make a few more holes on the sides of this honeycomb briquettes. This way, it will burn faster. Old Man Chang took out the honeycomb briquettes from the pressed mold and used a small wooden stick to continue inserting holes where there were no holes. Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao did not have as much free time as Old Man Chang. After the two of them took out the honeycomb briquettes, they looked at each other and did not care about the briquettes anymore. Instead, they talked about the recent events. The imperial court sent Li Linfu and Cui Riji over. One of them is on Zhang Shua's side, and the other is on Yu Wenrong's side. I reckon there will be a good fight when they arrive at Xin Kai County. Old Man Pai said to Old Man Yao while washing his hands in the basin. Old Man Yao rubbed some soap on his hands and thought for a while. Actually, it doesn't matter who they send. Feng Changgong is finished. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo really hold a grudge. Even if Yu Wenrong wants to protect him, he won't be able to. If he doesn't, it might be better. If he really does protect him, then Yu Wenrong will easily fall into his trap. The news sent over a few days ago already stated that other than Feng Changgong going to apologize to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo himself, no one can help him. Unfortunately, it is impossible for him to go over. When the time comes, I just hope that Li Linfu will be smart. Otherwise, once he is protected, he will not have a good time. What 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors? Is that something that others can casually talk about? Don't look at it as just a few words. It can kill. Now I understand. If Xiao Bao and Cuckoo want to do something, just follow them. Don't oppose them. If you really want to oppose them, then do it through normal means. Any evil means is useless, and you will also get yourself into trouble. The 2 little guys will do this. Maybe they are waiting for others to do the same. Old Man Yao rubbed his hands until there were a lot of bubbles. While washing his hands, he looked in the direction of Xin Kai County. Yes, Feng Changgong won't be able to escape. Other officials can't be too relaxed either. Xiao Bao asked someone to send a letter last time saying that there is a problem with the registrar of Xin Kai County. He asked us to keep an eye on him, especially to find a way to convince the imperial court not to act rashly and alert the enemy. However, we still have to send capable people to keep an eye on him. Also, Li Sun's younger brother, Li Yu, also came 3 days ago. Isn't he now in Changning County of Ciizhou? What is he doing here? Is he short of money? Ask for some money from me. After washing his hands to his satisfaction, Old Man Pai wiped his hands and said, I don't think it's that simple. Maybe they are secretly discussing something. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo didn't mention it in the letter. We can ask them when they come back. As long as they are not thinking of joining forces to rebel, it's fine. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are coming back soon, right? Old Man Yao snatched the towel from Old Man Pai's hand and looked at Old Man Chang, who was still trying to insert the holes. He shook his head helplessly. Although Old Man Chang was inserting holes, his ears were not idle. He was still listening to the conversation between the two. When he heard Old Man Yao say that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were coming back, he immediately interrupted, "When they come back, I must ask them why they didn't insert more holes in the honeycomb coal. Isn't it said that the more holes there are, the better the fire will be? If all the coal is blown into the fire, it will burn even better," Old Man Pai retorted. Just as the three old men were talking back and forth, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also entered the county. When the two people appeared, all the people who saw them revealed happy smiles. Whether it was the two people's abilities or the two people's appearance, they all made people feel comfortable. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan couldn't just pretend that they didn't see anything. As they walked, they returned the greetings of the people around them. From the entrance to the yamen, the journey that should have taken less than a quarter of an hour actually took them an hour to walk. Some people even gave Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan the eggs that they had just cooked and didn't have time to eat. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't refuse. They took the eggs and rode on their horses, peeled the skin, and ate it bite by bite. Even if it didn't have any saltiness, they ate happily. Not all officials could make the people give them eggs voluntarily. It had nothing to do with the price. Only those who were approved by the people could do it. This was also considered an honor. After an hour, when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan arrived at the entrance of the yamen, Wang Wan's bag was already full. Zhang Xiaobao also used his clothes to carry a lot of things. The two of them didn't stop eating. They walked and ate. The only thing they regretted was that they shouldn't have eaten in advance. They should have starved for 2 meals. "Grandpa Bai, you haven't eaten yet, right? Let me peel a goose egg for you to eat." Wang Wan finally found someone who could help her. When they arrived at the entrance of the yamen, Old Man Pai and the other two people were playing mahjong next to the drum in front of the door. Recently, no one played the drum. They didn't need to care. This position was good. It could help to block the sun. If anyone was happy, they could beat the drum to express their feelings. The people seemed to be used to it. After the early cases were dealt with, there wasn't much to do in the county. Everyone was busy getting rich and didn't have time to do anything else. The thieves also found their own jobs. They were skilled workers. They were required to have nimble fingers. Wang Wan didn't jump down when she saw the 3 old men playing mahjong. At the same time, she knew that there wasn't much to do in the county. The yamen's entrance was still pasted with the pictures of the day. It let the people know how much they earned, how much they spent, and what they spent on. There was also a plan to spend money in the future. If the people didn't agree, they had to point out the drawbacks. It was best if they could come up with a better solution. Once the solution was accepted, they would receive a medal. In the future, they would be able to come to the county and give their opinions. Old Man Pai's forehead was full of sweat. Zhang Xiaobao watched from the side. He probably lost. Otherwise, he wouldn't be like this. Sure enough, Old Man Pai looked at the goose egg and said to Wang Wan, "Do you want me to die of saltiness? Have you ever seen a boiled goose's egg? It's all salty things that are pickled. Grandpa Bai, gambling is wrong. What's even more wrong is venting your anger on others when you lose the bet. Who said that goose eggs have to be salty? Mine is bland. As long as the people find it pleasing to the eye, they won't care about it. If you don't believe me, you can try it." As Wang Wan spoke, she knocked on the goose egg and opened it, revealing the inside. It was indeed bland. It was probably because when the news of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan returning to the county spread, someone immediately ran home to boil the goose egg and gave it to them. If the goose egg wasn't salty, it wouldn't taste good. However, no one would say that this kind of goose egg was bad. Who didn't know that salty goose eggs were much more expensive than chicken and duck eggs? Looking at the goose egg in Wang Wan's hand, Old Man Pai said with jealousy, "I said that I'm a minister, and I'm from the Ministry of Revenue. In the end, no one said that they would give me something. This time, you guys came back to welcome me. I'm sad. Xiao Bao, come and help me win a few rounds to comfort me." Zhang Xiaobao didn't expect to encounter such a problem as soon as he returned. Looking at Old Man Pai's anticipation, then looking at Old Man Yao and Old Man Chang's warning eyes, he finally decided to make someone sad. Thus, he said to Old Man Pai, "Grandpa Bai, my stomach suddenly doesn't feel well. I'll talk about it later. I'll go in first. It's just that I haven't eaten goose eggs on the way. Grandpa Bai, you have to remember to eat. If you lose, then lose. Money is just a worldly possession. Cuckoo, let's go." "What money? We're playing stickers. I've already lost 20. I'm going to stick one on my face tonight." Zhang Xiaobao, who was leaving quickly with Wang Wan, heard the business behind him. His ears twitched, and he forgot about it. 2 days later, Cui Riji still ran to the bow of the ship and sat there. He would only return to the cabin when it was time to eat and sleep. Otherwise, he wouldn't stay there. It wasn't that it was uncomfortable to stay there, but because the wooden walls of the cabin weren't soundproof. When he wanted to say something to the advisor, he was always worried that someone would hear. Of course, the bow of the ship wasn't soundproof either, but he could see other places. If someone approached from behind, he could immediately change the topic to prevent others from hearing what he wanted to say. After leaving the capital, they traveled down the river at a very fast speed. However, it was impossible for them to reach Xian Kai County in a short period of time. Unless they reached the shore now and rode a fast horse, they would have to take the military rest stop. Of course, that was impossible. Cui Riji also didn't want to reach Xinsai County now. Today, he also asked the advisor to sit at the bow of the ship. Seeing that there was no one around, he said, "What do you think of Li Linfu these 2 days? Can you make him one of our people?" The advisor had been carefully observing Li Linfu these 2 days. He wanted to learn more about him through his daily life. In the end, he found that Li Linfu seemed to be very kind to everyone. He always had a smile on his face and didn't get angry with anyone. Even if the advisor deliberately sent someone to say a few unpleasant words in front of Li Linfu still looked so amiable. If that was really the case, it would be a very good thing. However, the advisor was worried that Li Linfu was a person who looked one on the surface but was another person behind his back. This kind of person was actually the most terrifying. No one could know what he was thinking. Now, many people on the ship, including the boatman, were very kind to Li Linfu. Even the ship's cook specially made some good food for him. Other people didn't have the opportunity to receive such benefits. He didn't know why the people on the ship of the Zhang family and Wang family had become like this. They had flattering smiles that made people feel disgusted, making people feel very uncomfortable. What? Can't you see it? Seeing that the advisor next to him didn't speak for a long time, Cui Riji asked again. At this time, the advisor said, "I always feel that something is wrong. Logically speaking, a person with a good temper like Li Linfu's can't be promoted to his current position. Such a position can't be obtained by just anyone. Right now, many of the people on the ship have been bought over by him. He doesn't need to use money to buy people over, he just needs to lower his status and smile a bit more. Why don't you learn from him and win over the people on the ship first? That way, when you need them in the future, it will be more convenient." Cui Riji also thought so. He didn't understand. Logically speaking, Li Linfu, who should be very tough, should have been able to stabilize his position long ago. When the time came, he could have whatever he wanted. At least, he didn't need to gather others to his place to discuss bad things. When he got there, it was time to use people. Now, Li Linfu was not gathering people. He was not like himself, who would run to the bow of the ship, look at the running water, and bask in the sun. Instead, he hid in the house all day long. No one knew what he was thinking about. After hearing the advisor's words, Cui Riji thought about it and said, "If I ask him, do you think he will be willing to surrender to Galai? After all, there is a lack of literati in that place, let alone enter Jixian courtyard. Give them a place to enter and let them fight for it. Don't you think it will deepen the conflict between them?" This was a very bold idea. When they were still on the ship, Cui Riji was ready to educate his people. It would be best if he didn't let more people participate. After dinner, he would call everyone to his side to show off his knowledge. He had already planned that as long as someone was willing to come and show off, he would get 20% of the income of an advertising tablet. It didn't sound like a lot, but if one really had the ability to get it, the reward for this position would definitely be a lot. However, there was also a range. He would not do this all the way to Shinsai County, which was the advertising tablet on the ship. The advisor actually wanted to persuade him again. He could tell that Cui Riji had never planned to give up on this matter. He wanted to pull Li Linfu to his side, but he didn't know the real situation yet. Now was not the time to make a decision easily. Fearing that Cui Riji would do something wrong, the advisor advised, "My lord, you're still too impatient now. It's better to wait until we reach the place and see what he will do. Otherwise, once he makes a mistake here, the one who will suffer will be you." "Oh, that's fine. Then let's leave him alone for now. I will find time to talk to him and then make a decision." Cui Riji also knew that he couldn't speak rashly. If he really did, people would think that he was too easy to talk to, so they weren't afraid of him. Just as the two of them were talking about Li Linfu wandered out of the cabin like a ghost and stood in the same position as that day. He said to Cui Riji and Li Linfu, "What a coincidence, I just passed by here. I didn't expect to see you two again. Are you two idle?" Cui Riji thought that this was nonsense. If he wasn't free, why would he be busy? He looked at Li Linfu and replied, "Sir Li, to be honest, I really want to be free. Unfortunately, I can't. Even though we haven't arrived at Shinsai County yet, we still have to go there one day. If we don't know enough, it will easily make the people unhappy. Therefore, this official asked the people at home. If I could find out more about that place, it would be much more convenient for me to do things once I arrive there. Unfortunately, I was in too much of a hurry and forgot to bring a map. I can only think about it now and ask for more details after we get in the car." Of course, Cui Riji couldn't tell Li Linfu the purpose of his visit here. He casually found an excuse and prepared to make arrangements for the next step. He didn't expect Li Linfu to be so much more prepared than he was. After hearing his complaints, Li Linfu took out a piece of paper and handed it to Cui Riji. "Here is a map for playing games. I don't know if Master Cui would be able to use it. I think this map is pretty good. If we get to Xian Kai County, I'll draw more maps if I have the chance. From there, I'll find a better way to develop that place." After hearing Li Linfu's words and looking at the game map he took out, as well as his peaceful appearance, Cui Riji suddenly had an indescribable feeling in his heart. There was admiration, appreciation, and vigilance. If he only looked at this person's expression, he would be very easy to talk to. Moreover, he was well prepared. If he worked under Cui Riji, it would be a very good situation. However, at the same time, it also made Cui Riji worried. Why did he think of bringing a map? Although the game map wasn't as good as the military map, it was still better than nothing. While Cui Riji was thinking, Li Linfu still had that peaceful smile on his face. He said to Cui Riji, "Sir Cui, I feel that the first thing we should do when we arrive there is to meet Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. We also can't leave Prince Tang behind. As for the local people, there is no need to worry. The people who have the final say over there aren't the county magistrate and registrar of Xinsai County. After discussing with Zhang Xiaobao and the other two, we will go together. If we can find out more about the situation over there from other people, it will be easier to investigate. To be honest, when I came out, the higher-ups told me to pretend that I didn't know anything and to protect someone if I could. However, on the way here, I thought a lot. If I protect those who should be protected and those who shouldn't be protected, it will be a disaster. I also dislike officials who treat the people badly. Why don't we first meet Zhang Xiaobao and the other two when we arrive there and listen to what they have to say? Then, we will ask the people and finally go to the Yamen. If everyone treats Feng Changgong badly, Sir Cui, you will investigate in front and I will follow behind. I will not let any bad guys go, even if it means offending the higher-ups." When Li Linfu said this, he did not try to hide it from the others. Everyone on the ship heard it. They all looked at Li Linfu with a hint of respect. A good official. He clearly knew many things, but he did not do as he was told. Instead, he really thought for the people. A good official. Cui Riji was also stunned by Li Linfu's words. Li Linfu's words were too direct, and he didn't hide anything. He just stated what he was thinking and what he should do when he arrived there. From Cui Riji's point of view, Li Linfu's words were words of surrender. Li Linfu wanted to lean on his side. He really didn't know whether to rope him in now or continue to wait. He looked at his advisor. The advisor was also very confused. He carefully looked at Li Linfu, who was standing there with a sincere expression. He didn't find any treachery, so he nodded to Cui Riji and Weiwei, got up and walked back first. Cui Riji understood that this was a tacit agreement formed before. Cui Riji wanted him to follow the words first, then find an excuse to go back to the cabin and continue the discussion. Thinking of this, Cui Riji said to Li Linfu, "If Sir Li can really think like this, that's great. I also think that we can't just listen to one side of the story. Even if Commandery Prince Tang said that Feng Changgong is bad, we still need to ask around before we can come to a conclusion. I will go back and write a plan. Then, I will ask Sir Li for help." After saying this, Cui Riji had an excuse to leave and walked back to his cabin. Li Linfu seemed to agree. He said behind him, "Sir Cui, you have worked hard. I actually have a plan here. Why don't we put it together later?" Another person who used to be a county magistrate saw that the people on both sides had become friendly. He lowered his head and thought for a while. He said to himself, "I don't think it's that simple. It seems that I have to think of something." Chapter 724. The sky was rosy, and the sun reflected the flowers. The dew was slightly cold, and occasionally, a lone crow would fall from a tree. The fog from last night gradually dispersed in the morning, and a red sun like an egg yolk first covered the east with a beautiful veil. Then, it jumped out on its own, and the clouds changed with the wind. If one stared at it for a long time, one would think that there was a group of ducklings standing in a neat row, following behind the mother duck. In Lhasa City, it should have been a place where a slave master or a noble lived, but it had been changed into a place with rich rural scenery. A small river flowed through the large courtyard, and a wooden house sat on the opposite bank. A small bridge spanned over the river, and under the bridge, the water gurgled, and ducks and geese mingled on the water surface. With a creak, the door of the wooden house was opened from the inside, and a girl with a pot in her hand walked out. She went to the stove outside, lit a fire, and began to boil medicine. As she boiled, she said, you said that my medical skills are not good? Let's see what you would do without me. A big man, you look strong, but you fall sick every 2 to 3 days. Mi Fan, wake up and cook. If you want me to cook every day, can't you just buy 2 people? Look at you two, one is sick, and the other is taking care of you. He said that he was not acclimatized to the climate, and asked him to go back and find someone else, but he refused to leave. I'm the one doing all the work, Miss Jo, can't you just do it while you're at it? Before seeing anyone, Mi Fan heard the noise. She walked out of the house with a large lump of gunk in the corner of her eye. As soon as she walked out of the house, she shivered and went to another stove to collect dust and set up firewood. Jiao Meileng looked at Mi Fan with dissatisfaction and complained, "Why do you have to do all the work? I have to manage the accounts every day. I have to sell chickens and ducks, and I have to buy livestock. It's so cold in the morning, and it's so hot at noon. If I stay here, I'll get old." That's right. It's not like we didn't know when we came. It's just that Brother Han is suffering and can't take it anymore. It's time to open the lottery today, right? We'll have to fork out a lot of money again. Also, it's time to collect the money from the entertainment venues for this half a month. You've contributed the most in this regard. Those people who came to cause trouble were all poisoned to death by you. Mi Fan set up the firewood, drew a fire from under Jiao Mei's cold stove, lit it, and went back into the house to get things for breakfast. Wash your face first. Otherwise, you'll be the only one who's going to eat all the feces in the pot. Patient Han, are you awake? Squeak, and I'll serve you. I've come so far, and I'll have to live a hard life with you. Jiao Mei's hot and cold medicine was almost done. She said something to Han Xianfeng and Mi Fan, then put a cloth on the pot and prepared to send it into the room. Squeak. A short squeak came from the room. Jiao Meileng looked up at the sky. I wonder if anyone can win the lottery today. I'll be back in a month. I won't come here anymore. I'll stay in Sanshui County. It's more comfortable there. When Jiao Meileng poured the medicine into a bowl and brought it to Han Xianfeng was already dressed and leaning on the bed with a slightly yellow face. Sorry to trouble you again, Miss Jiao. This is probably the altitude sickness that young Master Song repeatedly emphasized when he came here. I didn't expect that everyone else would be fine except for me. Fortunately, the red ginseng pills were sent from Wing Province. Otherwise, I would have really died here. Han Xianfeng said to Jiao Meileng apologetically. Jiao Meileng blew on the medicine and tasted it herself. When she felt that the temperature was about right, she brought it to Han Xianfeng and didn't let him drink it. She insisted on feeding him herself. I owed you in my previous life. It's too hard to live with you. Go back quickly and live a better life. Han Xianfeng didn't know what to say. In the past, he could always retort when Jiao Meileng said something like this. But now, he couldn't say anything. He opened his mouth and drank the entire bowl of medicine, then ate the Danshan pill. He let Jiao Meileng put a blanket on him and closed his eyes to rest. The meal will be ready soon. Don't go out today. Stay at home. I'll give the money to someone else. After wiping Han Xuanfeng's mouth and checking his pulse, Jiao Meileng turned around and left the room. Han Xianfeng, who had nothing to do, just leaned on the bed and kept thinking. Ever since they were sent to take revenge on the economy, the three of them had rushed all the way from Yizhou to Tubo. After some discussion, they decided not to stay anywhere else and directly went to Lhasa. It was an eye-opener. There were few commoners and many slaves. The whole of Tubo was a tribe made up of slaves. There were a few times when they were almost in danger. Thanks to Mi Fan's ability to make people speechless, they managed to escape. They sold the food they brought and built a place for entertainment. In fact, it was a place for brothels and gambling. They bought beautiful girls and taught them how to cheat. They added a lot of new gambling activities. They could cheat money and also bet things. They didn't know what young Master Song was thinking. He actually made the prettiest girls not accept the money directly to accompany others. Instead, he had to win the bet first. There was something wrong with this. But this method was very useful. More and more people came to gamble. With this kind of cheating method, the people who came lost more than one, but they still came like a flock of ducks. When they had more money, they bought a big courtyard here. It turned out that it was Tatatu's courtyard. He was now living a good life in Tang. It was fate. Later on, they started to do public relations with the other local tribes and gradually stabilized. After the Spring Festival, they created a lottery. They earned more and more money, but there was a lot of trouble in the process. Fortunately, they had Mi Fan and Jiu Meiling's poison skills. Only then did they get rid of the source of trouble. Before they could continue to work hard, they fell sick. Only then did they know that the three of them were not fighting alone. The Zhang family also sent people. First, a very powerful local noble came to visit them. Then, all kinds of things were sent to them from Izhou. With the help of a big noble, things went smoothly. At the beginning of spring, they bought eggs from Pengzhou. Some of them were newly hatched eggs, some of them were eggs that could be hatched, and some of them were duck eggs and goose eggs. They began to teach the locals how to make a big stall. They were in charge of providing the goods, saying how good they were so that they could find people to prove it. As for the eggs, they sold them under publicity. They also sold a lot of chickens and ducks at a low price. They also taught others how to make poultry. They lied and said that the Tang emperor ate this and asked them to raise them. They also gave them the secret breeding method. They were really worried that the emperor would find out and arrest them. Impressive. Zhang Xiaobao's vengeance was no less than Wang Wan's. Who would have thought that a matter that could improve the lives of the common folk of Great Tang would turn into a vicious scheme just because of the addition of a secret breeding formula? No matter what kind of food was planted, there had to be a shelter between every 3 ridges. It could be a wooden board or a cloth curtain. Then, the bees and butterflies in this place would be caught, mashed, and mixed in the food according to the proportion. Then, they would feed the poultry. It could only be done at the beginning of spring. It was said that the chickens and ducks raised in this way would be less troublesome and live longer after eating it. If one wanted to plant paddy fields, they would need to catch toad buds. This was the thing that the little tadpoles used to find their mother in the children's books in Sanshui County. If this wasn't enough to show how poisonous Zhang Xiaobao was, then one could tell from the soil in the newly opened egg transport truck from Pengzhou Pass that Zhang Xiaobao had actually ordered people to look for places where there were a lot of locusts last autumn and then dig out a layer of soil from there. When they reached Tubo and were slightly further away from Great Tang, they would scatter the soil along the way. When they were almost done, they would send the final batch to Lhasa City and scatter it in the surrounding fields or dry areas. There were also some that were sent over from the desert. If number 1, who played tricks in Jiannan Circuit back then, were to find out about this, he would probably regret it to death. Of all people to offend, he just had to find trouble with Zhang Xiaobao. Then, he would send the animals that he bought at a high price to Jiannan Circuit through another route. The good ones would be kept while the bad ones would be killed for meat. The price was very cheap, saying that it was a subsidy to the people. The price of the eggs was also very cheap. When he bought the eggs, he would use the money he earned to pay for it. It was called a foreign trade subsidy. It was said that when summer came, Jiannan Circuit would purchase poultry from Tubo. However, they would only sell it within Great Tang's borders. They would use food to exchange for it. As long as the poultry were sold, they would have to pay more taxes. This was used to balance the subsidies and prevent Tubo from dumping their poultry into Jiannan Circuit. In any case, he wasn't able to figure out the meaning of so many words. He just had to follow the instructions. What are you thinking about? Here, I've put the food here for you. You can eat it yourself. Mi Fan and I are going out to do something. After you eat, you can sleep for a while. We'll be back at noon. I reckon that Sonrigan will be here today. I'll leave the matter of discussing the transportation and price of the butter to you. Jiao Mei's cold voice interrupted Han Xuanfeng's mental activities. A bowl of milk with a layer of milk on it was placed in front of Han Xianfeng. There were also several fried eggs. Han Xianfeng could only eat this for breakfast and couldn't eat too much. At noon, there would be butter cakes, and at night, there would be cakes baked with sesame oil. These had just been delivered the day before yesterday, from Lingnan Circuit to Pengzhou. Unlike the oil made from frying pepper, sesame oil was a good thing. It could strengthen one's body. There was very little of it. In order to ensure that Han Xianfeng could return alive, Jiao Mei quickly sent it all the way here. When he left, it would be sent by pigeon, and when he returned, it would be sent to a military post. Smelling the rich fragrance of the milk, Han Xianfeng nodded. Be careful outside. I know. You're the most dangerous one right now. Let's go. Jiao Mei left him with this sentence and followed Mi Fan out of the house. The ducks and geese outside, who had been playing in the water since morning, saw that their owner was about to cross the bridge and surrounded them. Go, continue playing. Someone will come to feed you later. Jiao Mei coaxed them a few times. As she walked across the bridge, she said to Mi Fan, you go to the entertainment center. I'll give them the prize. Come back early. I don't know why you want so much butter. I don't like it. It's too greasy. It's not for adults. The young master said that after we buy it back, we'll make cakes for the children in school. There's also cheese and yogurt. If we could transport fresh milk back, we would have bought it long ago. Mi Fan was still sleepy and yawned. Chapter 725. When Mi Fan and Jiao Meiling went to do their own things, Han Xianfeng finished his breakfast and began to think about how to trick people. After a while, the sound of poultry came from outside. Han Xianfeng knew that someone had come. He sat up straight and waited for the person to come in. Brother Han, I'm here. The goose you raise is not big, but it's so fierce. When the door opened, a Tubo man came in with a stick in his hand. He must have used it to drive the poultry away. You broke my goose. You have to pay for it. Han Xianfeng was very familiar with the person who came in. He had seen him both here and in Sanshui County. It was Sonri Nigan, the one who sold carrots. After he came here, he met him in the casino by chance. At that time, he just watched and didn't participate. The person he hired to watch the casino watched for a while. He felt that this person didn't look like someone who came to bet, so he reported it to him. Now that they met, it was like meeting an old friend in a foreign land. Since then, when he had nothing to do, Sonri would always come over and talk about how his chickens were doing and ask about the changes in Sanshui County. Since he got sick, he came here more often. He even asked someone to treat him, but it didn't work at all. If you want to talk about compensation, then I want you to compensate me. Originally, I was the only one who raised a lot of poultry. Now that everyone else is raising poultry, it's hard for me to sell them. I have to go to Sanshui County and ask someone. Senrignigan complained back, then carefully looked at Han Xuanfeng's complexion and said happily, you look like you're going to get better soon. You're so lucky. In the past, the slaves they caught from Tang and the Tang people who came here by trade didn't survive once they got sick. Of course. Who do you think I am? When I get better, I'll be able to soar into the sky. Han Xianfeng also knew that his illness was not that serious. He asked Sonri Nigan to sit down and bragged. I heard that it has nothing to do with you. The Zhang family mobilized a lot of good things for you. They even sent a doctor to hide somewhere. Others may not know, but you can't fool me. Sun Rinnegan said enviously. He was happy for Han Xianfeng from the bottom of his heart. He found a good family to rely on. Although he had a lot of slaves here, not many people were willing to help him when he was in trouble, let alone spend a lot of money after he got sick. Han Xianfeng smiled and didn't refute. Instead, he asked, "How are the poultry you're raising? Why don't you sell it quickly? Otherwise, it will be troublesome when the time comes. How's the field?" Han Xianfeng knew that even though Sanri Nigan was from Tubo, he didn't care about Tubo. He was just a small slave owner here. In the past, he was often ostracized by others. It was only now that things were better, so he could talk to him more. As soon as Sun Rinnegan heard Han Xianfeng ask about his family, a worried expression appeared on his face. What Han Xianfeng said was right. Ever since many people started to buy chickens and ducks to raise, the people around him who had a good relationship with him started to have their own ideas about him again. 2 large food stalls appeared in the city. Although they only sold hairy eggs and chestnut eggs, they also had a big impact on their own business. Those who wanted to sell chicken and eggs were not as enthusiastic as before. Their income suddenly decreased by a lot. But what could he do? He couldn't not let others raise his chickens. He only hoped that the people sent by Sanshui County could think of a new way to make money for him. "I've already made century eggs according to the method you taught me. I'm going to sell them after a while. Century eggs with tofu are very delicious, and you don't have to worry about them spoiling. They can be eaten outside. Think of a way to send me more salt. I'll make some salted eggs." Sanri Nigan had a total of 2 methods, which was to make century eggs and salted eggs. At the same time, he also knew what Han Xianfeng and the other 2 wanted to do, but he didn't want to tell others. The good or bad of others had nothing to do with him. Moreover, even if he found others and told them that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were coming for revenge, they might not believe him. Now that Lesa City was forbidden to talk about these 2 people, even if they believed him, the credit wouldn't fall on him. Who let him have so few slaves and a small territory? Han Xianfeng thought for a while and replied to Sanri Nigan, "We can't send too much salt now. The Jiannan circuit is too strict. When autumn comes, it should be enough. If you have a lot of eggs, give them to your slaves to eat. Only when they eat well can they have the strength to work. They are eating. Other slaves only have 1 meal a day. No matter what they eat, as long as they can fill their stomachs, it's fine. My slaves have 2 meals a day. If they still have to work at night, I will add a midnight snack. I have a lot of children, so each of them has 2 fried eggs a day. It's much better than other slaves. But I have a lot of them, so no matter how much they eat, they can't finish it. After a while, I will have to kill some chickens for them to eat. They are already old and can't lay eggs, so I can only eat them. I also made a lot of dried chickens, but I can't sell them. Why don't you help me buy some of them? The price can be cheaper." Sanri Nigan sat down and felt that his mouth was dry. He didn't need to trouble Han Xianfeng and started looking for tea leaves in the house. He even went to the kitchen to get a pot of water and washed it with a big bowl while complaining. He wasn't wrong. The slaves in his house definitely ate better than other people's slaves, and even better than most of the commoners. In the beginning, there were more than 300 slaves working for him, but now there were nearly 1,000 people. Some of them were willing commoners in the past few years, and some of them were the children of the slaves. So now there were a lot of children waiting for them to grow up to work. They had to be well taken care of when they were young and cultivate their loyalty. Sanri Nigan could do this because he learned from the 2 Zhuangzi families of Sanshui County, Zhangli and Wang Zhuangzi. There were so many farmers, and in fact, there was no difference between them and slaves. But when they worked, their enthusiasm was not comparable to ordinary slaves. Later, after observation and understanding, he found that treating the slaves well seemed to be spending more money, but it was very worry-free. The bodies of the slaves were strong, and they were not easy to get sick. They also had strength when they worked, and their loyalty was also improved. One slave could do the work of 2 others, and 2 slaves could do the work of 5 others. After calculating the investment and output ratio, it was still more cost-effective to raise the slaves stronger, especially when they were not completely farming. There were also other breeding industries, so the slaves were very useful. It was precisely because of this consideration that Sanri Nigan began to treat the slaves well. He did not let the slaves starve. At least, he gave them highland barley to eat, and meat to eat every few days. Every child under the age of 12 was given eggs. When the slaves were full, they could work better. In addition to raising poultry, he also raised a lot of cattle and sheep, which were all fed by the slaves. He did not have to worry about the slaves suddenly defecting. As long as the slaves wanted to escape alone, it was easy to get into trouble. But if he talked to others to escape together, they would report it. With more money, Sanri Nigan also bought a lot of weapons to arm his slaves to fight against the people who were jealous of him. Now, when Sanri Nigan saw that his team was increasing, he finally approved of the practice of treating the slaves better. After drinking a bowl of tea, seeing that Han Xianfeng still did not agree, Sanri Nigan said, "Can't you sell dried chickens?" "Yes, but it's useless. Let me tell you, the customs tax is going to be raised soon. Plus the transportation fee, you can't make any money. If I let you transport the chickens, won't it harm you? How about this, you sell the poultry as soon as possible, and only keep the food for yourself. The Zhang family is going to buy a lot of dairy products, milk chips, cheese, butter, and a lot. As long as you have them, you don't have to worry about not being able to sell them. The price is not low, and you don't have to pay taxes. Follow the name of the Chamber of Commerce there. This is called smuggling. You have to hurry, lest you regret it later." After hearing Han Xuanfeng's words, Sanri Nigan poured water for himself again and asked worriedly, "Is it going to be a fight?" Zhang Xiaobao came first to fight an economic war, and then Wang Wan came with the army? Then what should I do? I have always been on good terms with you. It was no wonder that Sanri Nigan was afraid. Now, even if they did not allow people to mention Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, they could not stop people from talking about them in private. It was because the people in Tubo did not allow others to talk about them, which made the 2 of them even more highly. It was as if the 2 of them were to fight, the whole of Tubo would be finished. What are you thinking about? Fight? With what? The young master and the young lady went back to be officials. 2 ninth-rank officials with no military power. Han Xianfeng felt that Sanri Nigan was a little suspicious. Sanri Nigan waved his hand and said, "Don't lie to me. It's easy to not have military power. You give it away just like that. Tell me, what do you want to do? If it really doesn't work, I will move away to Izhou. If you really don't want to fight, then see if you can get food while you still have money. Save it up and use it. When autumn comes, there will be a shortage of food. Don't let so many of your slaves starve. Do you have 3 rows of wooden planks and rags to separate the land in your house?" Han Xianfeng assured him again that they would not fight, but he also revealed some information. Sanri Nigan shook his head and said, "No, it's too troublesome. My poultry is not as good as your emperor's. Now that other people's chickens are still young, I can sell them. When their chickens and ducks grow up, I will think of other ways. You said not to raise them, so I will listen to you and start buying in large quantities. Then, I will raise more cows and sheep and harvest more food. I see that the food this year is growing well. There will be a big harvest in autumn. Won't I lose money if I buy more food? If I lose money, I will go to Sanshui County and ask your master. I will say that you lied to me. Big harvest? Dream on. This year, Tubo still has to trade for food from Tang. I suddenly thought of something. You also have land, right? Han Xianfeng looked at Sanri Nigan and asked. Nonsense, how can I not have land? I even planted a lot of barley and 200 mu of rice. Why? Can I earn money from the land? Sanri Nigan was a small landowner. He had more than 1,000 slaves. How could he survive without land? Then sell it quickly. Don't plant it anymore. If you sell it now, you can get a good price. Didn't you already plant something? Sell it, don't delay. When the time comes, change it all into local specialties. Also, sell your house. Bring your slaves to the east of Jinchuan, the west of Tang, and feed them well. After Han Xianfeng gave the idea, he remembered that locusts had wings and could jump. They would not just stay in one place. If things went wrong, Tang might have to prepare to exterminate the locusts. If Sanri Nigan farmed here, he would lose everything. In the first few years, there was a plague of locusts in Tang. The higher-ups spent a lot of effort to exterminate them. Now, Tubo was in trouble. When the locals saw so many locusts, they would kowtow and offer incense. By the time they realized that the locusts were gone, it would be too late to send an army of livestock. Sanri Nigan did not know the specific situation. When he saw Han Xianfeng asking him to sell his land, he looked at Han Xianfeng carefully. Do you have a grudge against me? If the land is gone, what do you want me to do? If the land is gone, you can buy it back. But if the harvest fails this year, or if the harvest is reduced by half, not half. Even if the harvest is reduced by 20%, it will be over. If the weather is bad again, this year will probably be worse than last year. Listen to me, I won't lie to you. Han Xianfeng knew that he could not say too much to Sanri Nigan. How do you know that the harvest will fail this year? Sanri Nigan had to understand. Let me tell you a story. Once upon a time, there was a hunter called Halebu. One day, he went hunting and saved a. So he could understand the language of the wild beasts. In the end, he turned into a stone man. Han Xianfeng could not say that Zhang Xiaobao had used a desperate measure here. He could only choose to let Sanri Nigan believe him. After hearing this, Sanri Nigan sighed. So you are that Halebu? Do I really have to sell it? Or else I will suffer a huge loss. Sell. You helped the Zhang family transport a lot of good things here. All kinds of spices and things that Tang does not have. You gave the Zhang family a lot of benefits. Even if you don't make money by moving to another place, the Zhang family will not let you suffer a loss. That's all I have to say. Don't say that I didn't tell you when you don't hear it. Han Xianfeng said seriously to Sanri Nigan. Sanri Nigan's expression turned serious. He nodded. Okay, this time I will believe you. I won't let you turn into a stone man. I will sell it when I get back. When I go back, I will buy other animals and raise them along the way. I will go to the east of Jinchuan. If I don't move there, I will be worried that people will find trouble with me. The sky is cloudy and looks like it is going to rain. I thought that it would rain at night. Brother Han, you will feel uncomfortable again. Do you want to eat something? It's okay. I am much better today. I will drink some sugar water mixed with alkali and vinegar later. I will be fine. If you have something to do, go quickly. Don't worry about me. Han Xianfeng also realized that the weather had changed. The weather should have been getting hotter, but now it was a little cold. Sanri Nigan knew that even if he did not stay, someone would come to take care of Han Xianfeng. Thinking about selling the land, he helped Han Xianfeng pick up the bowls and then left the house. Outside, the chickens were running around in the open space. The slaves bought to feed them called out to them and led them to the shed in case they fell ill. Mi Fan had already collected half a month's worth of money and had people transport it back. There were all kinds of things in the cart. There were copper coins from Tang, local coins, silver, gold, and even jade. When the gamblers were out of money and jealous, they would take out whatever they had to pawn. Whenever they pawned something valuable or memorable, they would ask people to remember the name and place of the owner. If the owner's family was capable, they would have to take the initiative to return the pawned item. For example, the jade pendant that had been passed down for hundreds of years would be troublesome to keep. Jiao Meiling had not started the lottery yet. She was waiting for the others to arrive in the restaurant she bought. It only started when it was almost noon. The restaurant had already prepared food and wine. At this time, regardless of whether one won or not, whether one was happy or sad, one would usually need strong alcohol to comfort oneself. The items for the lottery were put away. The people who came early drank butter tea or milk tea while eating snacks while waiting for others to hurry up. They all hoped that they could win at least once. In fact, it was fine even if they did not come. There were too many people buying lottery tickets, and the restaurant could not accommodate all of them. They just came to be witnesses. When the time came, the lottery would post the winning numbers and let others know. While Tubo and Han Xianfeng were busy with the plan, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already returned to Luoyang. They saw their family, followed by Xiaobei and the rest of the kids. They wanted to leave their brothers and sisters, as well as their parents. In Baoxin County, He Wei had many things to do. Suddenly, 2 people were missing. One was missing, and for such a long time, a lot of work was on him. Fortunately, during this time, the people in the county did not have many complaints to complain about, otherwise he would have to solve cases. Today, he once again posted the revenue and expenditure of the county to the entrance of the yamen, explaining the current situation to the people. After he finished talking about the financial matters, the people were preparing to leave. He said, "Don't go yet. There's one more thing. Right now, there's a place where the scenery of the Tang Dynasty is placed. Soon, there will be a place from another place that will come. This official feels that the roads in the county are not good enough. In some places, even if the people nearby help to fix them, it is still very inconvenient for the carriage to travel. This official is prepared to take out 1,000 strings of coins to widen the narrow roads. What do you all think? If it was in the past, he would use it if he wanted to. There was no need to discuss with others. Now, he could not. He had to let the people know about the benefits and disadvantages of spending money, even if it was just a small portion of the people. As long as the majority of the people who knew about it agreed, then it could be implemented. If the majority did not agree, then he had to do some thinking, which was very tiring. Not only was He Wei tired, but the other officials in the county also had to work. Hearing that He Wei was going to take out 1,000 strings of cash, the people looked at each other and hesitated whether to agree. It was not a lot, only 1,000 strings of cash. County Magistrate this old man wants to ask, do Registrar Zhang and County Deputy Wang know about this? An old man stood out from the crowd and asked He Wei, who was waiting for the people to answer. They don't know. I thought of it myself. He Wei really wanted to do something by himself. He could not always listen to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He was already an adult. Why couldn't he be a county magistrate and be a county magistrate? It was not like before, when he wanted to be greedy and wanted to take advantage of others. He was also thinking for the sake of Baoxin County. In the end, if he first mentioned this matter to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and the 2 of them agreed, then the people would also agree. If the 2 of them said that they would think about it, then the people would not agree. Looking at the old man who asked, He Wei could not lie. He had no choice but to tell the old man the truth. In his heart, he was thinking that it was over. His proposal would probably be rejected. As a county magistrate, sometimes he was happy, sometimes he was depressed. He did not know what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were thinking. How could they let the people decide? What did the people know? If they did not know, why did they have to explain it to them? So it was county magistrate He's idea. I don't know about other things, but I agree with building roads. In the future, when it becomes more prosperous, there will be more people coming and going. We also need to divert a river. When the time comes, there will be more merchants and rich people. If the roads are narrow, it will delay things. Just when He Wei thought that his idea would not be approved, the old man who asked the question agreed. The young man standing beside the old man also said, I think it should be built. In fact, we don't need 1,000 strings of coins. Everyone, find some stones and transport them over. We just need to find the place where the roads are to be built. There is no need to pay. After the spring plowing, there will be many idle people. With 2 people agreeing, the other knowledgeable people also agreed. They unanimously said that they should first take out 1,000 strings of coins. Everyone should try to think of ways to save money. When the time came, they should not spend all the money. After saving the money, they could still do other things for the county. When He Wei, who was originally feeling very sad, heard everyone's words of support, his eyes suddenly lit up. He nodded vigorously and said, Then let's do as everyone says. I'll take out 1,000 strings of coins first. When the time comes, I'll take out as much as I need. Even if I don't get paid, I still need to prepare meals. I'll arrange it now. After saying that, the happy He Wei rushed back to the yamen to check the map. He planned on listing the various places that needed to be fixed. Old Man Pai and company did not go to Luoyang with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The 2 of them would be returning in a few days, so there was no need for them to go back and forth. When they saw that He Wei's suggestion had received the support of the people, they also revealed knowing smiles. I was really worried that He Wei would fail this time. If that happened, he would lose confidence in doing things in the future. I never expected that he would actually receive support. Old Man Chang was also very happy as he said from the side. Old Man Bai, on the other hand, was staring at the dispersing crowd. Among them, there was an old man and a young man who had spoken earlier. The 2 of them were walking together, whispering something to each other. At this moment, Old Man Yao spoke. Chapter 726. Xiao Bao, this place looks really good. What do you think it would be like if Dongzhuo didn't burn this place down? After returning to their home in Luoyang, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan began to look at Luoyang. Although it couldn't be compared to the current Chang and city, it had a different charm. Wang Wan looked at the people coming and going on the road and asked Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao didn't think about this at all. When the news from Tubo came back, he was worried about Han Xuanfeng's illness and whether he needed to send someone to bring him back. If he wasn't worried that Han Xuanfeng's sick body would easily worsen the bumpy road, he would have brought him back long ago. Since he couldn't adapt to the plateau climate, he shouldn't stay there. Even if he survived this time, it was easy to leave behind hidden dangers. When he heard Wang Wan's voice, he didn't react for a moment and said, Let's end this quickly. When he comes back, he can recuperate. We won't send him there in the future. What do you mean we won't send him? I'm asking you about burning down Luoyang. Wang Wan knew that Zhang Xiaobao was distracted again. As more and more things happened, Zhang Xiaobao's mind was wandering more and more. He had to take care of both big and small matters. It seemed that she had to think of a way to change this habit of his. What about her subordinates? If she had to take care of them, they would be exhausted to death. Zhang Xiaobao knew what Wang Wan was talking about this time. He smiled and said, "If it's burned, then it's burned. As long as it's built better, who cares what it was like in the beginning? He should be doing well there. It's been arranged. As long as he asks for something, support him first. Even if it might not succeed, I'll think of another way. Who knows? There's no news yet. Don't worry about this matter. Look for some snacks. Take some specialties." When Wang Wan saw Zhang Xiaobao bringing up another matter, she hurriedly interrupted him and pulled him forward. From time to time, they would stop to look at what the people on the roadside were selling or go into a shop to take a look. After wandering around Luoyang for an entire day, the two of them were tired from walking. After eating, Wang Wan didn't go straight into the house like before. Instead, she went to chat with her mother, leaving Zhang Xiaobao alone in the house. After some thought, Zhang Xiaobao prepared to look for Xiaobei and the others to tell them stories. However, when he saw Xiaobei and the others, he realized that they were telling the adults the stories they had heard during this period of time. Zhang Xiaobao had no choice but to find another place to stroll. After walking around a few times, Zhang Xiaobao realized that he couldn't find anything to do. He could only return to the house, light another lamp, and practice his calligraphy. At the same time, he waited for Wang Wan to come back so that they could discuss other matters. He waited for 2 hours. Time passed very quickly while he was practicing calligraphy. Zhang Xiaobao didn't realize it until someone came to tell him that his wife wasn't coming back to stay. Only then did Zhang Xiaobao realize that it was already very late. He took a bath and prepared to sleep. The moment he laid down, he felt uncomfortable. He tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep no matter what. The insomniac Zhang Xiaobao thought for a moment and finally knew what he was missing. He sighed, "AI. Sometimes, habits are the most unbearable. Sleep, relax, relax, and relax again." The next morning, everyone woke up. Wang Wan also found Zhang Xiaobao. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Let's sleep separately for the next few days. I have to get used to it." Get used to what? Zhang Xiaobao was very uncomfortable. He always felt that something was missing when there was one less person beside him. What else can I get used to? When I was chatting with my mother last night, my body already had a reaction. Wang Wan suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Zhang Xiaobao didn't think much of it. "I thought it was something else. Isn't it just that you have grown up? Okay, you get used to it first. Do you need to supplement anything? Jujube, saffron?" "No, I have already prepared everything. I will sleep with you at night after I get used to it." Wang Wan was like a different person. She became shy. After she finished speaking, she didn't accompany Zhang Xiaobao. She turned and left. He didn't know what she was busy with. Zhang Xiaobao, who felt very uncomfortable, shook his head and said to himself, "Isn't it just a small matter? Women, I really don't understand. When you grow up, time passes so quickly. It's like yesterday. Do I have to go through the troubles of growing up again?" Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were not the only ones who were troubled. In the Four Seas Academy, Yamamoto was also very troubled. Even though he had already grown up, a few days ago, he heard from the people who went to Baoshin County to inquire about something called honeycomb coal that could save firewood. After that, he began to feel vexed. For 2 days in a row, his mood wasn't good. He couldn't get back the 2,000 strings of cash he had bet in Baoshin County. If it was when he first went there, it didn't matter if he had the 2,000 strings of cash or not. At that time, he had a lot of money. Now that he had no more money to spend, the 2,000 strings of cash also became important. There was also the land he bought. He couldn't get a single copper coin from it. Every year, he still had to give a sum of money to the county. After all, it was originally said that it was used to open up wastelands and change fields. There weren't any discounts. If he sent people to cut down trees, he still had to give out a portion of his living expenses in the academy. His days would become even more difficult. Yamamoto, who was in a gloomy situation, felt that the hot weather was extremely uncomfortable. He drank 2 large bowls of tea in a row, but he still didn't feel cool. He walked out of the door and looked at the students walking back and forth in the academy's empty courtyard. In a daze, he seemed to have come to another world. Yamamoto, why don't you sell the land in Baoshin County? You can still get some money to use. The lives of the people from our country here are getting worse and worse. Just as Yamamoto was daydreaming, Yamamoto, who had also heard the news, popped out of nowhere and said to Yamamoto, "Sell? No, we definitely can't sell it. If we sell it, our losses will be even greater. That place is developing, and the land will be very valuable in the future. I estimate that we just need to wait for another 2 years, no, 1 year, and the price we bought it at that time will double." It seemed that Yamamoto didn't study here for nothing. He even understood this principle and rejected Yamamoto's suggestion. In fact, Yamamoto had also thought of this problem, but he also knew that if there wasn't enough money, many people from his country here wouldn't be able to study in peace. It wasn't easy to come here, so he had to seize the opportunity, so he insisted. That little money won't be considered money after a year. The important thing is now. It will take a few months for the money from our country to be sent here. If we survive, will we still be afraid of a lack of money? Yamamoto didn't say anything. He also understood that now was the time to use money, but he just couldn't accept that none of the plans he had designed had succeeded after arriving there. They didn't seem to have done anything specifically against him. They were just busy with the construction of people's livelihood. As a result, his plans had failed one after another. This kind of psychological blow was the most important. Seeing the determined Yamamoto's serious look, Yamamoto finally compromised. Sell it. Send someone over and find someone to ask. Try to sell it at a high price. It will probably be very difficult because the firewood there is no longer valuable. We will be satisfied if we can sell it for a capital. Yes. Yamamoto happily agreed and hurriedly went to find someone to discuss the matter of selling the land. He was in charge of the lives of people from China, while Yamamoto was in charge of the external affairs. Because he didn't have money, he was under a lot of pressure. Of course, Yamamoto was also under a lot of pressure, but he couldn't make both of them uncomfortable. Looking at Yamamoto's back as he left, Yamamoto was no longer daydreaming this time. Instead, he lowered his head and thought about how to make more money. He didn't have to think about using a lot of money to make a lot of money. As long as he could make the people from China live a better life, he had time because he didn't have to continue learning what the academy taught him. If he wanted to learn, he had to learn something better. Yamamoto, why don't you use the forest land as a mortgage in exchange for money? When the time comes, the forest land will still be ours. Yamamoto was deep in thought when another person came over and said to him, "Who will mortgage it with? That's a lot of money. When the time comes, even if the forest land doubles, it probably won't be enough to pay the interest. Sell it. It'll save me a lot of trouble. Tomorrow, I'll go out and have a look. I'll do some small business nearby. I don't know what kind of business is good to earn." It wasn't that Yamamoto hadn't thought about it, but he realized that he had to pay more. He had to admit that all his plans in Baoshin County had failed. He wanted to buy some goods and then set up a stall here. He could be considered a person. When he had so much money but no money to use, he was willing to set up a stall for the people in his country. Ordinary people didn't have such thoughts. "Yamamoto, can you get the people from Xinlua to give us money? I found something. When I woke up the night before yesterday, I saw a few people from Xinlua gathered together to discuss something. Guess what they said? They actually want to make a move in Changning County. There's also someone from the Tang Empire's imperial family there. They're going to get some benefits from there. The person didn't leave. Instead, he suddenly told Yamamoto a piece of news that shocked him. After the person told the details of the matter, Yamamoto suddenly felt that the other party seemed to be doing better than him in Baoshin County. You're saying? Yamamoto lowered his voice and asked. Yes, we're using this to threaten the people from Xinhua. If they give us money, we'll tell them about this and make them fail, the person said excitedly. Yamamoto's eyes also lit up. Just as he was about to agree, he suddenly frowned and shook his head. No, we can't go and tell them. Once we say it, I'm worried that they'll stop and not give us money. We won't get anything. It's just that they won't get anything either. I want to see if Tang Empire's Zhang Xiaobao is really that powerful. Was his previous success all a fluke? I'm waiting for Tang Empire to lose once. When that time comes, will Tang Empire suddenly turn hostile? Yamamoto suddenly felt a little unwilling to accept his failure. He wanted the people from Xinhua to teach Tang Empire a lesson. Even if he didn't succeed, he would know that Tang Empire wasn't invincible. Although the people from Xinhua didn't directly confront Zhang Xiaobao this time, Zhang Xiaobao had already expressed his meaning very clearly. That was, as long as I, Zhang Xiaobao, was in Tang Empire, everyone had to be honest. Don't think about using crooked methods to plot against Tang Empire's people. Once the Marquis realized that something was wrong, he would probably go to Zhang Xiaobao and see how Zhang Xiaobao would deal with it. When the person heard this, he also felt that this was the case. However, he had other suspicions in his heart. He suspected that Yamamoto wanted to use others to pull Zhang Xiaobao down from the altar. This was because many people were saying that there was one person missing from Tang Empire's top game rankings. A person who was above them was Zhang Xiaobao. Even if he defeated the number one person, as long as he hadn't fought with Zhang Xiaobao, it wouldn't be considered a victory. Yamamoto was clearly letting others take the lead. Therefore, he said, Yamamoto, you don't have to worry about this failure. As long as there's still a chance of victory. When did I fail? Didn't I just take the technology of turning radishes into ginseng? No matter what method it is, as long as it succeeds, it's a victory. It's just that after buying seeds, radishes, and thermometers, I don't have any money. I also bought the cement that was sold outside Tang Empire. Did I fail? Yamamoto said unhappily to the person who came. It meant that he had succeeded, even though he had obtained the technology secretly. If you didn't fail, then don't ask the people of Xinhua for money. If Yamamoto wants to do business, I'll do it with you. What else could the person say? He could only agree and express his support for Yamamoto. Just as the two of them were about to do some small business tomorrow, another person who was collecting information in Baoshin County rushed over. He walked in front of Yamamoto and looked around. Seeing that no one would hear him, he whispered to Yamamoto, according to a reliable source, Li Yu went to Baoshin County just recently. According to reliable sources, Li Yu went to Xinkai County a while ago, and then left happily. I don't know what they were talking about, and I don't know who leaked the news, but before I came, someone from the Zhang family came to find me and said that they wanted me to tell Yamamoto that if Yamamoto wanted to do some business, they were willing to provide a way. Yamamoto was stunned, then shocked again. He was stunned because he couldn't understand why Li Yu had gone to Baoshin County. He was shocked because the Zhang family not only knew where the person he had sent there to gather information was, but they also knew that he didn't have any money. Yamamoto suddenly had a feeling that there were no secrets. It was as if everything he had done was in the other party's eyes. This feeling made him feel very uncomfortable. Of course, no one would feel comfortable in this situation. Taking 2 deep breaths, Yamamoto asked the person who came to report, "What are the conditions?" "They want our land in Baoshin County. They said that as long as we give them the land, they will tell us how to earn money. We will definitely be able to earn as much money as our fleet will return in a short period of time. The person replied. Without waiting for Yamamoto to speak, the person who had come over to talk spoke first. Yamamoto, I think we should agree. Who doesn't know that the Zhang family and Wang family have a lot of ways to earn money? Yamamoto's brows furrowed even tighter as he looked at this person with great dissatisfaction. He slowly said, what if their method of making money can only make a little money, or even not make any money at all? What should we do if our land is gone? Also, why are they in such a hurry to get a few pieces of land? Could it be that they have a bigger plan? The person who was about to agree didn't expect to have so many questions. He smiled awkwardly and said, then don't agree. If we have to do business tomorrow, we'll do it ourselves. If we don't agree, what if Zhang Xiaobao is afraid that we will sell the land, so he deliberately proposed a method to exchange for it so that we can continue to keep the land so that he can set a trap for us? Yamamoto now felt that anything could happen to Zhang Xiaobao. He couldn't advance or retreat. He was extremely vexed. When the two of them saw that Yamamoto had said everything, they didn't say anything else and waited for Yamamoto's decision. Yamamoto put his hands behind his back and began to walk in circles. After taking a few steps, he would stop, shake his head, and continue walking. Only when the two of them were confused did he stop and instruct the person who was scouting for information in Baoxin County. Go back immediately and find the person who discussed it with you in the Zhang family. Ask them if they want to buy it directly with money instead of the recipe. Yes. The person answered, turned around, and hurried away without resting. After watching the person leave, Yamamoto turned his head and explained to the person standing beside him, if the Zhang family agrees to buy it with money, it means that they have a use for those pieces of land. If they don't agree, it's very likely that they are digging a trap for us to jump into. Go back and study hard. You don't have to worry about the business. The person nodded and turned to leave. He went back to review his homework. On the way back, he was still thinking. According to Yamamoto's words, it wasn't bad, but what if Zhang Xiaobao could guess Yamamoto's thoughts and deliberately use them? After thinking for a while, he finally couldn't think of a better way. He quickened his pace and returned to his room. This room wasn't for free. It was 30 strings of coins a month, 1 string of coins a day. It was very expensive. The person who was working in Baoxin County rushed back as fast as he could. He found Erniu, the person who was now in charge of the matter, and told Erniu about the matter. Erniu didn't look surprised at all and said to the person who came, you can buy it if you want. If it's too expensive, we can't do it. Our family really can't spare the manpower to do new business. Otherwise, it wouldn't be your turn. The price we offer is half of the original price. If you want to sell it, sell it. If you don't want to sell it, you can exchange it with the recipe, or you can think of other ways. The person in charge of the intelligence already knew Yamamoto's thoughts. He thought that he could get some information from Erniu, or at least understand his attitude towards the woodlands. He didn't expect that Erniu would be lukewarm. If he said that he wasn't in a hurry, he would always mention the woodlands. If he said that he was in a hurry, he would try his best to lower the price. What was going on? How about this? Let Yamamoto come here personally. There are many things that you can't make a decision on as a messenger. It's a waste of time to go back and forth. Erniu saw through the other party's thoughts and said to him. The person who came sighed and nodded helplessly. He could only run back to the Four Seas Academy. Going back and forth would take a long time. After the person left, Erniu chuckled and muttered, you guys definitely didn't expect this, right? This matter wasn't ordered by the young master at all. I was just looking for some interesting activities when I had nothing to do. It doesn't matter if I sell the land or not. The main thing is to make you guys feel uneasy. You guys have nothing to do anyway. Xiao Bao, move inside. Zhang Xiaobao was prepared to sleep alone today. When they both laid down, Wang Wan suddenly appeared. She stood beside the bed and pushed Zhang Xiaobao with all her strength, making him move inside. "How many days have you been there?" Zhang Xiaobao moved and looked at Wang Wan as he asked. I didn't sleep well over there. It's troublesome to discuss some things. I heard news today that Li Linfu is about to arrive. There's also Cui Riji. The two of them have met. Now there's going to be a show to watch. I don't know who will win in this confrontation. I think it will be Li Linfu. He has a lot of schemes, and he doesn't show it on the surface. He's a very sinister person. Wang Wan laid down beside Zhang Xiaobao and found that it was still more comfortable to sleep here. She pulled one of Zhang Xiaobao's arms and rested her head on it. Zhang Xiaobao was also calm. When he heard Wang Wan mention the two of them, he replied, "I reckon that the county officer that was sent isn't some good person. He might even be of some use. Don't underestimate others. This time, we won't go back first. Let's see how chaotic their side is. Now, I think Cui Riji will win first. After all, we have prepared Feng Changgong's mistakes for him. As long as he is not stupid, he can arrange it clearly. Even if Li Linfu has the ability to turn the world upside down, he doesn't dare to directly protect Feng Changgong. The most appropriate thing for him to do is to temporarily stand on Cui Riji's side and severely punish Feng Changgong. In this way, he doesn't have to worry about being targeted by the imperial court. Then he can find a chance to turn the balance back. I believe he can do it. When we go back, we have to be careful when dealing with him. After all, he is so famous." Wang Wan chose a person. In the first round, Cui Riji won, and Li Linfu endured. Zhang Xiaobao adjusted the posture of his arms and said, "If Li Linfu is really as powerful as you say, I think he can find a way to protect Feng Changgong in the first round. He is still young, so he can't reach the level in the future. Who knows? Let's wait and see. Give me a blanket. I thought you lived alone. I'm going to sleep." Wang Wan pulled the blanket to her, yawned, and closed her eyes to sleep. Zhang Xiaobao wanted to turn his body, but found that his arms were pressed down. He had to face up. Looking at the moonlight shining on Weiwei's bright ceiling, he gradually fell asleep. The person they were talking about was also rushing through the night on a boat. At this time, he was less than 20 miles away from Xinsai County. It was estimated that he would enter the county tonight and find a hotel to rest. He would take over the position tomorrow morning. They had the transfer order of Feng Changgong, a county magistrate, a registrar, and a county lieutenant. They could officially take over the position when they arrived at the place. Feng Changgong was not sleeping at this time. Since he sent the letter and money to the people above, he had received a reply telling him who would come over. He was told to be careful and not to make mistakes, especially not to recognize the wrong person and show his bad side. Counting the days, he had been bringing people to watch the progress of the construction site next to Rushui every day. In fact, he was waiting for the people sent by the higher-ups. He hoped that the people sent would arrive at night. In that case, he could arrange a place for the other party to live and find his own people to discuss. If it was during the day, then there would be less buffer time. Chapter 727. They're coming, they're coming. Sir, they're coming. As soon as they saw the boat carrying so many lanterns, the yamen runners next to Feng Changgong shouted. They knew that the people who could light so many lanterns to sail at night must be sent by their superiors. Other people were not so generous, especially businessmen, who would save as much as possible. Feng Changgong also looked over there, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. The timing was perfect. He could arrange their accommodation, and then discuss with Li Linfu about what to do. Looking at the boat from afar, Feng Changgong thought for a while and led his men forward to welcome them. At this time, only Li Linfu and Cui Riji were standing on the bow. Cui Riji stood a little forward, and Li Linfu and Wei Wei stood behind, looking very humble. This is their construction site. I didn't expect that there would be people working here at night. Not bad. Once a workshop is built here in the future, the lives of the local people will be better. Shangxian might even become the most prosperous place. Cui Riji also saw the fire in the distance and the swaying figures there, so he said to Li Linfu beside him. Yes, Sir Cui, you have to make more decisions in the future. When the time comes, we'll build this place well. Li Linfu was so low-key all the way. He took his position very seriously and didn't look like he was against Cui Riji at all. In fact, Cui Riji had nothing to say. When the Zhang family and the Wang family were building, it had always been like this. There were people working day and night in shifts. The speed was fast, but it was very expensive, especially the torches and the food provided at night. But they were rich. This method was the most typical way of using money to exchange for time. It was very useful, but not many people were willing to use it. Cui Riji liked to talk with Li Linfu, because when he spoke, he could feel that he was respected, and his impression of Li Linfu was getting better and better. Hearing Li Linfu agree with him, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly and he said, Sir Li, do you have any ideas about the future of the county? My lord, this lowly official thinks that as long as the rules are set by the Zhang family and the Wang family, this lowly official does not have the ability to do better than the Zhang family and the Wang family. Li Linfu knew that this was not the time to continue saying that everything was up to Cui Riji. He had to say something, and at the same time, he wanted to test him. Cui Riji, who had been very happy just now, put down his smiling face at this moment. He snorted slightly and said, Lord Li, you don't have to belittle yourself. In fact, the Zhang family and the Wang family both have their own ways of doing things. Now that I know a thing or two, I can help make up for their shortcomings. After all, Zhang Xiaobao can't come here all the time. Naturally, there will be areas where he doesn't think things through. In the future, Lord Li, you have to help me think more. You can't make any mistakes, even if it's the Zhang family and the Wang family. Yes, after hearing what my lord said, this lowly official has thought it through. Zhang Xiaobao is very powerful, but he can't take care of Xiankai County while he's in Baoxin County. This lowly official thinks that after taking over the position, I can ask about the specific plans, find out the omissions, and improve them. Li Linfu was still so respectful. At the same time, he could also put forward his own ideas. Of course, his ideas were all in line with Cui Riji's. However, he didn't think that way at all. The Zhang family and the Wang family did have their own ways of doing things, which was to find ways to make use of the local natural resources and then make arrangements according to the specific local conditions. One was the infrastructure, which needed to be fixed, and the other was the people's livelihood. However, such a way of doing things couldn't be done in every place. It had to be adjusted at any time. For example, the imperial court also had its own ways of doing things. One was to find ways to gradually improve the lives of the people in the Tang Empire. Another was to be careful when dealing with outsiders. Third was to make more arrangements when there was enough money to spend. Such a way of doing things was the same as not saying anything. Did they really think that it was so easy to imitate what the Zhang family and the Wang family did? If that was the case, there wouldn't be so many middle and lower counties now. Thinking of this, Li Linfu had a better understanding of Cui Riji. He was a little conceited, which could be used to his advantage. Cui Riji didn't know that he had exposed his weakness with just a few words. He was still fantasizing about finding out the problems in the business of the Zhang family and the Wang family and then making up for it. Yes, just making up for it and not directly opposing it. He didn't dare to do that. It was also good to make up for it. It could make the reputation of the Zhang family and the Wang family not so high. When others saw that, they would think that the Zhang family and the Wang family also made mistakes sometimes. Cui Riji could improve his reputation, killing two birds with one stone. While the two were talking about the future, Feng Changgong had already led his men to the shore beside the sailing ship. As he followed the ship to a dock downstream, he shouted, "Are you Lord Cui, Lord Li, and Lord Yen on the ship? I'm Feng Changgong. I'm late to welcome you." Although Feng Changgong was called a lower official, he was actually about to be promoted. However, there was a prerequisite that he didn't let others find fault with him. Otherwise, it wouldn't be about where he would be promoted, but whether he could keep his position. Lord Cui, the person on the shore, is Feng Changgong, the county magistrate of Xin Kai County. Li Linfu heard the voice and said to Cui Riji. At the same time, he also looked at the shore. There were people lighting torches there to illuminate the area. He couldn't see what Feng Changgong looked like, but he knew that the person in the official uniform was him. Cui Riji also turned his head to look. After a glance, he didn't pay attention to it anymore. Instead, he said to Li Linfu, "Lord Li, he didn't rest in the county at such a time. Instead, he came here to welcome us. He didn't know when we would come, so he probably watched and waited every day. We didn't come here to make him wait. We want the local people to live a better life. Lord Li, tell me, if he waits like this, can he still get up to deal with official business during the day? How can he work for the people?" Cui Riji came here with Zhang Shua's idea. He didn't want Feng Changgong's people to be promoted smoothly. He was worried about how to find trouble, but he didn't expect Feng Changgong to give him an opportunity. He was happy. Li Linfu also complained about Feng Changgong. It was good to do things honestly, but he just had to curry favor. Didn't he know that there were people who came here to target him? He hadn't even taken over yet, and he was already caught red-handed. He was even more passive. After thinking about it, Li Linfu didn't say anything good about Feng Changgong. He also followed Cui Riji's words and said, "Lord Li is right. Feng Changgong didn't put his mind on official business. He actually delayed his rest to welcome an official. After we get off the ship, I will teach him a lesson." There's no need to teach him a lesson. With our current status, we can't teach him a lesson. We just need to report this to the court. Cui Riji finally found this opportunity. How could he let it go so easily? He wanted to use this matter to take down Feng Changgong. Once the memorial was sent, it would be in Zhang Shua's hands. Zhang Shua wouldn't let go of such a serious matter. Li Linfu had to fight for his right to speak. He said it very nicely, "Lord Cui, I think that we must teach him a lesson. We can't let him go just because his rank is not high enough or equal. After teaching him a lesson, we will report it and see what the court says." Well, okay. Cui Riji didn't object this time. As long as Li Linfu was willing to report it with him, it was fine. Feng Changgong, who didn't know that he was about to be unlucky, was still running on the shore. He kept saying good things, even if the other party didn't respond. In the end, his running speed couldn't catch up with the speed of the ship. When the ship reached the place first, he was still panting and running. When he ran to the dock, Cui Riji and Li Linfu were already on the shore. Behind them was the county officer named Yen, who took over the position. Lord, I am, County Magistrate Feng, do you know your crime?" Without waiting for Feng Changgong to speak, Li Linfu asked loudly. Feng Changgong was shocked and couldn't breathe. He stood there anxiously, looking at Li Linfu. He didn't know why this person who should be on the same side as him attacked him as soon as he got off the ship. The county officer beside him quickly found some water and handed it to Feng Changgong to drink. Li Linfu didn't wait for Feng Changgong to ask why he was guilty. He said directly, "You don't rest in the government office at night, but come here to wait for the official to take over. I guess you have been like this for many days, right? Then let me ask you, how do you work during the day? Is there anything here that needs you to take care of? I must report it." Hearing Li Linfu's words, Feng Changgong finally calmed down. So it was like this. It must be the other party's people who suggested it. Li Linfu was helping him. If there wasn't a construction site here, he really couldn't say anything. But there was still work in full swing there. Without thinking, he explained. "Lord, you are wrong. Milord, you've wronged me. How could I be here to welcome a successor? Even if I had nothing better to do, I wouldn't do something like that. Perhaps I haven't done a good enough job, but I'm absolutely devoted to the people. There's a workshop under construction here, and I'm worried that something might happen to it, or that someone might dig up water during the construction process and cause the dam to burst. If that's the case, when can the people in the county live a good life? I'm not here to keep watch all the time. When I'm tired, I sleep for a while. When I wake up, I think about what to do to improve the lives of the people in Xiankai County in a short time and cooperate with the Zhang family and the Wang family to make the county's economy prosper." These words were pleasant to hear and made people feel comfortable. At least Li Linfu felt comfortable. He was happy in his heart, but his face was still calm as he lectured. "It's a good idea, but you can't be too ambitious. You have to be firm. Don't think that the economy of a place can improve in a short time. As long as you do what you should do, you are a good official. Otherwise, you will easily make mistakes out of kindness. You have to pay more attention to rest. Your health doesn't belong to you alone. It belongs to the whole Xiankai County. You have to change the way you sleep." Yes, I know. I will change. I will take care of myself for the sake of the people. I know I'm wrong. County Magistrate Feng, did you encounter any trouble here? Are there any tents here? Chui Riji's good mood was gone. Listening to Li Linfu and Feng Changgong's words, the matter of him being punished seemed to have changed. Instead, it became a matter of praise. How could this be? If they continued talking, he would have to write a letter to praise Feng Changgong. This was definitely not what he wanted to achieve. Listening to the two talking, he felt disgusted and wanted to vomit. They were too shameless. He interrupted them. He couldn't let them continue. Feng Changgong was relieved and quickly replied, "Yes, there are tents. But tents are usually for the tired people. It's better to go back to the county at night. There are also places there. We don't have to fight with the people." Since Feng Changgong decided to be a good official, he started to say that it was for the sake of the people. He didn't want Chui Riji to be here because it was inconvenient to talk here. It was easy for people to eavesdrop. Chui Riji's face became gloomy. He was tired and wanted to sleep early. It was not comfortable to sleep on the boat. When they finally reached the place, he wanted to rest early. He didn't expect Feng Changgong to refuse him with the same reason. Li Linfu snickered. He didn't expect Feng Changgong to be so interesting. Looking at the situation, Xiankai County shouldn't cause any trouble. He could relax and deal with them after he understood. Chui Riji couldn't say more about this matter. He had to get in the car and walk to the county. It took more than 2 hours. It was already midnight. He was woken up in his half-asleep state. He got out of the car and went to the arranged place. He fell on the bed and slept. Li Linfu was also arranged, and so was the county magistrate surnamed Yen. After arranging for everyone to rest, Feng Changgong had to find Li Linfu. He wanted to wake him up and tell him what happened recently, including how he offended Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He thought Li Linfu would be able to sleep. However, when he arrived, he found Li Linfu was still in his clothes. He was sitting there waiting and sipping tea from time to time. "Master Li, I'm here," Feng Changgong said respectfully. "Sit down. Tell me what happened in the county. Don't hide anything. Otherwise, even the gods can't help you." Li Linfu knew Feng Changgong would come. Wei Wei nodded and asked him to sit down. Although she was sleepy, she had to endure it. Otherwise, she might not have time tomorrow morning. "Yes." Feng Changgong sat down and began to tell Li Linfu. Here's what happened. Just as Li Linfu had requested, Feng Changgong told him everything he knew. He did not include any subjective opinions, including how he had offended Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, what strategy he had used, and how the other party had not reacted. He did not leave out anything. He knew that the officials sent this time were divided into two groups. Some wanted to deal with him, and some wanted to protect him. Once he missed out something important, not only would he be finished, but the people above him would also be in trouble. Li Linfu slowly drank tea and didn't interrupt Feng Changgong. He listened to Feng Changgong. As he listened, his face darkened. When he heard about the Taoist priest that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan met and what he said before they left, his forehead was already sweating. He didn't have time to wipe his sweat and asked anxiously, "Did the Taoist priest named Rumeng really say that?" "He said that the Taoist priest who chased after dreams could do the things of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors? After you offended Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan that day and used a trick, they didn't trouble you?" "Yes, that's it. This is good. In the future, no matter what Rumeng said, the local people will be convinced. As long as it doesn't involve the workshop, there will be no problem. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan probably haven't thought of a way to deal with me, so they can only hold on." Speaking of this, Feng Changgong seemed very happy. Rumeng can even meddle in the affairs of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors? Why did you ask him to come here? That's the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. How are they compared to the current emperor? Li Linfu asked in disappointment and emphasized the words, 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Feng Changgong also sweated. Rumeng said a lot that day, and he had been thinking about how to scheme against Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, so he ignored many things. If it were the officials in the imperial court, they would have already realized it. Now that he heard Li Linfu emphasize the words, 3 sovereigns, he finally understood. If someone mentioned it and added a little more, he would be finished. But he didn't ask about the emperor. It turned out that he was waiting here. Rumeng wasn't a god. Thinking of this, Feng Changgong pleaded with Li Linfu with a pale face, "Lord Li, save me. I didn't ask him to come here to talk about the emperor. I just asked him to look at the place. You said he didn't, so he didn't. Rumeng stayed here for so many days. Who knows if you secretly asked him to do this? I'm going to die because of you. I don't even dare to provoke Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Why do you have to dislike them? If you want to divert the river, then do it. They are not the kind of people who only care about their own interests and don't care about others. I understand that you are not convinced by the 2 of them and want to compete. You still dare to say that they didn't do anything. Commandery Prince Tang and has already sent a memorial to talk about you. He is very dissatisfied with you. This time, Cui Riji didn't come here just to take office. He needs you to get rid of him. Good plan. Zhang Xiaobao is indeed Zhang Xiaobao. This plan is well used. They put you up and then use you to do the dirty work. They have already done it. It's because of you that they built a workshop here. Their purpose is to take the credit of Xin Kai being promoted to a county. At least, they won't let you take the credit. They also let people fight for the position. Now you see, the imperial court sent 3rd rank and 4th rank officials to be the county magistrate and registrar. How important do you think Xiankai County is? No wonder Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan went through the normal channels to send a memorial instead of using pigeons. They want Zhang Shua to understand the situation in Xiankai County. No wonder the name list they put forward is full of our people. They want to lure Zhang Shua into the arrangement of people and attack us. When Li Linfu got off the boat, he still thought that Feng Changgong was very smart. Now, he no longer thought that way. Smart people did many stupid things. He wanted to deal with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and offended them so badly. If he, a 7th-rank county magistrate, really wanted to deal with them, it would be a joke, a big joke. Those 2 half-grown children were like cunning people. He had only seen them scheme against others, but he had never seen them suffer losses. Even the emperor was the same. When he asked for a place, he asked for a place in Jiannan Road and the northeast. In the end, he arranged for them to be in Fengzhou. When his family went there to build happily, they found out that it was the place that the emperor wanted. After going in a big circle, he finally calculated all the people. If such people could be easily dealt with, the sun would rise from the west tomorrow. Li Linfu thought of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's plan this time and sighed. If it were him, he might not be able to do it. It was a good plan. If he didn't come here and listen to Feng Changgong's words, people on his side would think that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were on his side. It was not the case at all. Feng Changgong was dumbfounded. After listening to Li Linfu's analysis, he, who was not too stupid, finally understood the purpose of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's series of actions. It was not that they did not take action, but that they had already done it. It was just that he did not see it. Now that he understood it, he did not know how to deal with it. Sir Li, is there any other way? In order to deal with me, they took out money to build a workshop in Xiankai. They are really unscrupulous to achieve their goal. Feng Changgong asked Li Linfu for help. When Li Linfu heard Feng Changgong's words, he was angry and amused. You are nothing. If they really want to deal with you, they have a better way, a more direct way. They really want the people of Xiankai to live a better life. After all, Xiankai is close to Baoxin County. If they pull Xiankai together, the 2 counties can rely on each other and develop together. Ability, this is real ability. Do you think they will only pay so much for you? Then you underestimate them too much. The emperor and the officials in the imperial court will not pay so much attention to them. Dealing with you is just a matter of convenience. More importantly, they dragged Zhang Shua into it. Zhang Shua was the one who joined the list of people they sent to join the pilgrimage. I heard that Zhang Shua had said bad things about them in front of the emperor more than once. You think too highly of yourself. Wake up. Feng Changgong was said to be worthless. He was afraid and sullen. He sat there, lowered his head and did not say anything. Li Linfu also did not speak. He drank tea mouthful by mouthful, his eyes fixed on a place without moving. After a while, he let out a long breath and said to Feng Changgong, there is a way, but I don't know if it will succeed. Is it related to Cui Riji? Do you want to calm him down? Feng Changgong looked at Li Linfu gratefully and asked. It has nothing to do with him. Even if there are 10 Cui Riji, I can protect you if I want to. He is easy to deal with. The key is how much Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan hate you. If they want to deal with you, the success rate is not high even if I take action. It is very dangerous. How did you offend them? Why don't you send someone to test them first and see what they say? If they agree, it will be easy for me. You go back first. Don't sleep tonight. Think about it. I will also think about it. I will send you a letter before dawn. Remember to send someone to Baoxin County immediately. Ask someone to say that you are a grandson. You are about to die, so don't care about your face. Do you understand? Li Linfu gave Feng Changgong an idea and asked him to leave. Chapter 728. Come on, come on. Sounds of encouragement came from the mouths of Xiao Bei and the others. There was a large pool in the courtyard of the Zhang family and the Wang family. This courtyard was not in Luoyang City because it was too big. They had bought a manor outside because there was a river passing through here. Now, this place had been dug into a very large pool. Beside the pool, there was also a very high platform built with cement and wood. In fact, it could not be considered as being built. It was piled up like a small mountain, but on one side was a cliff. There was a lot of water in the pool below, and it was very deep. At this moment, a person was standing on the high platform. Looking at the height below, his legs were trembling. He was a member of the Zhuang Protection Team No. 1. This was the first time he was standing in such a dangerous place and had to jump down. He was carrying a bag on his back and wearing a diving suit. There were also members of the Zero team below, waiting for rescue at any time. Xiao Bao, jumping down from such a high place and landing in the water will be fine. Zhang Zhong had never seen anyone jump into the water from such a high place. He stood behind Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and used binoculars to look at the trembling legs of the person above. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and replied, "That's not it. If he doesn't jump well, he can easily die. This is the reason why I didn't let him eat now. No matter what he does, there is danger. However, there are many things that he can't not do. He has practiced many times on flat ground and knows how to control his body in the air. I hope he doesn't forget because of nervousness. Watch, the members of the Zero team have already demonstrated it. It would be great if he could find a way to fly into the sky. That way, another person can jump with him. The platform is not high enough." Zhang Zhong originally wanted to let this person come down, but seeing his son insist, he could only stay below and watch. This was the first step to flying. If he couldn't cross it, he could forget about succeeding. Xiao Bei and the others were still shouting excitedly. While the first member on the stage was nervous, he didn't dare to retreat. Once he retreated, he would be eliminated and wouldn't have another chance in the future. Gritting his teeth, he shouted loudly and recited the steps in his heart. He used all his strength to jump off the platform. As soon as he left the platform, he pulled on the rope in his hand. A big flower came out of the backpack behind him. With a bang, it pulled him down and slowly floated down. Seeing this, the people below all heaved a sigh of relief. Xiao Bei and the others even shouted out their praises. This one succeeded. Next one. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. He was very satisfied with this person's courage. Another person stood on the platform above. His face was pale, and his hand was holding onto the handrail. When he looked down, he felt his vision darken, and he was suddenly piled up there. "Come on, come on." Xiao Bei continued to encourage this person. They hadn't stood at such a high place, so they didn't know what it felt like. Even if they knew that it was water below and that there was a doctor waiting to rescue them, it still required a lot of courage to jump. "Xiao Bao, don't you think we should let them try high platform diving from a low place first? When they get used to the feeling of entering the water, we can let them go up. Or bungee jumping, we can use a large number of cow tendons to form a rope. It shouldn't be a problem." Wang Wan felt that there was still a long way to go to train more capable people, so she told Zhang Xiaobao her idea. Zhang Xiaobao thought about it, nodded, and said, "This height is a little high. Let's start from a low place and increase it bit by bit. But no matter how much you increase it, they still have to stand there in the end. They can't jump into the water easily. I'll go up and take a look in a while." "Is it really that scary? Then I'll go and take a look too." I haven't jumped in a long time. Wang Wan also looked eager to give it a try. She had also jumped with a parachute before. Of course, this wasn't learned in the military school. They didn't give her this course. She had used her family's identity to go to someone's military camp and ask them to jump with her. Once she jumped, she would become addicted. The person above was already lying on the platform. He crawled up bit by bit and peeked down. He looked as pathetic as he could. This made the people standing behind him feel helpless. They said to him, "Can you still stand up like a man? Either you stop jumping, or you go back." The person lying on the platform turned his head and looked at his teammate. His face immediately turned red. He nodded, slowly stood up, closed his eyes, and jumped down while shouting. However, he forgot to open the parachute in the air. The people below heard a loud bang. This person plunged into the water with his feet facing down and his head facing up. When the person in charge of protecting below saw this, he immediately went to rescue him. This fall was probably not light. Zhang Xiaobao's heart also trembled. He was afraid that this person would be in danger due to the impact of the fall. Blood would rush to his head. Who knew that before the rescuers could get him, this person would float up from the water by himself? He shook his head and chuckled. He shouted to Xiaobei and the others who were cheering him on, "I've jumped down." Xiaobei's side very cooperatively clapped for him. In the end, this person immediately started grinning again. Just now, he had jumped down, but the parachute behind him had also followed him down. When he fell into the water, the feeling was not very pleasant. If it weren't for the fact that the strap was wide enough and had a lot of traction, he would probably have lost half his life even if he didn't die. Get him out. It's fine. The acceleration in the air is so fast that even opening the parachute can withstand it, let alone entering the water at this height. Let him take a look. If there's nothing serious, he can jump later. Wang Wan knew why the person in the water was grinning. Fortunately, this person had mustered the courage to jump down. In a house in the capital, Zhang Shuo and Zhang Jiuling were sitting there. The two of them were reading the letters in their hands and thinking about their own matters. The letters were sent by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan from Luoyang. One letter was about Daoist dream chasing, while the other was about Hiyue. Zhang Jiuling's letter was about Hiyue, while Zhang Shuo's was about dream chasing. The two of them saw different things, so their thoughts were naturally different. Zhang Jiuling felt that Hiyue wasn't bad. Although his performance in the past was a little bad, he had changed a lot ever since he went there. It was fine if he was promoted. The main reason was that he could return a favor to the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He understood that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't write such a recommendation letter to the manor because they didn't want Hiyue to continue working there. From the meaning expressed in the letter, they were preparing to arrange for Hiyue to go to Yaozhou, which was the state that was established with Huayuan County as the lead. They wanted him to accumulate experience there. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were probably preparing to use him. Zhang Jiuling had already agreed in his heart, but he was worried that Zhang Shuo would deliberately not agree to it in order to deal with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. If that happened, it would be difficult for him. Zhang Shuo still hadn't read the letter recommending Hiyue. His eyes swept over the few words in the letter again and again, as if he couldn't get enough of it. The letter emphasized the situation of Feng Changgong finding a Daoist priest there, and it also described the situation without adding any of its own thoughts. It was precisely because Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't have their own thoughts that Zhang Shuo appeared helpless. If Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said that they wanted to impeach Feng Changgong, then he could use this as an excuse to push the matter to the two of them. However, they didn't say anything, and just calmly described the situation. They didn't even emphasize the key words that could be used to attack Feng Changgong. It seemed that they wanted him to make a move, and after knowing that he would make a move, they sent him a knife. Reading it over and over again, Zhang Shua's mood went from being happy at the beginning to being confused, and now it was heavy. He finally found the source of the problem. He handed the letter to Zhang Jiuling and said, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan actually schemed against me. They did it on purpose, wanting me to make a move and then have a conflict with Yu Wenrong. Now that they have succeeded, and at the most critical moment, they even sent me a big gift. Should I accept it or not? Zhang Jiuling took the letter and finished reading it with 2 glances. He then took a deep breath and looked at Zhang Shua helplessly, saying, it's not good to accept it. This gift is a bit too much. They clearly want to kill with a borrowed knife, but without this letter, Xin Kai County is very likely to lose. However, once we use it, we will be helping Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The 2 of them want to teach Feng Changgong a lesson, but they want to hide in the background and let us take the lead. Bad, really bad. My lord, look, there is a letter here. They want to recommend He Wei. Do you want to help them? Zhang Jiuling wanted to directly say that he would help them, but when he saw the other letter, he really didn't know what to say to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The 2 of them didn't waste time and went in a big circle to trap Zhang Shua just to deal with one person. It could be said that they killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Zhang Jiuling finally understood Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's character of seeking revenge for the smallest grievance. As long as you offended them, don't expect to live a peaceful life. They would always find trouble for you. Zhang Shua took the other letter. After reading it, he laughed angrily. Good, good. I have been promoted to this position and have met many powerful opponents, but I have never really admired anyone. Today, there are finally people I admire. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Good skills. This means that I have given you a big gift, and you have to return it to me. We don't owe each other anything. After all, as long as we do something about chasing dream, we will have an easier time in Xin Kai County. My lord, what if we accept their gift but don't help them arrange people? Although they used us to deal with Feng Changgong, we have also received benefits. What can they do? Zhang Jiuling still hadn't reacted, so he asked again. Zhang Shua sighed and said, then it's even simpler. Don't think that this gift letter is really a gift. It's actually used to threaten me. If I don't agree to it, they will take action and protect the other party's people. Don't you see that they are just talking about the matter and don't have any intention of impeaching me? As long as I don't tell them to arrange for He Wei, they will have the means to take out another letter. For example, they found Taoist Feng Changgong. After their investigation, they found that chasing dream Taoist Feng Changgong didn't have such great ability. He was framed by someone else. Who framed him? By that time, we will have used the first letter to deal with Feng Changgong. The biggest possibility is us. What will the emperor think? Good plan. They handed the knife over but didn't sharpen it. They can even take it back at any time. Zhang Jiuling nodded as he listened. He admired them in his heart. 2 half-grown children were able to plot against Zhang Shua like this. He said, do you agree? Agree. How can I not agree? It wasn't easy to get a chance to occupy that place. I have no choice but to agree. I was careless this time. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sent the letter, should have thought that it wouldn't be simple. I was fooled by their ages. If I had known earlier, I would have discussed with them about the Fengchan list. Even if I couldn't give them the number they requested, I could have arranged a few fewer people. That way, they wouldn't always be thinking about me. In the future, I have to be careful. I can't fail miserably. Send a letter to Luoyang. Once He Wei's matter is settled, we can make a move on Feng Changgong. Zhang Shua lost a game, but he didn't think that he lost unjustly. Instead, he felt that it was very interesting. He was schemed against by 2 little fellows and didn't even have the slightest bit of temper. Who told him to be one step behind? The other party drew a circle, and he jumped into it without waiting for others to push him. Fortunately, he didn't lose anything this time. He really had to be careful in the future. Zhang Jiuling knew that Zhang Shuo wanted him to write a letter. He spread out a piece of paper next to him and hinted that he agreed to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's request to promote He Wei. While the two of them were feeling helpless for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, Li Longji and Gao Lishir were very happy. Li Longji could also tell from the recent events that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had schemed against Zhang Shuo. In addition, the contents of Zhang Xiaobao's letter to Gao Lishir made it very clear how and why it was arranged. Hercules, that son of yours is truly amusing. He wanted to take care of someone, but he actually went in a circle, forcing Zhang Shuo and Yuan Rong to fight. Actually, this emperor hopes that the two of them can cooperate and get things done properly, instead of fighting like this. Li Longji said to Gao Lishir with a smile after knowing the situation. Gao Lishir didn't think that Li Longji's words were correct. Perhaps he needed people to fight like this, so he respectfully replied, if Zhang Xiaobao wants to deal with someone, he can just write a letter directly. That Feng Changgong doesn't want to eat the same food as the commoners and wants to steal other people's fish. Moreover, he wants to implicate the commoners of Xin Kai County for his own personal gain. These few reasons are enough to deal with him. Why did he have to drag Zhang Shuo into it? Sigh, he's still not sensible. What Gao Lishir said earlier was just a casual remark. Only the last sentence was what Gao Lishir wanted to express. What he meant was to tell Li Longji that although Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were good at scheming, children were still children. Whatever they did, they had to tell others. They couldn't hide things in their hearts and couldn't treat things like adults. Of course, when it came to their abilities, they could treat things like adults. Yes, it wasn't easy for them to scheme against Zhang Shuo. They were afraid that others didn't know, so they wrote a letter to tell you about it. Just like a child who secretly ate candy. In fact, even if they didn't say it, you can understand it if you think about it carefully. That He Wei can be considered lucky. Li Longji also agreed with Gao Lishir's words. If Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had not sent that knife-like letter to Zhang Shuo, perhaps it would have been difficult to guess their true intentions. Once they guessed it, they would have to think highly of them, or rather be on their guard. However, not only did they take out that letter, they even used it to threaten Zhang Shuo to get He Wei an official position. At the same time, they let Gao Lishir know about their schemes. They were clearly children who hadn't grown up. Gao Lishir also smiled and said, Your Majesty, this actually shows that He Wei is a good person. He has the imperial court in his heart. After realizing that he can let his family have a good life without being greedy, he is willing to do things for the commoners wholeheartedly. It's not easy. He is much better than those officials who don't do their jobs properly despite having money. Yes, that's right. Li Longji nodded. As the two of them spoke, the palace maids and eunuchs beside them lowered their heads and pretended not to hear anything. At this moment, a eunuch ran in from outside and reported, Your Majesty, another letter was sent from Luoyang. It says that Project Soaring is about to succeed. When the time comes, Your Majesty will see with your own eyes how people fly in the sky with wings. As the eunuch spoke, he handed Gao Lishir an envelope. The letter had already been opened, but there was a small envelope inside. The small envelope had a seal on it, indicating that it was not for others to touch. After checking it, Gao Lishir nodded at Li Longji and opened the letter. When he looked up, he saw a picture on it. Beside the picture was an introduction to various places. It was very detailed. Your Majesty, there is a picture in the heart. The picture explains why people can fly in the sky. Take a look. After Gao Lishir understood it, he was astonished. As he spoke, he handed the picture to Li Longji. Li Longji was also curious. When he read the letter carefully, he saw the principle of how people could fly in the sky. It was like a kite. It explained how air came about, how it was blown, and why birds could fly freely in the sky. In fact, it was just simple content for popular education. If it were elementary school students like Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, they wouldn't be interested at all because they already knew. However, Li Longji didn't know. Today was the first time he had heard of it. He already knew, but he didn't know why. He didn't understand how things could be thought of in this way. After reading it carefully twice, he happily closed the letter and said to Gao Lisher, "So it's like this. Does that mean that as long as there is a strong wind, one can fly even on flat ground? There's no need to jump from a high place?" "I don't know. I think your Majesty is right. I'll write a letter and ask over there. It's just that it's not easy for the strong wind to come out." Gao Lisher replied cautiously. He really didn't know. Li Longji thought for a moment and said, "Wind is easy. Between the clouds and the water, there are a few houses that are connected to fans. As long as there are enough fans and they spin fast, the wind will be strong. When the time comes, we can connect a frame and put people on it. With the wind blowing, people and the frame will fly together. If they could put something on the shelf, they could directly turn the fan. Some could be used to push it, and some could be used to pull it. Then, it would be much easier for people to fly in the sky. If they could put a few grenades on the shelf and throw them down from above, who in the world would be able to fight against them? It's just that it's difficult to make something that can be put on the frame to make the fans spin. I don't know if the expert behind Xiaobao and Wang Wan can think of a way. When you write the letter, write down my thoughts and ask." "Yes." Gao Lisher didn't care if Li Longji's idea would work or not. In any case, what the emperor said was good. Even if it didn't work, he had to let Xiaobao and Cuckoo try. Gao Lisher really didn't know how many ideas Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would have after he sent the letter to them. The two of them would definitely feel that it wasn't easy for Li Longji to think of this. This was because this was the idea when the airplane was invented. It was even more amazing. He directly considered throwing bombs. At that time, the airplane was used for reconnaissance and had not become a bomber. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were already preparing to leave Luoyang and return to Baoxin County. Xiao Bei and the others also had to follow them back. After all, they couldn't fall behind in their education. When Xiao Bei was packing her things, she didn't forget to carry a mini parachute bag on her back. In the past 2 days, she had been telling others that she had also jumped with an umbrella. Her brother and sister had jumped with her, and it was very fun. Jiang Wang clan had already told Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan about this matter. That day, when other people jumped with their parachutes, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also jumped. After the two of them successfully jumped, the bold Xiao Bei also begged to jump once. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan considered it and really tied an umbrella bag on Xiao Bei. Then, the two of them jumped down from the platform with Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei actually opened the umbrella herself. She opened it before Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao. In fact, they didn't plan on letting her open the umbrella. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were prepared to share a large umbrella with the three of them. Of course, there was a backup. In the end, when Xiao Bei opened her umbrella, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were depressed. Zhang Xiaobao pushed Wang Wan in the air and pushed Wang Wan a distance away so that she could open the umbrella and not get entangled with Xiao Bei's. Zhang Xiaobao himself completed the diving action in the air and dove down first. Fortunately, there wasn't a strong wind. Otherwise, who knew where Xiao Bei would have been blown to? In the end, she slowly landed in her brother's arms on the surface of the water and shouted excitedly. From then on, she had to carry a small umbrella bag every day and was watched 24 hours a day. This was to prevent her from finding a high place to jump down. If that happened, she wouldn't even have the chance to open the umbrella. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's team set off, Xiao Bei ran to Zhang Xiaobao's side with her umbrella and asked, "Brother, can I parachute at the place we're going?" "No." Zhang Xiaobao didn't dare to say yes. "Then can I really use wings to fly in the sky in the future?" "Xiao Bei wants to fly too, okay?" Xiao Bei was very regretful and asked another thing. "Okay, as long as I can fly in the future, I'll bring Xiao Bei along." When Zhang Xiaobao said this, he had already decided that if he really made the hang glider in the future, no matter what, he couldn't let Xiao Bei see it during training. He was too bold. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.